right. Aṣíwájú gbéra o, gbéra go get your vision. Mo ní kò kálá, kálágbára ìtẹ́ lọ́wọ́ lùtà. Ẹ̀tọ́ ẹni jọ. You don work, you build leaders. You suppose to dey jai. Kí ló kàn ẹ́ kan person matter, person wey don man on it. When you land softly on Abuja floor. So far so good, kò ní bàjẹ́ APC. Yes, APC, yes. Aṣíwájú, àbọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí, àbọ̀ Bọ́lá Ṣadé, àbọ̀ Olúwaṣeyí, àbọ̀ gbogbo Naija. Káwọn jà APC, yes. APC, yes. Aṣíwájú, àbọ̀ Olúrẹ̀mí, àbọ̀ gbogbo Naija.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your kwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo ave Maria why feeling ayandaba Sunu baby subaramia Soko sunu baby subaramia
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamukambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
Hello, how are you? You know something curious. I do this virtually every single day, and every moment that music stops, it catches me off guard. I don't know why, but it catches me off guard. So, good day to you. Good to see you. And how are you? So, good day to you. Good to see you. And how are you? If you've ever wondered how a session should start, this is how a session should start. So I should land on the screen to be welcomed in the way that Ayo has just welcomed me with a rather handsome super chat. So that, of course, for both hopefully of things to come. And there is Ayo doubling it up right there. So the super chat space is not the exclusive preserve of Ayo. As much as I delight in saying Ayo super chatted, I somewhat tire of mentioning his name only. So if anybody wants to join Ayo, that $sign is available not just to Ayo, but to everybody watching us and delighting in whatever we are doing. So so thank you for the super chat, Ayo. So now a bit of departure. I hope I'm coming across okay. My camera looks somewhat skitty where I am here, but hopefully if it's transmitting okay, and then that should be fine. But from the headline, you'll notice that it starts with the word history. So in the course of time to come, we'll be going back through the annals of Nigeria's history, and we shall be revisiting some of the seismic events that shaped the nature of that country that we call ours. So, I mean, what better place to start than the Biafran War? So now, a lot of our clips have been released around that Biafran War narrative. And based on those clips, we shall be trying to have a conversation. So there'll be a lot of clips played, which I shall be talking you through. So look forward to that. So hopefully this session is wrapped very, very much so around the hopefully this session is wrapped very much so around the Civil War era. Let me see. Am I coming across okay? It's not looking good on my screen. Hopefully it's looking good on yours. So yes, this session, as I said, is going to be wrapped, I'm hopeful, around the Civil War era. I'll be playing you quite a number of clips that somewhat chart. Yeah, Thomas, am I coming across okay? Thomas? Thomas has now disappeared. Yeah. All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So Yes, hopefully there'll be sufficient enough people turning up that are knowledgeable enough in that space, because that is a conversation that we've been recoiling from on this platform for months and months. So now that the politics are over, we shall be going through the annals of history, as I said, and we'll be revisiting some of the seismic events that shaped our nation. So we'll be doing that. We'll be doing that, but we have also some of the traditional spaces that we do go to. Some of the headlines that we'll be hopefully discussing: Soyinka, Labour Party leadership knew Obi lost 2023 polls, but they want to force lies on Nigerians. So now, Soyinka, he picks his head above the parapet, and the last time he did that, of course, we know what happened. So there is Soyinka again. Never mind what is to come from the obedient. He speaks truth to the space as he understands it and as we all understand it. Soyinka, Labour Party leadership knew Obi lost 2023 polls, but they want to force lies on Nigerians. So we'll visit that at some point. Only then to go back to this, only then to go on rather to this space. Chicago University says it can't confirm President Tinubu's certificate submitted to INEC as U.S. court adjourns Atiku's case. It's just clutching at straws, this narrative sometimes. We all tire of it, of course, but it's never going to... You know this narrative around Tinubu, his certificate, is he a Guinean or not? This narrative is going to last 50 years and more. And I'm saying that only really going off the back of the Awolowo narrative, where they spun a yard of lies around that guy's name, and they were regarding those lies, generation after generation, 50, 60 years on. So this now is somewhat deja vu, the Awolowo scenario. So aggrieved were they that this Yoruba man defeated them in politics. Chicago University says it can't confirm Tinubu's certificate submitted to INEC as U.S. court adjourns Atiku's case. I'm not going to do the readout on that. We just leave that at the headline. But what is Tinubu having to contend with? Certainly not Peter Obi. More important matters. What Tinubu really has to contend with is this. Nigeria owes World Bank Group, IMF, African Development Bank, $20.8 billion, China, $4.7 billion. So if that is the totality of the Nigerian owings, then let's see. This is from the Debt Management Office. Let me see if I can expand it somewhat. Yes, let's expand it a little. So this is from the Debt Management Office. What does it say? Debt Management Office, Nigeria, Nigeria's external debt stock as at June the 30th, 2023. So this seems to be the totality of everything that we are owing. International Monetary Fund, let's say 3.3. We round it off to the nearest decimal. So International Monetary Fund, $3.3 billion. World Bank Group. So, the World Bank Group, within the World Bank, of course, you have satellite agencies within that, which countries owe individually. So within that World Bank Group, International Development Association, Nigeria is owing $14 billion there. International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, $485 million. So that's how much in totality. Let's just say let's say $15 billion. We're owing the World Bank $15 billion. African Development Bank, $1.5 billion. Let's round it up to let's round it up to 2 billion. Let's round it up to $2.5 billion because they are owing them $980 million there, etc. Arab Bank for Development in Africa, $5 million, and on it goes. So the totality of that, $20.79 billion, which is 48% of our external borrowing. So the World Bank and the African Development Bank, we owe the most. China, the Exim Bank, $4.7 billion. France, $500 million. Japan, I don't quite think there's anybody on this planet that we've not begged money off. So Japan, we're owing them. India, Germany, the totality of that $5.5 billion. Commercial loans. So this is from the commercial market. Euro bonds, $15 billion. Diaspora bond, zero. So I think the people in diaspora, they know better than to let their money fall into the hands of Nigeria. The totality of our debt, $43.159 billion. So that is the totality of Nigeria's debt as at June. Is that June 2023? When you start the date? That is the totality of Nigeria's debt as at the 30th of June 2023. So that is ground zero for the Tinubu space. So how he handles that, that's the task for him. So how he handles that is the task for him. Police spokesperson ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi faults young people who allowed themselves. Let's do that again. Police spokesperson ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi faults young people who allowed themselves to be extorted by police officers. So quite how a young person is able to prevent themselves from being extorted by a police officer, let's find out. Police spokesperson ACP Olumuyiwa Adejobi has faulted young people who allowed themselves to be extorted by police officers. An ex-user, that is Twitter now X, an ex-user had alerted Adejobi of the alarming rate at which police officers extort Nigerians. Uniform shouldn't be a symbol of war to citizens. Your officers are criminals. The way they extort young guys instead of politicians is too much. You know about this. You see it and hear it every day. We have family, we have parents. Reacting to the post, Adejobi wondered why people with legitimate jobs will allow themselves to be extorted. Why do the young ones pay them? Someone who claims he doesn't have work is suffering, yet he pays 500,000 or ₦1 million etc. How come? I guess they are birds of the same feather. If you are genuine, you earn your income from your workplace, legit money, I don't think you would allow someone or somebody to rob you of it. No way, my take, he said. So that is the take of the, hold on. So that is the take of the Nigerian police to the cries of the people that they have been extorted. Tough luck is essentially what he's saying. Tough luck, essentially what he's saying. Nigeria, Benin Republic sign agreements to enable importers clear cargo from Cotonou port. So how had the battery fallen is really the only thing you think of there. So rather than the pardon me, rather than the Beninese coming to clear their goods in Nigeria, Nigeria is going to clear her goods in the Republic of Benin. So how hard the mighty falling? Nigeria Benin Republic sign agreement to enable importer clear cargo from Cotonou port is actually unbelievable, really. The Nigerian Customs Service NCS says it has. Let's take that again. The Nigerian Customs Service NCS says it has entered an agreement with its Benin Republic counterpart to enable importers to clear their goods from the port of Cotonou. Adewale Adeniyi, acting Comptroller General of the NCS, spoke on Tuesday in Abuja at the end of a two-day working visit by the Director General and senior officials of the Customs Service of Benin Republic. Adeniyi said the meeting was aimed at boosting trade relations between Nigeria and the Benin Republic, as well as curbing smuggling. Responding to questions questions on opening of the port. Adeniyi said customs will ensure that due process is being followed. We are building confidence in the system offered by the Republic of Benin. Our importers are using their ports and vice versa. If there are people in the Benin Republic who want to use our port, we try to build trust in our system. And by virtue of this agreement, what it means is that Nigerian importers willing to use the port in Cotonou can have their goods cleared in those ports, because there would be an opportunity for them to pay duties on goods that are liable for payment of duties. We can account for the duties on those goods in the port of arrival, so they will now be free to enter Nigeria. So who gets the duties? That's the thing. So anyway, that's that. That's just the ridiculousness that is going on there. So that's the ridiculousness that is going on there. But as I said, I am hopeful that the session. But as I said, I am hopeful that the session is going to wrap around the Biafran narrative. So let's take a micro stop with our K-Guide music, and then when we come back, we go straight into the Biafran narrative. I've got quite a few clips to talk you through. But first, of course, we go to, and by the way, there's plenty of room in the studio for anyone that wants to join. But first, we go to the K-Guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sodi kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Iku koniri wagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So Iku koniri wagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So now the Nigerian Civil War, we're going to spend quite a bit of time there. So now a lot of you have heard a lot of things about the Nigerian Civil War. A lot of it meshed in whoever is telling you whatever it is that you're hearing, because a lot of it, of course, enmeshed in all manners of spinnings and obfuscations, and it's just a real mess. You hear a different version from whoever you're listening to about the Nigerian Civil War. But there's been now a series of clips that was released around about that time that paints a particular type of a narrative. So we're going to explore the narratives that those clips are painted or are painting. So we're going to explore the narratives that those clips are painting. So now the Nigerian Civil War started in July 1967. So it started in July 1967, but there was a precursor to the Nigerian Civil War, what actually led up to the Nigerian Civil War was a coup that took place a year prior. So that coup, of course, the Nzogu coup, which essentially slaughtered the elite amongst the Northerners. That was the precursor to the Civil War. So let's now pick up the narrative from the coup. So we pick up the narrative from the coup. And by the way, we'll be skipping through. This is not going to be a detailed and comprehensive look at it. This will just be pulling together of clips that tells a particular type of narrative. But let that narrative begin in 1967. Watch this.
Nziogwu, can you please give me an account of the night of the coup in Kaduna?
Well, it's rather something like the longest day. We started this off on the night of the 13th of January when a night exercise was planned by the military college, which I command. We took our troops to the ground and taught them how to do night attacks. We didn't tell them what we were planning for, but at the end of the exercise we took them out and showed them various places where they were to stand and just remain in their vehicle. Next day we went out again for the same type of exercise, and at the end we issued them with ammunition this time, live ammunition, and told them that they were going back to the same place as they went yesterday, but this time they were to get certain people.
And they were with you, were they?
Oh, of course they did. Oh, they all supported us.
Did the Sergeant Honor himself attempt to fight?
Well, no. We didn't see him until the time we actually shot him. He ran away from his house when we fired the first few shots of anti-tank gun into the building. The whole roof was blown up and the place was set alight. Then we went to the rear of the house and started searching from room to room until we found him amongst the women and children, hiding himself. So we sort of took away the women and children and took him.
Now, what are your relations with General Iransi in Lagos?
Well, very good. He's my boss. I have always been under him, and I still am under him. There isn't really any problem with you. Misunderstandings arose, but this was due to the publication in the press and by announcements over the radio. At one time, they started calling us in Kaduna rebels, whereas in fact the revolution was all a planned affair all over the country, and
all right. So that was the Major Chukwuma Nzogu describing how Ahmed Bello was killed. So we took him out amongst the women and we shot him. So that's unmistakably I think that was an interview by the BBC. We took him out amongst the women and children. So they had been prepping people, taking them on exercises until then they on the fateful day then they supplied them with live bullets and launched that attack on the Saudana and then which is Ahmed Bello, of course. And they took him out. So that was what he just said. That was Major Nzogu, of course, Chukwuma Nzogu, telling us then how the first coup in Nigeria took place. So that was how the first coup in Nigeria took place, and that then cascaded into a series of events. The Northerners, of course, seeing that their elites were wiped out, they slashed back. And in the course of that led. So that was July, by the way, 1966. So fast forward a year later, July 19. Yes, fast forward. Hold on. I hope I'm not getting my dates out of skew. Yes, fast forward to a year later, July 1967, the Nigerian Civil War broke out. So the Nigerian Civil War broke out. So now, the understanding was that what cascaded into the Nigerian Civil War was essentially that coup that took place. But there's an underlying story, an underlying narrative that a lot of that Civil War was actually wrapped around the narrative of the discovery of oil in that middle belt, in that Delta region. So now let's pick it up from that spot. And let's hear from Gowon. So here is Gowon.
Juku is putting heavy pressure on the oil companies for payment to him of the royalties. Are the federal government doing the same?
No, I don't think, in fact, I'm doing the same thing. In fact, the oil companies are my witness. I've tried my best not to get them involved or to be brought into our internal problems, and I shall do my best to keep them out of it.
What action will you take if the oil royalties are paid to Colonel Ojukwu regime?
I think this question is hypothetical. It doesn't arise at the moment. I will do my best to keep the oil company out of this problem, our internal problems, and I hope I shall be able to keep my word to keep them out of this problem.
If force is used, Major General Gowan, will this not increase bitterness between the various races in Nigeria?
It might, to start off with, but I don't think that this is a thing that will last forever. I'm sure the present generation and the generation to come will be better friends than the ones in the past.
You think you can limit force once you use it?
Indeed. In fact, what I have done, I've told, in fact, my troops that they are not fighting a total war against an outside enemy. They are only taking police action to crush a rebellion. Therefore, the force that will be used will be just the force necessary to get the job done.
So there it is. So that was Gowon telling us that in fact, it was even the journalist that put the position to him that the oil companies now are being pressured to pay royalty to Ojukwu. So the oil companies being pressured to pay royalty to Ojukwu, that somewhat colors the altruistic narrative that Ojukwu painted of being a liberator, trying to free his people out of the bondage of the Nigerian state. So that was an undercurrent to what was perceived as the main reason, which was the coup. But let's stay within that space and let's hear a bit more from Gowon.
They should call a halt to the shameless deception of innocent Igbos with reports of fictitious victories on the battlefronts. They should appreciate that the so-called diplomatic recognition by dubious characters cannot, in the least, alter the course of Nigerian history. It is sheer wickedness for Ojukwu and his clique to continue to goad innocent citizens to support rebellion and lay down their lives for a cause that is not just. The rebel leaders know in their hearts of hearts that all their false propaganda about genocide and massacre derives from personal ambition and the haunting fear of their own future and safety. Consequently, they do not know when to stop. I call on those who claim to love Nigeria and the Igbos to face realities and advise the people of the East Central State to lay down their arms and return to the fold. It is not enough for organizations and individuals to ask the federal government to cease hostilities while ignoring the evil intentions of the rebels. I honestly believe it is in the true interest of the Igbos that they return to the fatherland. I am satisfied that all other Nigerians have learned the lesson of our most recent history and the current civil war. And I pray to God that there will never be a repetition.
All right, so that was the propagandizing that usually forms the backdrop to any war. So that was Gowon then in a public broadcast then accusing Ojukwu of deceiving the Biafrans to go to their death in a war that has no meaning. So in a word that has no meaning, so it was a war for secession. That was the popular narrative. But really, the real reason a lot of people will have it is a war for oil. It's a war for oil. And here we go back then to that oil narrative and take it from Ojoko's perspective. So here is Ojoko now speaking to that oil space that a lot of people feel really underpins this war. Watch this.
Landing troops in the Delta Creek areas is one thing. Using them with effect is a vastly different thing. It is clear to me that what my good friend turned bandit Gawan is planning there is purely to get a group of men round the oil terminal and then to shake the managers of the oil companies by the scruff of the neck and demand money. That's all. He knows well that the troops in that area can be of no use. There is a danger to this, though, that in his lunacy, he might in fact decide to turn very nasty and destroy the terminal installation.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. For all of the altruistic reasons that they were telling you that the Biafran war took place, it was really a battle for oil. It was a battle for oil. The oil newly discovered in the Creek region, Ojukwu pressuring the oil companies to pay royalty to him and go on battling to retrieve it back for the Nigerian state. You heard it there from both men. So the battle really was about oil, more so than anything else. So the battle kicked off, and there was a lot of back and forth. It was essentially a David and Goliath fight. That essentially was what it was. It was essentially a David and Goliath fight, with the Biafrans, the Southeasterners, completely outmanned and outgunned. Completely outmanned and outgunned, but as ever in a David and Goliath fight, you never you take Goliath, you take him for granted to your peril. So in as ever in a David and Goliath fight, you take David for granted to your peril. So here are instances of David punching above his weight. So in the course of that war, the Biafran space, they scored quite a few surprising victories. So a few victories in certain battles. They never won the war, of course, but they scored certain victories in certain battles. Examples. Okay, so there is no narrative to that. So hopefully you can hear my voice. So there is no narrative to that. So I'll tell you what's going on. This is the Biafran force defeating the Muritala Mohammed 2nd Division of the Nigerian Army. They took down about 5,000 men. This was in March 1968. So that's the Biafran war, the Biafran army rather, recording some successes against actually a major success, because they took down quite an elite battalion which was led by Muritala Mohammed, the 2nd Division of the Nigerian Army. They took down about 5,000 men and went on to take their weapons. So that tells us that. So there is no voice to that, but that is what is going on. What is going on, and then subsequently they continue to record. So let me take. Yeah, so subsequently they continue to record certain pockets of success, and they especially recorded success in the Middle Belt, in the Eastern region, amongst the minorities there. So they recorded a lot of success in the Middle Belt region amongst the minority groups there. So the next clip now shows you how they captured a bunch of Efik, Ibibios, Ijos, etc., and they conscripted them into the Biafran army. So watch this.
Augustine Epo. And where are you from?
I'm from Calabar.
Calabar.
Yes, sir.
How did you happen to be in uniform?
Well, since I passed it 1964, I haven't got any job to do. So I was sent my brother to come and meet me at Lagos.
To come and meet him at Lagos?
Yes,
your brother sent to you as they come to Lagos?
Yes,
from where?
From Calabar.
Calabar?
Yes, so on my way, he told me to come down to Lagos, whether I would get a small job to do. Because since I passed this, I haven't got.
So anyway, then you decided to go to Lagos.
Yes, sir.
So what happened on the way?
So what? At Onisha Bridge.
At Onisha, Niger Bridge.
I was captured by the Igbo, that is Igbo soldiers.
The Igbo Ojuku soldiers.
Igbo soldiers. So they took me to Enugu prison yard.
Yes.
They told me that they are going to kill me. So they went to me as I didn't know any of them.
Yes.
My name is Francis Abang.
Francis, I will look at me.
Francis Abang.
Francis Abang.
Yes, sir.
Where are you from?
I'm from Boki, Ogoja.
Ogoja?
Yes, sir.
So how do you happen to be in the uniform?
I was forced to join the Ojukwu soldiers.
Oh, you were forced to join Ojukwu soldiers?
Yes, sir.
Who forced you?
Ojukwu rebel soldiers forced me to join them when I returned from Lagos.
You returned from Lagos?
Yes, sir.
To go where? To go Ogoja?
When I returned from Lagos to my home.
Oh, to your home?
Yes, sir, to escort my wife.
To escort your wife from where?
From Lagos to...
Oh, yes. You escort your wife from Lagos to Ogoja?
Ogoja. So I was forced to join armies. So we have been demanded for our state. And they suspect me that as I returned from Lagos, I may carry anything back to Lagos again because I was hurried to go back to Lagos. Some of my brothers are not detention.
Yeah.
They are struggling for state. So when I joined them, I was not told that I'm going to join army. No. I was just taken by some soldiers to Pricot. The next day, I see training. I started to run with them. Through training me. After training, I was brought up to fight. I have to escape myself and meet my brothers who are fighting for me, Nigerian soldiers. I surrender myself.
How old are you?
I'm up to 28 years, sir.
28?
Yes, sir.
28?
28.
28?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay, how many of you were captured?
From Ogoja, sir?
Yes.
Anyway, they brought boys from different places. But the Bouquet boys, I know, we are 5 of us.
Well, how many captured prisoners do you have seen, say, around here? Or how many of you do you think?
Soldiers.
Yes.
Soldiers. We are 5 of us
here?
Yes, sir.
From Ogoja?
No, sir. Ogoja, only one person, sir.
Only one person?
Yes, sir.
But when they kept you, how many of you?
We are 5 of us, but some they misrode, some we are killed. I don't know where about. Perhaps they are still coming behind.
But what I'm asking you now, how many prisoners are in this town? Where they went and got you?
Where they get me?
Yeah, now, where they brought you?
Oh, where they brought me. I think we are 137 or something like that.
137. Yes. Because they keep you in different places. Yes. Yeah, but in your own camp, where they keep you,
we are 137.
There are others in various places.
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Yes,
So now, those were minority groups within the Delta area, Efiks, Ibibios, Ijos, etc. You heard the witness account yourself, so you don't really need me to add or embellish. There's no embellishment needed. What they were telling you, and those ones that were brought in front of the cameras, there were countless of them. What they were telling you essentially was that they were captured, kidnapped by the Biafran soldier, taken into some sort of like a prison camp sort of a space. And then by the next day, they were already going through the drills of military formations and training and conscripted into the Biafran army. So the Deltan areas, the Creeks essentially, they were forcefully conscripted into the Biafran army. So that was how Ojukwu was able to expand his military force. So that was how Ojukwu was able to expand his military force. But that wasn't only how he expanded his military force. This one now, you could say the conscription of adults is part of the fare of a war space. But this now next clip that I'm about to show you is unforgivable. Watch this. All right. That doesn't come with an audio either, but that essentially captured Biafran army child soldiers undergoing rehabilitation by the Nigerian army. That was in 1969. So that clip that you're seeing there now, they are underaged people forcefully conscripted into the Ojukwu army, subsequently captured by the Nigerian military and being reoriented back into normalcy. So that a lot of people will concede unforgivable. But there's still plenty of spaces on the studio, by the way, for anybody that wants to join. So that unforgivable. But then we continue to say that the Biafran army did record minor successes in the course of that war. And one of the marquee successes that they will claim that they recorded was incursions into Lagos State. So here now are samples of the Biafran army blowing up Lagos State. Watch this.
In command was the oldest of the mercenaries in Biafra, a South African known.
So that's the aftermath of Biafran air raid on Lagos. You can see for yourself quite a lot of damage on the Lagos space. And by the way, the Yorubas were not essentially part of that war. It was a war between the North and the East. Essentially, that was how it started, a war between the North and the East. But then, of course, they were just throwing missiles and attacking everywhere. The sample being this attack on Lagos, a heavy devastation, air raid on Lagos State. There was just a sleepy outsider out of that Biafran narrative. So essentially, the forceful invitation, let me put it that way, the forceful invitation of the Southwest into that war. So part of the examples of that is the clips that you're seeing on the screen. But like I said, they recorded some minor successes. And would you consider this a success though? This was the funeral of Colonel Fajoye, one of the excellent Yoruba officers that lost his life to that war. Watch this. Right, so that was the funeral of Colonel Fajoye, one of the excellent officers that lost his life to that war. But then, how did the Biafrans become such a potent, sleek fighting force? This is the question. Is it down to the ingenuity of the Southeast? Is it down to the brilliance of Ojukwus? That's the question, because a lot of conversations wraps around that space. How did the Biafran space become a lean, mean fighting machine? That is a question that has been agitating the Nigerian mind for quite a long time. But now, this next clip will hint to an answer to that. Was it Ojukwu's brilliance? Was it the ingenuity of the Southeasterners? Or does this clip give us a hint as to how the Biafran soldiers were able to organize and become a potent force? Watch this.
In command was the oldest of the mercenaries in Biafra, a South African known only as Major Williams.
So make up your minds to start work. Not go around like bloody women, yak, yak, yak. Get them moving. Oh, yeah. Move. Wait.
Major,
That way.
Please, may I ask you a question? You are a British?
Oh, no, South African.
South African. Why you are on this side and not on the other? It's a British.
Oh, I'm a South African, not British. Why should we help British? This is the side I prefer for my conscience. I'd never fight with the communists. I was fought against them, sent to Africa. And I just disagree with communism, plus I like these people. They outgun us, outnumber us, but we've got the fighting spirit, as you saw this morning. The blokes are willing to go in and have a go. And with our morale, we will beat them.
And you stay in Biafra?
Oh, yes, definitely.
More? Definitely.
Definitely, until the end of the war. Then they go into the next one.
Thank you.
So there you have it. The brains behind the war in terms of organizational prowess, certainly not anything Southeastern, very much so South African. So that was the South African mercenaries that were essentially organizing the war for the Biafran space. So that was the South African mercenaries that were essentially organizing the war for the Biafran space. So the war came very quickly, but it ended very quickly because, of course, completely outgunned and outnumbered. So there was never any chance of the war not going the way it went. And this, one of the reasons that the war went the way it did go. Watch this.
But we have Colonel Obasanjo, who is the commander of 3 Marine Commando, who have been able to capture a number of senior secessionist officers, and he had brought them to Lagos to see us in order to let us have their acceptance of the spirit of one Nigeria.
Formally give up secession and report for reappointment and redeployment. Felicitation.
Your
Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
My pleasure.
How are you?
Very well indeed.
Glad to see you again. Thank you.
Patrick Amadi.
How are you?
Excellency.
Glad to see you again.
Thank you very much.
Glad to see you again.
It's an experience.
Honestly. Glad to see you again.
And I would like, therefore, to take this opportunity to say that I, Major General Philip Effiong, officer administering the government of the Republic of Biafra, now wish to make the following declaration. That we affirm we are loyal Nigerian citizens and accept the authority of the Federal Military Government of Nigeria. That we accept the existing administrative and political structure of the Federation of Nigeria. That any future constitutional arrangement will be worked out by representatives of the people of Nigeria. That the Republic of Biafra hereby ceases to exist.
So now, that was the language of surrender, facilitated very much by Obasanjo, who went head-on into the war to take the defeat and surrender of the Biafran space. So that was the language of surrender that you heard there, Colonel Effiong saying enough is enough. Was it Roberto Duran, no mass, no mass? So no mass, no mass. So that was the language of surrender, and this is what our victory looks like. Oh, okay, so no commentaries on that one. So let me just give you the backdrop to it. That is Gowon being received as a hero in Port Harcourt after the war was over. So that was Gowon being received as a hero in Port Harcourt after the federal forces drove out the Biafran soldier. So that is what victory looks like. And this now final clip is a nation coming back together. Watch this. Okay. There's no audio. There's no audio to that as well. But what you are seeing what you are seeing on your screen are Biafran and Nigerian soldiers hugging each other and dancing that the war is over. That was after Ojukwu fled, of course, from Biafra and left them to their fate. So that last clip there was the Nigerian soldiers and the Biafran soldiers hugging each other that the war is over in celebration of the war being over. So that's and by the way, that's not a full and detailed documentation of the Biafran War. That's just a soup song of how it played out, a particular narrative. So let's now bring up the people we have so far. Thomas is in the house. Adan Lekoko, who is even pre-war, so he will give us a bit of a take on that. For a counter narrative, we've got this, and Tone joins us. So let's kick it off with Tone because he's new to the space. Tone, are you there? Tone, can anyone hear me?
Yeah, one man can hear you.
After all that Bulabalu, Tone, are you there? Are you ready to go, or do you want me to start with someone else? Tone? All right, you seem ready. Des. So is that a fair picture of the Nigerian Civil War? Des, just those clips, the way it was sequenced.
I mean, I would say he got a lot of things wrong and a few bits right. I don't think someone that is a student of history would agree with you in totality. Yes, the Nigerian war was mostly the Nigerians going to war because of the oil they knew they were gonna, get from the Port Harcourt region and the Delta regions. Mostly that is why they went for war. But you can't start talking about Biafran war without mentioning some specific names, which is Kaduna and Zogo. You can't start talking about Biafran war without mentioning what was the name of the first military president? What was his name?
Go on.
No, not go on.
Agui Yeah.
Yeah, you can't start talking about Biafran war without mentioning Agui. So there is a lot of background to the story. Everybody with their own understanding. But with what I understand and with what a lot of people have told me, including my grandfather, may he so rest in peace, have told me is that Ojukwu in himself, rest in peace, before the war started, there was a lot of massacre, which everybody knew, that went going on in the north. A lot of Southeasterners were massacred due to the coup of Agui, and then Gowon entered. There was a lot of massacre that
have we lost you? Hello, can anyone still hear me? Have we lost you?
Yeah, one man.
can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, we've lost this, but I don't want too much gaps in this because I want to document this. So Des, if you're not there, let me go to someone else. Okay, pick it up from where Des left. Solomon.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening.
Did you see the clips?
Yeah, I did. I saw the clips, and I'm not here to just come to pick side. Like we should just try and get the facts straight and not just twist anything. Yeah, this history, this topic we're talking about is pure history and is a very sensitive one that
Bless you,
we are
whoever
very
that
young
was.
and we who have
That's me. Thank you.
some stuffs I've read. I've picked certain things from them, and recently somebody like Reno has been dropping one or two things, articles about the war, and some of them, like I feel like maybe if I see Reno as somebody who is, will I use the word honest, and yeah, so he was dropping, and certain conversations I've had with certain people too, it has just made me gotten some informations about the war. Like my dad fought this Biafran war, but when I was discussing with my dad, when I discuss with him, he doesn't talk like somebody. He just talk about his experience in the war, and not like maybe the things that really happened, and all. He just tells me about his experience, and
Did
yeah,
he tell you
as
that the war was about oil? Did he tell you that?
no. My dad,
Yeah,
I
one
just told him
man.
to
I don't
just
know. I don't know. Sorry, Solomon. I don't know what happened to my. I got a call, so I had to switch to my other device. So what I was saying basically, I'm sorry, Solomon. I sorry I cut it like that. Um, what I'm saying in the sense that the 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 fight Biafran war was basically a struggle for the Southeasterners. Is a struggle for the life of the people. Yes, Ojukwu, you can't deny that Ojukwu had some selfish reasons, yeah, for doing what he did because, after all, he's a politician in the sense. But it doesn't change the fact that what he did saved a lot of lives at the
Saved or
initial
cost?
no
Saved or cost?
at the initial stage. He saved a lot of life, but the war didn't. Um, See, let's talk about the Aburi Accord. What actually started this war, in the sense, and we can trace it directly back to Aburi Accord, and which was mostly what everybody is clamoring for right now, which is everybody taking charge of their own resources, right? Which was mainly the subject of the Aburi Accord, because go on in that signed accord, Ojukwu stated it that the one, I mean, go on, you can be in charge of, the federation. They will still be part of Nigeria, but you have to make it that everybody will be in charge of their own region.
You can't start from the Aburi Accord. You have to start from 1966.
I have skipped past there one month. I've just
But you can't skip
basically
to from there
summarized.
now. So if we are going to do this, then we might as well do it right.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
you can't skip through 1966 because that was the ground zero of the whole event.
Yeah. Okay. Like I said, 1966. When Kaduna and Zogo organized the coup, which didn't work, right? And the Aguri Ronsi regime took over. And what happened then? It was like a sort of people were feeling that the Easterners, this is mostly an Eastern coup, right? Because a lot of them were Easterners. We have like a couple of Southwesterners, and majority of the 5 people there were Easterners that organized this coup. So they have the feeling that it was mostly an Eastern coup. Considering the fact that Aguirre Ronsi was the one that generally was on top after the whole coup. So his regime lasted for like 6 months, right? 6 months after the coup. I don't really know the exact month or exact year, so I'm not going to talk about it. So 6 months after the coup, what happened? Aguirre Ronsi wanted to go on a tour because that time there was a feeling, because everybody was having this sense that you know the Igbos were trying to take over. Basically, the country was on ease. So what Aguirre did was try to take a tour around the whole country in order to get everybody together. And doing that tour, that is what when he was killed. Going, I forgot where he went to on one of the store. That is where they, toppled his government and took him over and killed him with some other Easterners, which was regarded as the most bloodiest coup Nigeria ever had up to date. That Agbironsi coup was the bloodiest. So
The Izogoku was bloody too. From the clip we saw, he was boasting and bragging about yanking the Saldana from amongst his women and children and shooting him.
yes, true. I never said it wasn't bloody. I said the coup after the second coup was regarded as the bloodiest according to history. I'm talking about history now. So that coup was mostly a lot of Igbo soldiers that which had nothing to do with the upper hierarchy of government or whatever were basically killed with no intention, with them not knowing what is going on. So what happened in the first coup was the people that was on top was taken out. The second coup was basically everybody. If you are Igbo, they'll take you out.
Not everybody on top was taken out. It was essentially the northerners on top. They were taken out, and a few southwesterners as well.
I mean the first coup. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, no, you said the first coup. It was basically about the. Okay, carry on. Yeah.
Yeah, the first coup was people at the top, the northerners at the top, and some southwesterners. What's his name? Shit, I forgot names. But yeah, but the second coup was mostly everybody was taken out. Like if you're a soldier, an Igbo soldiers, they will kill you. That was what happened. That was what made it the bloodiest coup. But after that coup, what happened was very, very important, which Ojukwu, being the southeasterner governor at the time, he was a southeastern governor. What he told the Nigerian government, because after the coup, what the Northerners did was basically they tried to find someone to take power, right? Because the seat was empty. So the hierarchy of military is all about hierarchy. So when it comes to hierarchy, the person that was supposed to take it over that seat after that coup was a southeasterner. I think he was a general then. Like I don't know names. I'm not gonna call names, but he was a general then. The second on behind was a southwesterner, and the third I think was from south. So after seeing this, they didn't want to give power to anybody that is not from the north. So they went down.
Sorry, Des. Do you know enough about this? Because you just seem to be.
I know enough. I'm saying what I know. I just like I said, I don't know names. I'm not gonna call dates because I can't really remember as much. But I know the process it went through. So now what happened was they gave that power to Gowon because he was from the middle northern belt, like the Plateau State. They gave that power to him because he was the nearest person to the north that was on a higher hierarchy of power at then. But Ojukwu made a statement that he's not going to obey someone that he has a higher rank, that they should give that power to someone else. That was what Ojukwu, I can send you that video. Ojukwu made that statement as of that time, and which they never listened. So what happened then? They started killing the Igbos on the north. Yeah? Started killing the Igbos on the north. Ojukwu now said all the Igbos in the north should come back home. That was why we had this exodus of Igbos going from north to east. What happened after that? When a lot of the Igbos came back, they tried to find a lot of resolution. This just didn't happen it just didn't start in one day. So many times they try to find resolution to solve the problem of the eastern and the north. They had a lot of meetings. which the last one, going back to the Accord, the Aburi Accord, which the last one they went to Ghana. And Gowon basically signed an accord, which Ojuku, I can still send you that video, showed you the accord that the Nigerian government signed, that they were gonna, everybody on his own, basically. Everybody on your own. So when the Nigerian government at that time, which is Gowon, came out and basically,
What do you mean? What do you mean by anybody on your own? What do you mean?
it means like everybody should manage their own resources. That's what I mean. The accord was basically to sign that
within Nigerian state, right?
Yes, within Nigerian state, everybody should manage their own resources, which I said is what a lot of us right now is clamoring for. That Nigeria should have that process of government right now. So which was what happened then. And the Nigerian government, knowing, like I said, this is a war of Nigerian, knowing what they're gonna get, which I told you one time that the only reasonable war Nigerian fought is against Biafra because it's a war for oil, which in their own part it was reasonable. Do you get? So knowing that if everybody managed their own resources, the oil that Nigeria was benefiting massively from then is gonna be controlled by Ojukwu. They didn't let him. So what he said, Gowon said that there's nothing like Aburi Accord. There's nothing like that. So Ojukwu came and made an announcement. In Aburi we stand. He said that in Aburi we stand, and he declared the Republic of Biafra. After that, now became the tussle of power. The tussle of power began. So this is the background to the story. Because where Nigeria started, planning to fight a war against an innocent people of Biafra. Like I said, I'm not gonna exonerate Ojukwu in all this because he could have
You
stopped
see,
this
you
war
can't
a
say
long
the
time ago
innocent.
and
You
saved.
you hold on this. You can't say the innocent of or you can't say the innocent people because you seem to be picking up the story from where it plays out to your narrative. But the story actually began in July 1966 with the Unzogu coup.
Yes.
So
I
that's where
mentioned
the
that.
innocence was lost. Yes.
I mentioned that
Nzogu
and
was January
you can
66.
Was it
you
January
can you
66? Yeah.
Yeah.
and what happened after that coup? Like I said, if you know, like, coups has been happening all over Nigeria, all over Africa right now. And what necessarily happened before that coup, we have to still talk about it. The government at the time was corrupt. There were so much that the government were corrupt. They were looting money all over the place. They were sending money to abroad. Ajali Koko, you're here. You should know what I'm saying. The government at the time were corrupt before the military government came in. So even after the coup, that did not succeed. That
Well, was it
Adu
only the
Ironsi,
northern? Hold on. Was it only because Nnamdi Azikiwe was very much part of that government? So was it only the northerners that were corrupt? Because a good 80, if not 90% of the people slaughtered were northerners. So was it only the
true.
northerners that were corrupt?
Yes. No, it wasn't only the governor. The northerners were corrupt.
It was an
The
ethnic coup.
mistake I feel.
It was
Okay.
an ethnic coup.
No, don't say it was an ethnic coup because the
Was it not?
uh,
You are breaking up, my guy, man.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
Hello,
If you
hold
are
on.
using Bluetooth, remove it. Yeah, carry on. We can hear you now.
Okay, it's just network. I'm basically driving. So I feel like it was a mistake from Kaduna and Zogo because yes, it was a mysterious flying out of Nnamdi Azikiwe out of the country before that coup. I feel like it was very mysterious for him to fly out before that coup, and also some prominent Igbo people that wasn't killed. But what you would take from this, if it's an Igbo coup, I don't think that Ojukwu would have arrested and jailed the people that he was basically because they thought that it was an Igbo coup, that Ojukwu was working with Kaduna and Zogo. He wouldn't have locked them up if it was. He would have found a reason to let them go. But no, he didn't do that. But yeah, I feel like it was a mistake on his part. Um, like I said, I'm not gonna come here and say the some of the Biafrans, whatever the Biafrans did was good. Some of what they did was wrong. But during that war, I feel it was just
The,
it was
the,
just
let me say this, Des. The first blood that led to that civil war, the first blood that led to that civil war was drawn by Kaduna Nzogu when he went and slaughtered the Northerners. And that was what cascaded
yeah.
to where it landed. So the first blood was actually an ethnic blood drawn by Kaduna Nzogu. Would you consider?
Yeah, but one man, I concede that. But if you take your mind back, you would know that as at then, the Northerners were in control of power. As at then, the Northerners were in control of power. The NPC or something like that, the Northern People's Congress, whatever, they were in
NCNC.
control, majorly NCNC. They were majorly in control of power. So what happened was basically um I would say it is basically inevitable that the Northerners won't take a huge hit on that coup because they were in control of power. One man. Anyway, but what I see that Nigerian government did wrong in that coup because when you're fighting a war, you don't go to the it's basically a war against soldiers. When you're fighting a war, it's a war against two soldiers.
It
But
wasn't
when
the
you
Northerners that were in charge of that government, by the way. It was a conflagration of both the North and the East to the exclusion of the Southwest. The Fourth Republic was very much a Northerner Southeast government.
who was the premier? One man. Who was the premier?
No, this
A
guy was the
northerner, right?
premier of his own place. No, you say the prime
No, no.
minister. It
Premiers
was
are in
Tafawa
charge of
No.
Balewa.
The
Was the
prime
regions.
prime minister.
minister. The prime
Is the
minister.
Prime
Sorry, that's what I
Minister,
meant.
Tafa
The
Balewa
prime
was the
minister,
Prime
Tafawa
Minister.
Balewa. That's what I'm saying. It was a northerner. Northerner was sort of like a
Who
president
was the
as at
who was the
then.
president?
It was a
Nnamdi Azikiwe.
But he
ceremonial.
was a ceremonial
It was
president
a
now.
ceremonial president. That's
It was a
different.
joint government. It was a joint government
Who
by
was the Senate President, the head of the Parliament?
it
Nwafo Rizu.
was a joint government by both the
Why wasn't he killed?
parliament.
Why, or was he killed one for Rizu? Was he killed?
One
He
for
was not
reason.
killed. All the
It was
Easterners
One
are
man, can I?
Okpara, the Premier of Eastern Region,
They
Nnamdi
in front of
Azikiwe,
before
Nwafo
the
Rizu, they all escaped. Not a single Igbo blood was dropped in that coup. I'm coming. When it gets
Even
to
though,
my turn, I will
yeah,
elaborate.
Yeah, and
even though it was a joint government. All right, bring it home, Des. Let's go to people who may well know a bit more. Des.
Yeah, my network is bad. Just go to another person. One man, please.
yeah,
All right,
let me just go next person.
all right, brilliant. I'll come to you, Solomon, and then we'll go to Baba for a bit more in-depth understanding because I think he may well have experienced that period. But Solomon, come in.
Yeah, this I just what this was say just how maybe he knows it, but in this war of it, in this whole thing, uh, I don't agree with this with most of the things he was saying because okay, let's just assume that the war has like they've killed, like they said here now, or not like they said, like how it happened. Azikiwe went for medical vacation and no Igbo leader was killed. But after the coup was carried out, those Igbo guys that were arrested, that they arrested, they were still receiving payment in the prison. They were still paying them, and it's not good. If you see, that movement was more like an hypocritical movement, even though they were claiming that they wanted to, um, they want to clean the system. Okay, the all the Igbo elders were not killed, and the guys that carried out this thing were receiving salary. So you see, that was what led to the counter coup of that same year. Yeah, after 6 months. So for the war, I'm not going to really go deep in all this. I just say the point I feel are important. For the war, it was not really we don't need to really say that yes, certain things were happening and all that, but we don't need to really just come out and just say Ojuku like he was really fighting. I don't really see him like really fighting for the people, because these guys are military guys. They know what they've already, the kind of things, the kind of
Well,
issues
was he
they've had.
fighting for oil, as a lot of people believe it was? Was it essentially a fight for oil, which some people believe
He,
it was?
I won't really say it was really a fight for oil, but it should definitely be part of it, because but one thing I know is that his own personal selfish interest was aligned to that fight, to be honest with you. Because even talking about Aburi here, in an article I read, he was told, as in Gowon was supposed to make an announcement, was supposed to make an announcement before him, and he went ahead to make that announcement. And something like that, that announcement really caused, was one of the major things that caused that made this guy got angry. That even though some persons from the south, because this is where I don't really believe the politics of the south, they were like, this agreement you've done with this guy, are you can't stand with it. Many of the south people were against it, even though Gowon has already, the both of them has already agreed in Aburi that, but when he came back, or even before he came back, they've already started telling him that, man, you can't go on with this thing, you can't do this thing. Then Ojuku went ahead. Ojuku was at fault for going first to make that announcement. It was not really, and there would have been a better way of resolving this thing than just using, because innocent people were really killed in this war. Like I said here before, even my grandfather, he was killed in 1969, and some other persons from the north. And people talk about Awolowo. Before, I used to think that Awolowo was really a bad guy, but especially with what Reno has dropped few days, some pure interesting articles. Awolowo when the time for politics reach, we must play the politics. But when it's time for working, he really did well. I won't give it up to him. Even how he was able to send things through the Red Cross and all that, humanitarian, those humanitarian stuff, organizations. He made use of them to send food to the southeast, and Ojuku was even diverting them. You see, these things were the things that made me know that, yeah, this man's personal interest was really in line with and they were kind of using propaganda to tell the people that the foods were poisoned, even though, yeah, like my dad was part of the Biafra war, he benefited from that food, but it was not really good the way he was just diverting those things. The people, this kwashoko of a thing really happened in the southeast. Like, children really suffered from that illness, and it was really a very, very bad one. This war would have been something that that would have been resolved in a very reasonable way than just using because of and you see, at the end of the thing, he just left, even though he did well, but in trying to say that, yeah, he's standing for the people, but the way he went was not really the way. I don't think is how he's
Oh,
supposed to
oh,
go
oh,
about it. And
oh.
many stories that they were saying about this Awolowo guy. I don't think, it's not like, I'm not trying to pander towards anybody here. I'm just trying to get the facts straight here, that because of the lots of articles I read about this whole war and it had Awolowo's role and how even though Gowon was the one that released him, not even Aguiyi, it was Gowon that brought him out of the prison, and still yet he tried. He tried. If he's the only Yoruba man that did well for Igbos, he did very well for us. Yeah. Thank you, Oba.
All right,
One
brilliant.
man, someone mentioned that no Igbo person was killed. The Igbo guy that was killed was Lieutenant Colonel Ato Unebe.
He was in charge
Just
of
so you know,
armory in
Yeah, the
Lagos.
guy
They
it
I'm talking
killed him
doesn't
about.
because he
matter.
didn't open the
He's
armory.
an Igbo guy. The fact remains that he's an Igbo guy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. But he was a soldier.
All right, let's go on to Baba, who may well have a bit more in-depth understanding of that space, only because he witnessed part of it. Let's come to you, Baba, and the way the clips have been sequenced. The story actually kicked off in 1966, January. You corrected when we saw that clip, of course, of Chukwuma Nzogu, rather gleefully telling us about how Ahmedu Bello the Saudada was yanked from his family and shot. So that was the first blood that was drawn there. And very quickly it cascaded into that civil war. And then we all know how that played out. So what was your memories of that time set against the backdrop of the video clips that we've watched and also the narrative that a lot of it was actually about oil? Was oil mentioned at that time? Baba.
Yes, thank you, one man, for the opportunity. Folks on the panel, I salute you all with your knowledge and painstaking analysis, and all the men and women of the comment section. You are the warrior of this panel. I salute you all. Good evening. Please, listeners, watchers, like and share and subscribe to this show. By all means, you can just click like at the moment and then share possibly in between and subscribe also. Thank you very much. One man, I always repeat the word, I'm a witness to this history. And I will want the panelists and gentlemen and women of the comment section to indulge me and let me put these things in historical perspective. Honestly, and as I witness it with my kuru eyes. Firstly, I'll start. Oil was discovered 1956, at Oloibiri, at a place called Oloibiri in today's Rivers State by Shell. Okay. 60s, we got independence. 63, we became a republic. We had northern region, we have western region, we have eastern region. Then later, Midwest was carved out of western region. In the north, as premier, we have premier leading these regions. It was Sir Ahmadu Bello, a Fulani man, revered from Uthman Danfodio dynasty. In the west, we have Obafemi Awolowo. In the east, we have the renowned Nnamdi Azikiwe. I'm sorry, we have Okpara in the east. And in the Midwest, we have Osadebe as premier. So, yes, we had a lot of problems during that period, particularly when Awolowo was jailed. 1963, I think 63. The whole thing started. I'll call it a real fracas. You understand? So I'll fast forward from that period to 66. The country was on fire, particularly in the south, in the west then, not southwest, in the west. Country was really on fire. Then in January 15, I think, 5 majors truck. They were all in the northern barracks. Obasanjo was somewhere in India, but Ojukwu was home. These are the majors. Ifeajuna, Nzogu, Anufuru, Okafo, Ademoyega. There were 5 majors who planned the coup. It was a bloody coup. And these men, I read in the comment section, these were brilliant men. Imagine if these soldiers were this brilliant then. Imagine what the politicians were then. They were giants. Literally, administratively, were giants all over, not only them in Nigeria, all over Africa. I just put that as an aside. When they planned the coup, I want to also let us have an open mind here. Whether we like it or not, during this period, all the people in Midwest then, the Eka Igbo, we call them Eka Igbo. You understand, from Asaba, Onisha Ogbu, Agbo, all those places, we consider them to be Igbos. So if they are saying Nzegu is not an Igbo, then it was classified as Igbo, even though he was from Okpanam, close to Asaba. But Ife Ajuna, a graduate and athlete, I think Olympic medalist, Commonwealth Sports Games medalist, Ife Ajuna, a graduate of University of Ibadan, was from Onitsha. Okafo, Anufuru, purely Easterner. Ademoyega, from today's Ikiti. They planned the coup, quite all right. Who are the people that died? Let's take it from Tafawa Balewa. The prime minister was killed. His wife was killed. Then let's go to the premier. Ahmadu Bello was killed. The wife was killed. Let's come to Southwest. Akitola was killed. Awolowo was lucky. He was in jail. Then let's go to the Midwest. The finance minister, Okotiebo, a very flamboyant man, whose rapper, when he stands as Piccadilly, the rapper will extend up to Bond Street corner. I'm just exaggerating. With a feather so long in his cap, typical Delta man now of today, he was killed also. And then Colonel Shodende was killed. Brigadier Mai Malari was killed, and his pregnant wife was killed also. Wash Pam, a colonel, was killed, and Ademulegun was killed. Brigadier Ademulegun was killed, and about 13 top army officers, then including the lieutenant colonel in Lagos in charge of the armory. He was an Igbo man. He didn't cooperate with them, so he was killed. So all in all of this, no Easterner. The premier of East, they killed the premier of Northwest. They didn't kill the premier of East, which is Okpara. The Senate, what you can call the Senate president, head of the parliament then, Nwafor, no, he escaped. Nnamdi Azikiwe, in fact, I think left 2-3 days before the coup. So the assumption was that they were all informed. They were notified. That's why none of them died. Fani Kayode's father, Fani Power, was arrested by an Igbo officers. Was arrested. Akitola was killed. The wife of Akitola was killed also in that coup. So there was disquiet in the land. Obasanjo, Ojukwu, they all rounded these officers up, including those that were innocent, like Banjo and all the rest. They locked them up. Now, the most senior officer was General Agui Ironsi, a veteran of the Congo War. he assumed power. What did he do in his first month? They were practicing regional politics, federalism, that's a quote here, but federalism. Everybody having his own thing and paying a certain percentage to the central government. Now, this is where it becomes suspicious. Aguiyi had 3 people in his economic team. Fortunately or unfortunately, I put it with an open mind, those 3 people, member of his economic team, were all Igbos. They advised him and he accepted. He converted the government from regional to unitary. That means no region can hold on to anything anymore. Everything has to come to one coffers.
And that is the system we have to date.
Yeah, exactly. I just put it down in a way, break it down so that I'm taking it in sequence. So everything should be in one coffers by decree. I think decree 4. I'm not too sure of that decree because they ruled by decree. So that was accepted. Meanwhile, the North are angry. Honestly, during this period, the Easterners were eulogizing Nzogu because of the spectacular way they killed the Sardauna. And the northern soldiers were just like sitting in anger. Few days ago here, Ribadu came and said they are grateful. If you can read, the word he used that caught my attention, we are grateful to the Jukun man, which is General Danjuma. He was not an Hausa. He's from former Gongula, now Taraba State. He's a Jukun. But he took up the cause because then there were very few. Even the Yorubas were almost non-existent, few in numbers. But the Igbos are all over. About 66% of the officers' corps during this period are Igbos, well-read, brilliant young men. I give it to them. You understand? So they planned their own coup. Danjuma led it. Muritala was part of it. Yaradua was part of it. And the small lieutenants like Babangida and Co. I'm naming this young officer so that you can know the sequence of what has happened to us in Nigeria up to this day, what we are enjoying and what we are suffering. Started from that 66. Then Ironsi undertook to visit the regions. He now got to Western region. There was Colonel Fajui, Adekunle Fajui, I think, who was in charge. That was the day the coup plotters cornered him in the West. In the government house, was confronted. They wanted to kill him. Adekunle Fajui refused. More so that he was senior to those coupists then. And he said, and he used a word that infuriated the coupists. He said, look, if you have to take him away, I will follow him. You can't take him away without taking him away. He's my guest. So he said, okay, come along. And they killed the 2 of them, threw them on the street along, I think, this, according to the news, along Undo Road. So there was stalemate that moment. The next senior officer was Brigadier Ogundipe, was the next in line. But he was cowardly. He ran away. So there was vacuum. It was the British embassy and the British resident high commissioner that called the officers and told the Danjuma group that, look, you cannot do this. You plan the coup. It's a coup of revenge, no doubt about it. But then if you take over power, then there will be another counter coup, there will be another counter coup.
I'm sorry. Why is it that when you're mentioning the first coup, you basically narrated who and who was killed, but the bloodiest coup, you just basically muttered it over, and I don't understand that
No,
part.
no, no, no,
Sorry.
no, 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 don't get me wrong. This coup you talk about, this one I'm talking about, what we refer to as the killing. Oh, good thing you reminded me. During that period, they killed. What led even to, or what infuriated the North most was I mentioned it that the East were eulogizing the coupists because there was a picture where Nzogu put his foot on the chest of the Sadauna. It was photographed. And a musician, Celestine Ogbu, sang in praise, eulogizing Ifeajuna and Nzeogu. You understand? Eulogizing. And that if you listen to Ribadu, they say, we were grateful because they were humiliated. They were humiliated and helpless. And when that coup happened, they started pouncing on the Igbos. And they started killing them in the north. So that's true. They started killing them in the north, in numbers. So it was the British High Commissioner and said, look, with all these killings going on, please, we have to look for a neutral officer to lead you, since Ogundipe has run away. So that was where Lieutenant Gowon was brought in, because he's from Middle Belt. He was a consensus leader. So they made him the military head of state. Now, Ojukwu was a governor in the east already during it, because they distributed themselves. As an Usman Kasina, a Fulani, was the north governor.
So sorry. Was Ojukwu a governor in the east as part of the Inrosi administration?
As part of Iran, yeah, he appointed all of them. He appointed all of them. So he was a governor when this happened.
Who did he appoint to the southwest?
It was Fajui. After Fajui was killed, General Adebayo took over.
Oh, okay, carry on.
General Adebayo took over when Fajui died. So during this period, Ojukwu, now when Gowon came on board, Gowon, that's I think July. This was July now. I think after he settled down for about a month, he sent for Awolowo. He will release Awolowo from jail. Awolowo was in Calabar. So Awolowo came home. Yorubas were very grateful to him. It was a big welcome. Then the troubles started. The East were angry. They were going back. Ojukwu called them back home. No war during this period. No Biafra in 66. No Biafra. Ojukwu called them home.
Well, did Ojukwu call them back home as a result of the genocide being perpetrated against them in the north?
Exactly. That he called them back home. And they all started going back. But still no declaration then. It was like, okay, with this kind of thing going on, let's come back here. Come back home and rest your head. So the trouble actually started.
Sorry to interject, Baba. Please, I want to ask you a question. Sorry. I thought it was because of the killing that was going on in the north that prompted Ojukwu to tell them to come back home.
Yeah, that was what I said.
Okay.
That was exactly what I said.
Okay.
Yeah. Now ask them to come back home. No, to fast forward to 67, they declared the Republic of Biafra because Ojukwu wanted us to go back to federalism. Now that the unitary thing that will have given them upper hand has failed. This is my own interpretation. Because your own person, your own officer, your tribesman declare unitary, which favored you guys because you are controlling now the central pause. Now that is another person is there, a Benue Plateau man, as we call that region then, you now said we should go back to regional. And Gowon said no.
Baba, I disagree with you. No, go on and say no. Sorry. That's not where sorry, I don't mean to cut this interject. No, can I just say this real quick?
Let me understand your interjection. That Gowon didn't say no to federalism, revert to federalism.
No. What disagreement was what the part of Aburi where they disagreed, unless everything was.
No, I'm going there. Listen, this is why they went.
It's not at Aburi yet.
They are not at Aburi
you're not
yet.
at Aburi yet. Oh, okay, sorry. I was thinking, okay.
No, it was during this period, General Ankara of Ghana invited both Ojukwu and Gowon when Biafra was declared to Ebri. It's called Ebri, but we always say Aburi. It's a presidential lodge on your way to Kufuridua in the mount. They call these places mountain. It's a president. It's in Ebri, a town they call Ebri, but it's spelled Aburi. They call them. By then, Ojukwu has promoted himself to a general. He came to Ebri in shirts, long sleeve, and in trousers. Gowon and came with what you now will call today technocrats. He didn't come with any other soldiers. He came alone in mufti with his signature cigarettes dangling on his lips with technocrats. Gowon came with military men. He came with Mobolaji Johnson of Lagos because the 12 states had been created to break that east. Out of the east, River State was created. The Ikwere people, the Calabaris, the Brass people, the Jaws were drawn into River State.
Sorry to pause you, Baba. Those states, were they created as a result of petitions from those people to say that they don't essentially see themselves as Easterners?
No.
Created before Aburi or after Aburi, Baba?
No, they created it just to break that Eastern jinx because he has captured all those places and they're like Igbos. You understand?
Was it created before or after?
No, after Aburi.
It was after Aburi they created.
It was after Aburi.
You were telling us like in Aburi or something like that. Okay.
All right.
No,
stay muted. Stay
so
muted.
they came to Ebri. Gowon went with Akinwale Way, head of Navy, Mobolaji Johnson, and a whole host of, I think Kam Salem was part of it, a policeman. They're all even in uniform. So they came, Ojukwu put their own case forward brilliantly, calling for true federalism, like we are calling for today. And Gowon is insisting on the unitary, which Ironsi put in place. But at the end of the day, Ojukwu, masters from Oxford, rich man. So he gained upper hand because he came with technocrats. He came ready. He knows where he was going. All Gowon and his team wanted was peace. They signed. In actual fact, they signed the Ebri Accord. Ojukwu went back happy. Gowon went back. It was when he got back, these young Turks, including then Colonel Usman Kassina, Dan Juma, and all the rest, looking at the agreement, and then Awolowo following them and looking at it, it's like, what did you sign? Do you know exactly what you signed? How could you sign this? That was how Ebri was rejected. And then Biafra said, well, if you're on Ebri, we stand, because you put your signature to it. And the rest of Nigeria, we are not buying into this. We are not buying into this. Ebri will stand. That's what you signed. That was how the war started.
But sorry, I'm sorry. Honestly, the Aburi, yes, there was an agreement, but I thought the only part of the Aburi that broke apart was the creation of states. Because yes, they agree in Aburi, go on sign everything, but then when they came back, the people that approached Go on that they didn't agree with that part of Aburi that they will not divide the East were the people of the rivers. And in fact, the permanent secretary at that time was Prince Akinzua, which later became the Oba of Benin. He was the one that actually led
Yeah,
those guys
exactly.
to make Go
It
on.
was
And so
Ministry of Defense or
Go on,
something.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Go on didn't was initially told them that they already signed, you can't go against it. But those guys kept insisting that no, you can't sign our future to the Igbos. We have, and again, earlier on, remember the Adaka Buru situation. Those one were still angry about that. So
That was
they
even
pressure
before.
Go
Yeah,
on.
before.
But wait now, let me. They pressure Go on, and Go on decided to organize a meeting between them and Ojuku in Benin. In Benin, the video is still on YouTube where they set up that meeting. But Ojuku didn't show up. He didn't send
No,
anybody,
he
and
didn't
that's
go.
when
He didn't
Ojuku now
attend.
said. He said in Aburi I stand. I was not even trying to negotiate with those people. So the cause of that war was because Ojukwu didn't want to discuss that issue with the river, those South people. Was then go on and say, okay, if you don't show up, then I will just honor these people, their request. And if for that reason, Ojukwu now declared
Hello?
Biafra.
Okay.
Oh,
You are
all
right.
right, Mike. Mike, I think what Baba is giving us is an eyewitness account of that event. So an eyewitness account.
No. But he's saying, but what he says is that uh, when the other people say they don't agree with everything Aburi and go on now tear the Aburi agreement, and that's what's led to war. No, he never turned. He may have disagreed, but he never turned the agreement, Aburi agreement, or
No,
even discussed further. He
he
didn't even
signed
get a
it. It
chance
was
to
when he
announce.
came back home.
Hold on, remember, he didn't even get a chance to announce, like to speak. You understand? To even talk further about what they discussed in Aburi. They never discussed further. The only first thing they
Mike,
No. So sorry. Let Baba give us this. I think people are actually listening to him. So pick it up from what Mike interjected and then continue, Baba.
Okay, the agreement, the Abri agreement, was set aside by the federal side because they blame Gowon. They didn't know what they were doing because they were all military men. So at the end of the day, Ojukwu insisted that is the agreement they have to follow, all or nothing. It was at that period Nigeria was now divided into 12 states. DTS Spiff, I think he was the commander then, under 30, was made the governor of Rivers State. His Suene was in the southeast. A Suene, an Air Force officer, was in southeast. Lagos, Mobolaji Johnson. In the west, General Adeyinka Adebayo. I can't remember the one with they created Benue Plateau State. I can't remember who was in Benue Plateau State now. In the north, as an Usman Castina still reigns supreme. But the whole thing was 12. So Ojukwu sat back and then it became belligerent. It cut off. Biafra has been declared. To him, also Rivers State, everybody is part of it. Gowon didn't realize that he's serious. He sent policemen down. They call it police action. To go, I mean, it's laughable anyway, to go and arrest Ojukwu. And of course, those policemen never returned. That's how the hostility started. And they were ready. This is my belief. They were very, very ready. But if Nigerian side was not ready, because find it unbelievable. But they have on their side, because they were very ready. I don't know how to put it.
When did they start recruiting South African mercenaries? Is it in the course of the war or in the build-up to it?
In the course of the war, that was where they showed up, because they prepare a strip. They call it Uli strip. I can't remember where Uli actually is, whether it's Umahia or something. That's where a kind of a runway they prepared. That was how the South African came in. Gabon was in bed with them, France, Cote d'Ivoire, and a few other countries. And South Africa joined them because of the apartheid thing. All Africa was like not cooperating with them, and they believed that Nigeria was the instigator of Black Africa against them. So they aligned with Ojukwu, and he embraced them. Quite all right. And there was also the Israel connection, which is not really established, which was suspected. So when they started a war, the Nigerian troops thought it was like a walk in the park, but they were very surprised at the tenacity, the digging in of the Southeast. But Ojukwu got cocky somewhere along the line. He was too sure-footed of what they planned, because he had all these technocrats with him, Shino Achebe, all the rest. They were there. They had connections. They schooled in America. They schooled in England and everything. Go on. And the federal side had only Awolowo. Awolowo was the only remnant remaining of those giants then. But they made him an unofficial prime minister. That's deputy to Yakubu Gowon. They listened to him. He was the finance minister. He held our public purse. So it was even then federal government started buying ammunitions and buying equipment because they were not ready. And Ojukwu got ambitious. He felt that because of the perceived weakness of the rest of Nigeria, he could even take the Southwest, because now he had the mercenaries in. So they came. Banjo, then he has released Banjo from prison. So Banjo has joined the Biafran army. Whether he was coaxed or not, I don't know.
How long into the war did they start doing air raids on how long into the war did they start doing air raids on Lagos?
1968. They bombed Lagos.
And how did Lagos take to that? Was the Southwest already in that war, as at the time they were air raiding Lagos? And how did Lagos respond, and by extension the Southwest respond to air raids on Lagos and dropping bombs?
We were really terrified. I was in afternoon session in school. I saw the front tire or the back tire of the aircraft when it was shot down. The intent was to bomb, because around that Marine Beach area to near today's Julius Baja headquarters near Ijora Olokpa, to where we call, if you take that Manshi water towards Apapa Port, we call that place Apapa Elemu, where naval headquarters stand today, naval base. So we have tank farms, Shell tank farm, Mobile tank farm, I think they're still there up to today. So the intent was to bomb those tank farms, and Lagos will burn.
What justification did they what justification did they have for that? What rationale underpinned that?
Well, if you ask them, they said because Lagos was the capital. But if you ask me, I think it was an affront to my own tribe. I may be biased, I don't know. That's my opinion. Even as a young boy then, that was the opinion of our parents. And that was how the Yorubas went en masse into the army. Because it was at that period too, they were coming to Lagos by road, led by Banjo and some mercenaries. They overrode Asaba, went into Benin. David Ejo was in charge of Benin as Colonel David Ejo, and he ran away. They opened the central bank this thing office there in Benin and took all, because they printed their own money during this period, but the money was worthless, not usable internationally, because Biafra was not recognized but by just very few countries. So they needed money. So they looted everything. The central bank state office there. And they started coming and they got even to Ore. I mean, if you get to Ore, you're already in Lagos. In Ore, the federal troops died. People like General Akinria did, then there were young officers, Bajowa, and all the rest. Ore was one of the hottest battles fought during that war. A lot of Nigerian soldiers died in their thousands, and they managed somehow to push them back.
Can I just speak now, please? I think Baba has
Okay.
No. Baba is giving a narrative, so we're all listening.
No, because some of his he started off nicely, and now sentiments and incorrect narratives have started to creep in, and I don't feel very comfortable.
You can interject. You can interject to make a correction or to dispute a point, but I think everybody is actually following Baba.
No,
but
really,
if you want to interject, yeah.
No, one man, if you know me, I don't like interjecting people. I don't like people breaking my thoughts, and at the same time, I don't like my thoughts to be broken.
Oh man, let him
Continue,
interject. No, please go ahead. Please,
no, sir,
please go ahead.
I don't want to break your thoughts.
Baba,
we are having a discussion.
Baba, carry on, because you are in the process of a narrative, which I think is everybody's enraptured by it. So carry on, and then. Yeah, Alexander. Yeah, let's except from the chairman, Alexander. Is what Baba is giving us so far? Is it a near enough accurate depiction of what happened then?
105% correct. 105. Everything he said was exactly what happened. 105% correct. Look, let's be honest. The Biafras won the Civil War because they had taken the essence of Nigeria away from Nigeria. They are taking Port Harcourt. They are taking Warri.
What are you talking about, man? What are you
be
talking
quiet,
about?
Be quiet. Be quiet.
You keep quiet.
Be quiet.
No, Tony, hold on. Now, you can interject, but the language. No. Sorry.
Come on, what is this?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. Tony is new here, so for the benefit of Tony, we have just one rule here. Anything else is free for all, but one rule and one rule only: no foul language. That's just the one rule. It's fine because you're new here. But you can push anybody as hard as you can. But no foul language. That's just the one rule.
I used the word "be quiet" on that young man talking, because I think he was the same one that told me that I should save my money and go send it to my people in Nigeria to eat.
I'm not the person. I didn't.
You know the guy, Doctor. You know the guy, Doctor Damages.
No, I'm not. I never said that to you. But one thing you
should
know is that I will not sit down and
that's neither. Look, listen. I'm too old to start exchanging words with you, man. Come on.
You don't know my age, so don't.
I'm sure I'm old enough to be your father.
Unless you are in your mid-60s. Oh, hold on. Unless you are in your mid-60s, then Alexander is older than you. Unless you are in your mid-60s, Alexander is older than you.
I'm nowhere near that.
Well, there you are. Well, he is.
Okay. So, one man, look, I have to be very factual over here. Baba has said absolutely everything that happened. He was 105% right. Baba is a little bit older than I am. But when this thing was happening, I was in London. I was not in Nigeria. But I read all these things in the early 70s, just after the war, when I got to Nigeria. But from my analysis, being a historian, I know for a fact that, but for Ojukwu, who for me would be the greatest evil man that ever lived, but for his over ambition, he actually won the war because he had captured the soul and essence of Nigeria. He had taken Port Harcourt, he had taken Benin, and he had taken Warri. Now, Port Harcourt and Warri, we know what they stand for. That's oil. But his mistake was saying that, let's go and capture Lagos. We want to go to the seat of power. We're going to Lagos. And that was why...
sorry, sorry. Let me just ask you a question.
You're not letting me
when
finish.
You say, no, when you say taking, yeah, is it at the cost of the war? Because when you say taking, I have
they had
narrative
captured.
that,
He had captured. They had captured.
But,
Baba
those
used
regions,
the word.
Those
Baba
regions
used
were
the
eastern
word,
regions at the first.
Baba
Lagos
used the
was never
word.
Eastern region.
No, Warri and Benin is not Eastern region. And yes.
Baba
He's
used
talking
the
about
word.
Port
Warri
Harcourt. That's
was
what I'm saying.
Midwest.
Oh God, this is
When he's
getting
talking
rowdy.
about Port
Warri and
Harcourt.
Benin is Midwest.
All right. Des, let Alexander complete his interjection, and then Baba continue with his narrative.
So they had taken over. They had captured Port Harcourt. They had captured Warri. They killed a lot of people from Asaba. There was a major exchange between the Biafrans and Nigeria in Asaba, and a lot of people died. Murtala Mohammed was the head of the military at that point. Biafra had captured, Biafra pushed them all the way back, and they went to capture Benin, like Baba said. They went to the Central Bank of Nigeria in Benin and raided the Central Bank of Nigeria and Benin. And this popular story at the time was they left one kobo. I'm sure Baba would remember. They left 1 penny or 1 naira or something. Baba, do you remember that?
Yeah, one kobo was what they found.
Yeah, so when they were heading for Ore, was when they realized, okay, these people are coming to Lagos. And I had said it on this platform about 1.5 years ago. Biafra soldiers were in Shagamu. They were in Shagamu during they had penetrated the west on their way in Shagamu when they were captured. So and this is the point that nobody's making. I don't know whether Baba knows about this. Israel was behind Biafra. So when Israel was a superpower at the time, when Israel realized that you've captured the essence of this country, just declare independence. You've got it what you want. Declare it. Or you could say, no, we're going to Lagos. And that was what happened. And they lost in Ore. When they lost to Ore, they lost to Ojukwu. They surrendered to Obasanjo. And that was the end of the war. That was what happened. Nigeria had more men, but Ojukwu had more very intelligent people around it, like Baba said. So that's the summation. But in terms of what Baba said, my brother is actually older than I am.
Well, was it the arrogance of that Oxford education that was his undoing?
I think it's a bit of. I don't want to get a little bit. I don't want to get tribalistic.
Exactly.
I don't want to get tribalistic here. But I can only use the word codedly. The overambitious of the great man called.
Sir, you're already being tribalistic already.
I'm not being tribalist. I'm being factual. What are you talking about?
But okay, Alexander, when you said the war ended in Ore, that was actually wrong. The war didn't.
The war ended.
What he meant was at that point.
It meant to all intents and purposes. Yeah.
No, where did they surrender? They surrendered in Ore.
No. They talk about the battle. That already is the beginning of the war. That was actually the beginning.
Baba, where did the war end? When did
You know,
Biafra
you
surrender?
have it up here in Umaya.
Umahia, it ended actually a few months later.
Where it ended. Half truths.
It was where it ended later in the month.
The
Because
Ore was the beginning. That was the beginning. The first
I
battle.
think he need to go revisit because I know for a fact that Biafra surrendered in Biafra surrendered in Ore.
Good morning.
No,
All that Gomez
that
is
was
saying.
like
No,
Sorry,
hold
Baba.
on. We don't want. It's an important topic. We
But
don't
anyway,
want.
let me let Baba carry on. I just called in to say that Baba's submission is 105% correct. That's what I call it.
All right, let's take. Hold on, War Peace. Let's take War Peace's comment, and then after that we go back to Baba. War Peace.
Woman, before I make comment, do you see my voice is sounding different? And you couldn't even check on me.
I checked on you now. I sent you several messages.
I was dying. My house, my full house has coronavirus. Even my new baby house will be on intensive care. Yeah.
Is it back
I just
in?
got yeah, in Japan. I've been struggling since last week, man. My kids, my wife, everybody was down. At one point, 7 of us was down. My newborn baby.
All right. Let's talk about that offline. Only because that word you just said is a trigger word for YouTube. So
okay, sorry. What Agagome was saying was true. The war actually ended in Ore. Whatever ended in Umaya was just the aftermath of it. When they lost in Ore, that way the war ended. And I wish they have stayed in Benin and declared Benin Republic, declared independence in Benin. I mean Republic in Benin, and the war would have been over for Nigeria too. That was just my contribution to what Agagome was saying. Thank you.
All right. Back to you, Baba.
Okay. So the whole thing started when they were pushed back, and even Shoyinka at that period visited the East. He was rebuffed. He came back to the
was
Nigerian
Shoyinka in favor of the war initially? Was he in favor of the war?
How do I put it? He wanted, to me, the way I read it is like he wanted peace. Though everybody says he was on the side of Biafra, but I think what he went there to do is just to appeal to the vanity of Ojukwu. But when he didn't succeed and he came back, Gowon put him in jail. This same Shoyinka they are abusing and denigrating today spent the rest of, until the war ended, he was in jail.
For 22 months.
So the thing is, when they were pushed back, Odumegu got infuriated. I don't know where they got their intelligence from. I said Banjo sabotaged them. He has to look for excuse anyway why they did not succeed, because everybody said enough is enough. At that point where you are, just declare and then put your flag there. But he wanted all or nothing. And he got what he wanted.
Baba.
Yes,
Baba.
sir.
No, sorry, carry on, Baba. Sorry about that, Des, but let him narrate this thing.
So Banjo and some officers were found guilty, tied to the stake, shot and killed like common armed robbers. But then Adakaburu too died. During that was, I think, the blackest for me of that period.
What was the role of Adakaburu in that war? When
they released it, because when they released our war, they released Adakaburu too. Adakaburu was given a command because they know the creek more than anybody. In fact, you can't believe the funny thing of that war. I saw the Ijos being recruited in a street in Ajegule. We call the street Olo Jawiteje. Let anybody dispute it. That was where the recruitment of that battalion was recruited, on the street. That was how unprepared Nigeria was. They were giving their uniform, training them in the morning. It was a spectacle, because even at my age then, I see soldiers during ceremonies. I've never saw any soldier in uniform until 1966 coup. You don't see soldiers on the street, so there were not that many. They were all in the barracks. So when they started recruiting soldiers on the streets, and they shave their hair, and that's the first sign you see anybody with shaved hair is a new recruit in the army. So that's just an aside. So the war went on. They were becoming weak, and then no food propaganda started. Though, like a young man here, Solomon stated that I will send food or no, but well, I don't want argument about that. But I'm saying emphatically here that starvation is a justified weapon of war. If it's that what the Biafran say was applied against them, it is justified. War is not tea party. You don't serve salad to your enemy combatants in the morning and give them ishiwu in the afternoon and serve them ugu soup in the evening. It's not done anywhere. So it was a valid weapon of war. They used that as weapon. Propaganda started. Shukumerije and this brilliant Igbo guy who was.
Can you remember the name of the artist that was singing songs of how Nzogu?
Celestine Oku. The man who.
Do you know?
Uku, either OKWU was, I think.
Celestine Uku, UKWU, Uku. See, Baba.
Yes, please, let's let Baba flow. We'll come back to you. You had the floor first. Sorry, too many interjections. Yeah.
So this was how. But the thing for me here is, in Guinea-Bissau, there were two brothers, Louis Cabra and Amilcar Cabra. They died. Louis died in the war. Heroes die with their people. In Angola, Jonas Savimbi, leading UNITA, did not run away and leave his people. He died. He stood firm. Even though with the backing of America, he was defeated, but he died in the war. All those heroes, Sam Nujoma, everybody, they didn't run. Ojukwu fled, left his people with lots of money in his bag. It was a last flight. There was even a book, Last Flight Out of Uli. That is the Uli airstrip, and went to Cote d'Ivoire. He was staying in a place we call Plateau in Cote d'Ivoire, enjoying himself, and left his people. What he told his people is he was going to get more weapons. That was cowardly. That was cowardly. And all those elites started leaving, even before Ojukwu left, they started sneaking out through Cameroon, Gabon, and they all left their people. So it was Effiong that was left to surrender to Obasanjo. So that was how, and when it ended, look at that picture. It was true. Pictures don't lie. That was not the period of A1 or the period of, what do you people call it now, where they fake pictures. You can see even the federal troops, they embraced the Biafran soldiers. It was like a brotherly war. When it was over, it was relief for everybody. I must have cut out a lot of side, not because I wanted, but just my memory failed me or the long narrative. It was nothing. Everything they were just talking today is all propaganda. Ojukwu was guilty as hell. All this, because these are elites, they don't want their people to throw stones at them. So they have to feed them some stories to tell them why we went, why we were defeated. It was their personal ambition. They felt they could raise a nation that would be the cynosure of all eyes in Africa. They felt they could do far better. They could be another Israel in Africa. They could be the beacon of Africa. Yeah, were they capable? Yeah, maybe. Nigerians are brilliant. They were trained. I mean, you could see them. But then war is a different ballgame entirely. You can tell when it started, but you can't tell when it's going to end. So they failed woefully, and they now use propaganda, which now we are just pushing back. It may be too late, or it may not be too late, but that's the reality. Ojukwu failed his people.
Baba.
Thank you.
All right,
Baba, let me
brilliant.
just 1 minute, please.
One man.
1 minute.
Hold on.
I'm still waiting.
Hold on, Des. Hold on, Des and Tony. So Tony, I'm going to go to Hassan next, and then after Hassan, you. So we get a northern perspective, and then you come in after him. So Hassan, you were, of course, you were probably not even thought of at that time, but I'm sure there's been narrative, because there's no story told more than the Biafran story within the Nigerian space. So what's your understanding of that space set against the narrative that Baba just gave us? Hassan, good to see you.
Hello, everyone. It's been a while since I've been here. It's nice to come back here today. Although today we are going to touch on a lot of people's sensibilities and sensitivities. So I just want to beg your pardon before I even begin, because I know a lot of people are not going to be happy. But it's history. It is what it is, and since lives has been lost, it's a tragedy that has already happened. And if we do not want to repeat the mistakes of our forefathers, we would have to learn the lesson. And there is no point in sugarcoating all these things. I have heard a lot of the narratives, and especially that of Baba. And I've had people trying to interject him, and I see how this discussion can be very emotional for people. But I just want people to bear with me as I narrate my own part of the collective, the collective history and experiences of the people of the North regarding what has happened. Now, look, as it concerns, the civil war, and especially before the Nigeria got its independence. The way we are in northern Nigeria, we're a very conservative people, and the way in which we relate with our elites, there is some form of reverence that we have for our elites, and it's not as if it's a stupid thing to follow your elders. This is the way we are, and the elders that we had then were elders of integrity. These are elders who actually protected our interests in real time. Baba said it, and he said, Amadou Bello, Tafawa Balewa, those people that, actually fought for Nigeria's independence, they were giants. These are not ordinary people. These are not the kind of people that you produce, every time, especially for the north of that period of time. They were seasoned, administrators. They've gone through everything that you want them to go through. And these are people who were revered. And for somebody like the Sardana of Sokoto, this is also somebody who is who is coming from a family that, have, the spiritual stool. And he also has, the official stool of government as the premier. And it was not even for the people of the north, the fact that these people have been murdered in cold blood, and the Igbos, are now in charge. What was happening was there was this common physiology, and this is just look at all of us, we have a way in which we behave, which is kind of like our culture. There is a competitive nature even in cultural and social cycles. In southern Nigeria, the atmosphere, the culture there is more competitive. And when something happens, the tendency to come back at your detractors and naysayers, and kind of you try to put it back at them, show them, or just make a little bit display to make them feel jealous. It was just that kind of an atmosphere where they came back, and I was saying, and they were telling the northerners, like, ga Sardauna nan Allahnku gashi nan mun kashe shi. What it translates is the Sardauna that you guys are worshipping, we have killed him. This was a general occurrence in Sokoto, in Maiduguri, in Kano. Igbo traders will stop, they would hang one photo of Nzegu, his boots to the neck of the Sardauna. That was after Agui Ironsi has declared himself head of state. After the Northerners were already sitting, in fact, that these guys have been murdered, and even at that, there was no, punishment, no justice. Just imagine how it felt, and a lot of people say that the Southeasterners that were at the helm at that time, they were brilliant, they were intelligent. I don't think just because you are intelligent, you can cram big English words, or you can master some form of the language of the white man. If you are not intelligent enough to understand social realities, what is happening, what the things that are happening in different parts of the country, and what it can lead to, and you are not doing anything to prevent it, you allow your people free reign to do whatever they like, okay, to taunt people that you played a very big role, at least even if that there is that perception, you should, as a responsible person, who grew up among people, to understand that, okay, if it is group psychology, people will want to exact revenge at some point. Now they would show Northerners this picture and say, look at the god you are worshiping, Sardona, we have finished him, now you are under us, that kind of taunting. And they would play this music in Market Square, in their shops where they do their things. So it was a constant in your face kind of mockery against the people that are hosting you. You are doing a business, so your brother now is now in charge, and you are telling them, you are reminding them that this is what you've done, this is what you do. Even if people have give you a benefit of the doubt, you would very easily, you are going to ignite something that is very, very animalistic out of them, and that will not be good. Now, in truth, what
They are still
actually
doing it
happened was
today
true.
now. We'll conquer Lagos.
In truth, yes, in truth, we will look, and that is experimental probability. Something has happened before, then there is more likelihood that it will happen, especially if that is coming from a collective culture, from a collective place, from a particular place in that culture. Now, that is true. So now the killing actually happened. The genocide actually happened. But it would be wrong to just frame it as if no, the people did not just woke up one day out of nowhere, just like that, because some few soldiers did that. If the soldiers killed Sarona, that was for them. But what the Igbo people within northern Nigeria did, that eventually caused that program, that supposed it was not good, it was a bad thing, but every action has an opposite reaction. So it's just the law of the universe, and that was what caused it. So the soldiers had their own, but that is at an administrative level with the government and all that. But at the grassroots, people who were within, the people who were they say when you are in Rome, you do like the Romans do. And emotional intelligence always dictates that you measure the environment that you are in and you behave accordingly. I don't know why, especially the experiences of the people who have hosted
You're breaking up, Hassan.
Please, they try, they fall into this loop. Or am I back?
Yeah, you're back. Carry on.
So essentially, if the if the five majors, did what they did and deserve to be punished at that level. That was their crime, let's say it's just an elitist thing, okay, between the people who were, ruling the country, and it does not concern. But for the ordinary person on the streets, it is that mockery, that daily, and taunting, haunting, and just being made a mockery of because somebody is thinking. So you can imagine how things got out of control the moment people had that, okay, the power is no longer in these people's hands, that the power is now with the northerner. Now they want to get revenge, and you can imagine how things like that can escalate. Now that was what happened. Now, and regarding this war too, Nigeria, I was hearing some people saying that Gawan and so sorry, Ojukwu would have won the war. There was no way in hell Ojukwu would have won that war. If he could only delay it, but it was inevitable. He was going to lose. No way in hell, because there is the economics of war, and if you look at it and analyze it critically, you would see that it did not favor the Biafran position. What actually happened? The majority of the people that supported Biafra, the key person that supported Biafra, was France. And even France, they did not support Biafra, out of goodwill or their fraternity, egalite, or how do they do that? Their hypocritic thing. They supported Biafra because of oil. Now, uh, ELF, there's a French oil company wanted to get their hands into that juicy oil that was discovered around Nigeria at that time. But, Shell and British Petroleum BP, sorry, by that time, they were the ones who,
It
were
was
already more
Total.
invested. I'm not sure. Whatever it is the BP. I think it is British Petroleum that is the driving company and all that. But then still, at that time, it was the Americans and the people of Britain, that had the majority of the investments in those places. And what actually also happened is at that time, the Soviet Union and the USSR was trying to, coerce Nigeria into having, because there was this atmosphere of the Cold War. So they wanted to do something for Nigeria to just get it into its own fold. The Soviet gave us airplanes, they gave us pilots. So even if you look at it the way it was when the war started, Nigeria had three, permanent members of the United Nations behind it: the Soviets, the Americans, and the British. With France, even at that, France was just like using the cat's paw. They didn't want to be directly involved, but they were sending mercenaries, and they were sending arms, and they were sending logistical support and all that to Ojukwu. But in the grand scheme of things, France just wanted to, take, even if there is a half chance, France wanted to try its luck to see if by some miracle Ojukwu wins, then France will at least say they have a foothold, and their countries can come and gain from there. But the British and the Americans were not stupid. They already know what they have invested in that part of Nigeria, and so they supported Nigeria. And with the level of, what has happened, so that means material is secured, because what you need most in war is supplies, the machinery, the arms, the ammunition, and then you also need the bodies, and then you also need the expertise. Nigeria had, if Biafra gets one or two, Nigeria can produce 50 or 100 in no time. So it is even irrational to think that Biafra would win. Yes, they could delay it if they get supplies, but there was no way in hell that they were going to win that war. It was a stupid war. And it did not, for somebody who was Oxford trained and has had experience in some form of warfare. That was something that I don't know. Maybe it was not even rooted. The whole war, you can argue that okay, the economic aspect, kind of, took him over, took Ojukwu over, and he was just looking at dollar signs and things like that. Even at that, he made so much wrong decisions along the way, which ensured that a lot of people, his people, keep getting killed. Yes, Nigerians died, oh, don't get me wrong, because the bulk of the people who fought this war are from the north, are from northern Nigeria. To even tell, and the way the north takes when it takes things personal, and when it is ascribed to religion and things like that, able-bodied men were anxious, always anxious. I cannot remember off the top of my head, but a lot of soldiers were expended during that war. A lot of soldiers running into the hundreds of thousands, especially on the Nigerian side, running into the hundreds of thousands were expended in that war. I have a granddad who his soul rest in peace, who was a policeman during the war. I was looking at his his pictures the other day. At that time, they were wearing shorts as their uniform, one kind of uniform like that, very odd kind of looking. So he has
Kaki,
told me.
Abi, Kaki.
Yeah. He had told me before during that time that if you wanted to be a soldier, and a lot of the youths in northern Nigeria were, giving up themselves for service because they were anxious to go and finish the Igbo threat. And because the narrative has already there are aspects of religion also in it, and the way
Is there still a hangover of that in the north still till today?
no, I don't think so. I don't think so because
no, I can hear it in your voice.
Yes, that's what I said. There's a bias in your voice, man. Let's say you've
Rightfully
got a
so.
bias.
I will not
Rightfully
answer
so. I'm
any
not
of you.
condemning
I
you,
will
but
only
we
talk
need
to
to
one man.
vent. We need to vent and then get it off our
To me,
system.
man, that's a
Purge
problem with
ourselves off
us. If
our
you cannot
system.
address it, if you
Don't
cannot
worry.
No,
reach out.
worry.
Don't
I'll
worry.
come to you. I'll come to
I'm
you.
not
You will
condemning
vent.
you,
Don't
Ribado.
worry. Don't worry. Don't
This is
worry.
not Ribado, by
Don't
the way.
worry.
This is
I'm not
Hassan.
Ribado. This
This
is
is
not
Hassan.
Ribado.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Hassan.
Okay,
I'm
so
not condemning you, rightfully
you
so. Let us vent, okay? It's okay for us to vent. That's the way to purge it out of our system. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. I have, but the way I see it now, I hear with you that is one of the ways to get it out of our system. Because when I look at the Southeast now and one man, what I tend to my diagnosis of this problem of the Southeast is that there is a trauma, and that trauma, is as a result of that war that happened. Now the elders and the
Do you
people
think
of
they're
the
still held?
Southeast.
Sorry, Hassan. Do you think they're still held hostage by that war even till now?
Yes. It's just like me and you at a personal level. If I were to lose somebody very close to me today who dies, and then I refuse to mourn that person, do you know my mental health would deteriorate, and I'll begin to make wrong decisions. As a human being, you have to feel your emotions and then agree to it that, yeah, that person is gone and will not come anymore. If you put it in your mind that, okay, somehow there is some kind of or you tell yourself lies, or you change reality, or you change history, then you will have to be compensating and overcompensating. Now, collectively as a people, that is what has happened to the Igbo people. Instead of their elders to bring them down, tell them, okay, this was what happened. This is a trauma. We did something and we were wrong and it backfired and we paid the price for it. And this is what we are facing today. And this is what we are going to do.
Correct.
To make sure that this does not happen. But they kept giving them different timelines and different wrong things that did not happen in reality. Now, in trying to compensate for this, another generation came that did not know any better. And of course, they will agree with their elders And then this will be a collective trauma that will continue. And up until they take time to address it and address it well. And when it's time, in ji Bahaushe ya ce idan lokacin wanka yayi ba boyen cibi. That the translation is that when it is time for bathing, then there is no point in trying to trying to hide your nakedness when it's time to bath. You have to remove your clothes. You need everywhere to be washed clean.
Oh, all right, brilliant, Hassan. Stay with us just for as long as you can. You're up next, Tony. Is it Tony or just Tone? Which one do you
can
prefer?
call me whatever. That's my real name. I don't go by pseudonym.
All right.
Call me Tony or Tone.
All right. Let's hear from you, Tony. Yeah.
Okay. Let me address Hassan before I go on the general thing. Hassan, I don't have any problem with you. I don't have any problem with Northerners. Yeah.
Sorry, Tony. Deji, you're up after Tony. Yeah, carry on, Tony.
Yeah, Northerners are not my problem. In fact, with my colleague when I was in military school. Okay, and one of my best friends is here with me in the UK. I mean, he's one of the realest person. So before I want to pick on a few things, Baba, I'm very, very, very sorry if I've come out disrespectful. I respect my elders and the other gentleman.
No, that's to Sir Alexander Gomez.
No. I think it's appropriate for me to address you and address a one man. This is a channel. I don't disrespect people, but what gets my my blood boiling is when I hear things that are not untrue. And this is a problem that we have today, that we have to keep passing on half truths and wrong narratives. And let me just clarify my position. I am proudly Igbo. Yeah, I am proudly Igbo, but I'm not IPOB. I do not believe in IPOB. I do not believe in the way they go about. Are the Igbos marginalized? Yes, definitely they are marginalized. And I used to believe in one Nigeria, but with the things that have gone on in the past 1 year now, I think I begin to see things in a different light. Now, Baba was narrating all his narrative were correct until that bombing of Lagos. Well, I'm not sure, but I think it was the federal troops that went into Biafra and bombed first. Now, for your information, Baba, one of those people that piloted that aircraft was a relative. Okay, so I know. So it's not matter where. It's not a case of where I was told or I read somewhere or someone told me. This is firsthand of the people were involved. And Ifajuna, I never met him. He's my mom's first cousin. All right. I shouldn't be saying this, but I just want you guys to know so that we'll know what we're talking about, because we pass on wrong narrative because of tribalism and all sorts of biases in us to people, to our generation, and they pass on to their children. So if we do not correct those wrong narratives, we cannot go forward as a nation. Now we're talking about 1966.
All right, Tone. Take us through the
man, let him give
timeline.
his perspective. It's very important.
No, of course. He's going to do that. Take us through the timeline as far as you understand it.
Okay. Before 1966, one man and everybody. 1966, something happened that pushed Nziogo to carry out those killings. Were those killings right? I do not believe he was right. I believe he was wrong. It seemed as if he was one-sided. Now we forget it's even on anybody can go to YouTube. Is there that video is there where Ahmadu Bello was insulting the Igbos and we're calling for their heads. The only crime that Igbos committed was they were too ambitious. Is it wrong to be ambitious? Is it wrong to aspire to be the best when you are found? That was the only thing that was the only offense that the Igbos, and then the killings in the north, Hassan mischievously omitted it. Igbos, the killing started in the north. Igbos started being killed.
No, Azan confirmed it. He called it pogrom. He said it.
Yeah,
I heard him.
well. So what's pogrom? What's the definition of pogrom then?
Mass indiscriminate killing.
All right. So because we should be careful of the way we use words and all that. Nzogu, during his time, he didn't see himself as a coup, he saw himself as a freedom fighter. By the way, Nzogu is not Igbo, he's Delta. Because this is a narrative that's been spun over the years, to use to attack the Igbos. He wasn't Igbo. He was from Okpanam. All right, so he's not Igbo. Okay, the coup was not even just him. There were other people that were involved. So
I mentioned their names.
Huh?
I mentioned their names.
Yeah, you mentioned. Yeah, you did mention. No, you did. You did. You did a brilliant job. Yeah, but the only place I started to disagree with you, sir, was from the bombing of Lagos. They bombed Biafra first. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that they bombed Biafra first. For crying out loud, this is a war situation. This was a war situation. It was like a survival of the fittest. So by saying that Ojukwu should have stopped in some place and then pitched his flag and say, yeah, this whole law that we've got so far is a Biafra, I don't think it was the correct narrative. The Aburi the Aburi thing that was yeah, Aburi, yeah, whatever. Okay, we've anglicized it over the years. Yeah, the Aburi Accord will have been agreed upon. In my own opinion, I think that was what caused the breakdown because the owners of Nigeria, the so-called uh, people that influenced the decision of Nigeria then, when it came back, they looked at it and said, hey, this Ojukwu guy has outsmarted you. What are we talking about and all that? Do you know in implication? The Igbos are going to go their own way and maybe the Yorubas too. And at that time, Adakaboro was agitating for his region to have their own region. And that was why they said, no, this cannot happen. This is if we agree on this Abori Accord, this is what is going to happen. And then obviously the war could that war be avoided? Yes, but unfortunately, the age we live now, I think our generation were very privileged because we have information. You cannot come and tell me, one man cannot come and tell me one thing and all that. I will have to research it. And if I tell one man something, he will go back and research it and all that. I am a detribalized Nigerian and an Igbo man. People, even today as we're speaking, I know that that's the problem I have with IPOB people. I will not support something that does not make sense. The approach towards the actualization of the people of Biafra. And by the way, I don't want to even go into that. What is Biafra? That is another story for another day. But all I'm trying to say is, let us be careful in spewing out half truths and incorrect. Hassan now called. I don't know how old Hassan is. I know that. I'm sure I'm much older than him. Yeah, this is the part of the brainwashing that the North has been brainwashing a lot of young people like Hassan, and they take it and run. It cannot continue. Then if it has to continue, let us go. Let the Biafrans go. Let Yoruba people have their own thing, and they don't want us to go. That's the problem. That is just the problem. It's not about the oil.
Can I just come in for 15 seconds
Wait,
there?
let me come in first. Let me come in before you come in. Please. There is some narratives that people keep getting wrong. Like I said, one man, you already know most of what Baba said is basically what I said, just that I didn't put names to it. So when people are saying that, I think a couple of people have said Ojuku should have stopped wherever. So what actually happened? Because people are getting it quite wrong, really, really wrong. So during this war, yeah, it was mostly defensive war. That is what people don't know. At the first stage of this war, it was defensive war for the Biafrans. Biafran was basically defending their territories.
Territory. Exactly.
So
I
so
was going to
af-
touch that
yeah,
actually. I
let
was going
me
to touch
let
that
me
area.
wait, let me just
And
get
Baba.
to some part.
Okay.
So what happened that made this fight offensive was
Mhm.
basically the closure of the closure of the food coming in from the east. So the
Exactly.
east had to actually go offensive, going furthering up to Lagos, which was the capital. So if they can get the capital, then the war would have been over. So when people are saying that they should have stopped in Benin, no, people were dying of starvation. So it wasn't an
Exactly.
option to stop. So get that narrative very right. Thank you,
Okay,
my brother. You can
okay,
continue.
okay. Let
Can I
me come in,
And
please,
again,
for 15
and
seconds.
again,
Let me come in, please, for 15
okay,
seconds.
okay.
One, during the negotiation for independence, it was like a tripartite negotiation, and the Britain were on the other side of the table. Ahmadu Bello, Obafemi Awolowo, Nnamdi Azikiwe. There is this part of the agreement. North was reluctant. They felt the independence we are asking for was too hasty because Nigeria wanted to to have the independence as first Black African nation before Ghana. Ghana, I think, got independent 1957. So we wanted it so badly. The North felt we were too hasty. So during the whole thing slowed down. But during that negotiation, Awolowo wanted an
A
clause put
secession
in.
clause.
Yeah, the succession clause. Nnamdi Azikiwe and the Sardauna disagreed. That's a record. They disagreed. That is one. Two was when Aguiyi took over the reins of government. He introduced the unitary system of government, which Ojukwu went to Ebri with. That was why I postulated that was it because the unitary system of government, which his own town tribesman established, didn't work again. That was why he reversed back at Ebri. I don't know how to answer that, but he went back to what the military by decree cancelled. You understand? And then that is another point. Then when you say he came to Lagos, well, that's a Biafran narrative. Lagos is the capital, rightfully so. But
But is there not logic to that narrative though? If they cut off their food supply, then that would then require that they go in search of food, essentially.
of course, but I myself, when I see it,
Sorry,
there is
Moment,
there is
can you ask
no.
Olga not to
Let me
block
finish
me,
so you
please?
can come in.
My
You have
comment.
the floor.
No, no,
You have the
the guy
floor.
with the spanner has blocked me. Olga, whatever
They
he called his
can
name.
get
Can you
food through Calabar Port. If
Exactly. Port Harcourt is there,
they can
Calabar is there,
through
Warri is there,
Calabar
even
Port.
Cameroon is there. You understand? But to come to Lagos, to my own space, as a Yoruba man, where I'm still like half-heartedly in the war, what do you think I would do? This is how I read it. That it's like in your face, you people are coward. There's nothing you can do. We've crossed Midwest, we've crossed Shagamu. So Lagos, here we are. Till today, I still think one of the ways, I don't want to go there, but I still
Sir, can I
think
continue
we
before
were
I lose the
disrespected.
train of thought, please?
Yes, yes. Back to you, Tony. So back to you,
Okay,
Tony, and then after
okay. One
Tony,
man,
Deji, and then after
one man.
Deji,
Can
Mike.
you please ask one of your guys with the spanner to block me,
Check the
please?
private chat. Check the private chats as you carry on.
Okay, thank you. Right. So what I was saying, what okay, what I was saying is all the points you made up to the time they bombed Lagos. And I can understand your emotions. I mean, if someone had come and dropped a bomb in my backyard or just by me, I would feel the same. But again, to be fair, this we were in Nigeria was in a war with another region that had declared another state separately. So let's all be fair. My own analysis about the whole thing is Gowon was wrong, Ojukwu was wrong. And I think it was their age and will I say arrogance that led into that senseless war. Now going back to the all the stuff that was happening in the north, and that was what gave rise to that
Okay,
clip.
okay, I didn't address that. Sorry. What
Mhm.
happened in the north? I'm
So
not like
sorry. After that interjection, then Tony carries on.
yeah, sorry,
That,
sorry,
yeah,
one
yeah,
man.
yeah.
Actually, I sent that clip to you some time ago. As of up to the 66, all the
Mhm.
Southerners, including
Mhm.
Yoruba, Igbo, Eka Delta, whatever, they were working on contract in the north. Amadu Bello said it that rather than take us on to work as a Nigerian, they will go to Philippines, Saudi Arabia, anywhere
Yes.
to get these people. If they can't get it, then they will turn to us to come and work as contractors. I remember all the lecturers then, all the doctors were working in their country, and but if I have to make an excuse for them, they were afraid of the Southerners. Thank you.
All right. I will
Okay, let me
hold on.
continue.
Hold on,
Mhm.
Tone. You will continue, but let me insert that clip that Baba just referenced, and after the clip
Mhm.
lands, you pick it up from there.
Okay.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with Northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or a permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people in all regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there are, there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
What was that the clip you were referencing, Baba?
Yes,
Yes. Thank
correct.
you very
That's
much that you
that's the
played that
Sadowna
clip.
of Sokoto.
Thank you very much that
All
you
right.
played that clip.
All right. Pick it up
Now,
from there, Tony. Yeah.
now, it's from that clip you could tell clearly it captured the sentiments of the northern elite, because with all due respect to the northerners, there was mass illiteracy. So it was with their culture, it was a rankadede kind of mindset. They only listened. They couldn't read or write or reason themselves. So their elites actually used that in as a way of political power, to against the Igbos. So he said in that clip, which everybody saw, he never mentioned Yoruba. He never mentioned any other tribe. He said Igbo specifically. So there was a target of the Igbos. They hated the hate that this man and his gang had for the Igbos was just he didn't hide it. He said it on camera. And this same narrative is being passed by the northern elite until today. And that's a problem. That is a problem. And that was what giving rise to all the struggle that we see today. Nnamdi Kanu, being sort of militant and asking for us to go.
No, Tony, there is a clip of Zeke quoting Sadadi Onyema verbatim that it's a matter of time before the Igbos dominate Nigeria. That Zeke quotation was in late 50s. Daddy Oyema said it, I think, around 48, 49. So I just want to put that in the proper perspective.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
that was okay, sir. It's like I'm speaking to you now. You say something. We need to put everything into context. I don't think it was in that context. I remember that narrative, but it wasn't in that context. Because remember, sir, back then I wasn't born back then, but remember every region, the eastern region, the western region, the northern region, they were in a very healthy competition. The West was doing the great thing. The West had the first television station in West Africa or in Africa. I don't know where West Africa or Africa, So it was a
In
healthy
Africa.
competition. Yeah. Okpara was doing great things in the East and all that. But it was it was a slant of tribalism that caused the problem. And that is why when the present APC government wanted to resurrect the spirit of tribalism, and that was why I just had problem with them. That's one of the problems I have with the
Tony,
APC.
you are coming.
Okay, let me not judge the pattern. But the thing is, I for one, I as a person, yeah, I went to school in the West. I know that I speak Yoruba very well, even better than my Igbo. I understand the Yoruba culture better than the Igbo culture. So why can't we just live together? That is just my thing. But the problem I see that we still have, that is still ingrained. Look at Hazan. I'm sure Hazan is not up to 40 and he still has this mindset. We're in trouble. Let's say the truth where the truth is. And this is sort of narrative that have been passing down to their children, and Hazan is going to pass it down to the younger ones. So what's the point of one Nigeria? I used to
But the
believe
same
in
thing
one
is happening
Nigeria.
in the East, isn't it?
Huh?
The same thing is happening in the East.
What is
The
happening
same
in the East?
narrative of the war, for instance. Yes, the North has their problem of this
Of course,
narrative. They are pained. But the
yeah.
East is talking about marginalization. But let me tell you something. Even me, I'm from Lagos State. If we have to talk about marginalization, I feel marginalized. Sir Alexander could be listening to me. We are from Central Lagos. Until tomorrow, I'm still grieved that nobody from Central Lagos, and I still believe we are the most educated in Lagos State, has been governor. So if you talk of marginalization, it's
Say no
all
more.
over.
I know, I know. But what I'm trying to say is, we need to start dealing with bigots of our own tribes. That is why when you see me, when I talk to people that's got some deviant views of that the IPOB are carrying out, they abuse me. There's some of them even say to me that I'm not real Igbo and I'm a Ifule and all that. But I'll tell them the truth. I'll keep on telling them the truth.
Hello, guys. Please, I have a question. Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Please, can I ask my question?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is Rosie speaking. Yeah, my question is this. I heard earlier during the conversation that they were trying to come to Lagos to get some, the food chain, since there was a breaking in the food chain. My question is does it mean that in the East there were no farms, there were no farming, that they have to leave the East to come to Lagos to get food?
Okay, can I answer?
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I answer that. Then round it off, and then we get Deji. We're still going to do the rounds, but
Okay,
everybody wants to. Yeah. And then after that, we go to Ajanle Koko.
Okay, the answer is that there was a middle of a war. So I mean, there was no famine or anything. There was fighting. There was serious fighting, bombing. Now the federal government has blocked off the route where Biafra was getting their supplies from. That was it. That was why. So Biafra wanted to take one out on them, and hence that bombing. Was it nice? No. But the thing is,
where was this? Who was bringing the supplies? Was it from outside, or who was bringing the supplies?
Yeah, it was coming from outside. Yeah,
I think the Red Cross supplies some food, didn't they? Which Awolowo didn't let them take.
And also, let me correct the narrative.
They wanted to come and control Lagos and the West. They wanted to take over the whole of the West, including Lagos. Don't mind what they are saying. All those
Babaja is correct. Let's stop.
Baba, let me
one man, please. Can I say something?
Baba, let me correct. Let me correct.
One man, can I come in now, sir?
Sorry, let me just say something.
Yeah, hold on.
One man.
Let Tony land, and then you come in. So that
Tony is taking forever to land.
Be respectful.
Yeah, no, Tony is landing very soon.
None of
Then you come in.
Can you be respectful, please, guys?
Carry on, Tony.
Okay. Now, it needs to be known on record that Ifajuna, Banjo, and 2 or 3 other officers were executed because they were planning to go and negotiate peace and have Awolowo as a president. But no Yoruba man will want that narrative to be published. So that's the problem we have. That's a problem.
That theory is actually out there. That's
a big lie.
It's not true. It's not true.
Just to cover up their dirty game.
Okay.
It was a big lie that they were spreading propaganda to cover up their dirty game.
Thanks for your time. Thanks very much. I'll listen to other people.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. All right, Deji. Let me call you in, Deji. So yes. Thank you, Tony. We'll stay with us. We're still going to do the rounds. But let's bring Deji on, and then after Deji, Ajane Koko Deji. Yeah, you're up next.
Okay, thank you very much, one man, and I greet everybody in the house tonight. I actually don't have much to say, but I just want to thank the Baba and the other Baba that spoke, the over 60 years old man that spoke. And the reason is because these were men who were alive, or at least over 10 years old during this time. And I believe very strongly that topic like this is a very emotional one for the entire nation of Nigeria. And when we are discussing it, we should try as much as possible to have an objective of that discussion. Is it to dispel lies and propaganda that have subsisted for decades? Or is it to heal the nation from the trauma that the war brought upon Nigeria since that time to this day? There is no region in Nigeria, no people in Nigeria that is still not carrying the brunt of that war to this day. Even as we speak, you can feel the impact of that trauma in the voice of some of us on this platform this night. So I would have suggested that on this topic, we should allow persons who were alive, at least 10 years old during that time, who could tell us, give us an insight into what actually was going on at that time. I think there are too many young people on this platform right now questioning those who were alive during that time, instead of us to just listen and learn from them. But some of us are here, younger people in our 30s, in our 40s, not even up to 50 years old. Some of us have not even read 5 books about the war. And then we want to question, or we want to continue to parrot the narrative that have been fed us by our fathers and our grandparents. So I just want us to be focused. If this discussion is to heal this nation, at least for us intellectuals that are on this platform, to be able to heal and be able to free ourselves from the burden of that trauma, I think that is what should be our focus. Not to begin to come and continue to strengthen propagandas and lies, even in the face of documentary evidence. And some of the claims that some of us make here tonight, there are no documentary evidence to them. If you have them, if you want to make such narrative, bring the evidence, one man is going to play. So, yes, sir.
What you have to realize is that
yes,
this sort of conversation, it challenges long subsisting and narratives that people have held. And when I'm saying long subsisting narratives that people have held, I'm talking about people in their mid 30s, mid 40s, in their 50s, 60s, etc. So lifelong held positions are being challenged by a narrative that says it's not so. So of course you'll get some pushback, but if we manage the conversation elegantly, we might be able to take something out of it. So bring it home, and then we hear from Ajan.
Yes. Thank you very much. Hello.
Yeah, land that point, then let
Hello.
come in, and then
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Now, I just wanted to ask Baba one question. I think I read it, and also some older folks had already mentioned it. It is the visit of Awolowo to the East at the time to discuss peace with Ojukwu. Is that true? Did you hear about that at the time? And, I want you to shed some light on that, sir. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Woman.
Yes, thank you, my friend. Actually, Chief Awolowo went to the East. He believed he can talk to him. And it's on record. Ojukwu recorded that meeting, but to this day, he never showed it. Awolowo went to him like to dissuade him and to tell him also the consequences. But Odumegu felt that Awolowo was saying that because it's like the prime minister to go on. So he did not agree with Obafemi Awolowo. But when Awo left, was even when Soyinka followed. But what Ojukwu told the world press later was like, in that meeting, Awolowo said, if the East secede, the West also will secede. But it did not. He was challenged that after all, he filmed that meeting. He should bring out the clip, which he never did until he went home to sleep in the bosom of the Lord. That's the answer.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
All right, brilliant. Come in, Prince, and then after that interjection, Ajan Lekoko will pick it up from there. Prince.
Yeah, thanks, Roman. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I was going to say, in regards to the topic here, that it's not sufficient to be 10-year old or even older to be able to give accounts of what happened during the Civil War or prior. And history is not about being passed down by the word of mouth from one generation to the other. It's about people that do the research and actually study to understand what happened from credible sources. Of course, I mean, we're talking about the same event, and we have multiple viewpoints on it. Of course, not coming to an agreement on what actually happened or who is the fault, if any. But of course, one side has to be at fault. And the response of the other side may not have been ideal, but nonetheless, somebody started it, but no one is trying to take responsibility for the beginning of the whole event. Um, my dad was a prominent journalist during that time. He actually is. We have in our family, I believe, manuscripts of documentation of the war, especially the horrors of the war in the East. So, but as a child, I wasn't well versed in what happened, nor did he share the war to us. I believe my older brother does have an idea, though. Yesterday, I heard somebody mentioning Benjamin Adekunle. He was a neighbor of ours, actually a family friend, but I don't know the details of the war to talk about it. But I would say, though, you know, even being older doesn't guarantee that you know what happened during the war. Um, Again, people that study or do their research will actually know. But at this point in time, the people from the southeast, everyone has a way to dance around if they were at fault or what they did wrong. I mean, I'm yet to see somebody on this platform or elsewhere say, "Yeah, this was what we did wrong," and as a result, we take responsibility. Nobody's doing that. It's always pointing a finger to one side, or what one side did or did not do, or it wasn't their fault. They were just reacting to this and that. We're not going to get to the bottom of it, because we don't, especially on the south.
Prince, do you feel in many ways that the war is still being fought somewhat? Even in this sort of conversations, you get a sense that the war is still being fought.
Well, of course. I mean, it's been yes, in one way or another. Even though, of course, we are more integrated, more related than ever before. The Yorubas, especially, and the Igbos. But somehow, some way, the head of that war keeps creeping up one way or another. And when people are lied to, this is what usually happens. We have the wrong story, and the bottom line is, I don't think we've had a national reconciliation about the war, whereby we come to an agreement, and both sides maybe apologize and we forgive each other, and quit this lies about the stories. Who was at fault if Awolowo took their money and gave them 20 pounds and this and that? I mean, it infuriates and aggravates the people from the southeast because they don't know the story. So they themselves, the young ones I'm talking about, are victims. Of course, I was born after the war, but but you see the people talking about it, are people that were like born way, way after the war, and they're still talking about it, about the war as victims, and pointing finger to the other side. Well, there's the spirit of that war needs to be put to rest on the national stage, and it's not done yet.
Are you suggesting that sort of South African truth and reconciliation thing that they had with Desmond Tutu and the rest of them? Remember when
Sure.
South Africa came out of apartheid, they had
Right.
this grand national confab, truth and reconciliation.
Yeah, something like that would be fine. Would do us well, for us to come together and agree. There's always, I love competition, and the other speaker, I think was Tony, said, "Well, there's nothing being ambitious." Of course, there's nothing being wrong about being ambitious, but being overly ambitious can be a problem, especially at the detriment or the displacement of other people that think they too are as equal as you are. I think majorly the problem with the Southeastern is that they tend, well, is there an element of truth to what Sedana said in that video about they trying to dominate other people? I mean, no matter what you can say about stereotype, there are truth in stereotype, no matter what you can say about it, to a certain degree. And sometimes entirely, a stereotype about a person or a people can be true. And I think we still have that remnant of that behavior to all other tribes in the country. But you're never going to find a Southeasterner come out and say, yes, this is where we are. Um, uh, they say the Yorubas are maybe cowards or passive in a lot of ways. Maybe so, because of our culture and tradition, but it doesn't make us weak, And they too may not be a bad thing to be forward and be ambitious. It's not a bad thing either, just like you said. But be overly ambitious at the detriment of other people is not going to be acceptable, especially when no one is going to bow down to you. The Yorubas are going to bow down. The Hausas are not going to bow down to Fulanis. So that's the point that we've come to. And I don't really know the solution, but it's about we have to when you so the highest form of responsibility is taking responsibility for things that happen to you that others do to you and that you do to yourselves. But and at this point in time, we're not trying to do that. We're just trying to dance around and say who's right or wrong. And it's not our fault; it's their fault. They killed 3 million people. It's 1 billion people. We're not going to get to the bottom of it. We know the truth.
You know that figure is still shrouded somewhat in some sort of a mystery. How many people actually got killed? So there's the over embellished narrative of a lot of people say over embellished 3 to 5 million, but there's the more and then there's the low estimate of the mid late hundreds of thousands, but there's the more realistic version of 1 point something million. So we don't even know how many lives were lost. And all of the lives being lost, by the way, when Hassan was just speaking, there are hundreds of thousands of Nigerian soldiers were also killed in the course of that war. That is never really truly mentioned. All we hear about that war are the people that were lost to Kwashoko.
Well, yeah, that is true. Well, I mean, I guess I can understand from that point of view because the multiples of the people that died in the southeast is greater than the thousands of or hundreds of thousands of soldiers that died in the war on the Nigerian side. So, of course, the larger number or the greater number we talked about, if it's truly in the millions, man, that's a lot of people to be dead. I mean, and the aftermath of the war, apart from a direct, kinetic war, the aftermath of the war, people that died from hunger, kwashoko, whatever, is part of the death toll. We can't deny that people genuinely suffered in the southeast. That is the fact. But at the end of the day, we have to go to the beginning of it and accept our wrongdoings along the way and how we participated on both sides, so we can move forward. I can have I don't claim to know the story, but I can have a young person of 30, 40 years old coming by to tell me the story about the war that they were never part of, based on what they read. Again, I'm telling you that we have manuscript in my family because my dad covered the war before he became the editor-in-chief of a major newspaper. So we have the record. Okay, but I don't go around because I don't truly know. But everybody's reading books.
Maybe you should do something with that. Maybe you should pull it together into some sort of a book form type thing. Maybe you should document that. If you have the outtakes, the dispatches from that period, maybe you should take the time. Maybe take them with you to America and then put them together in your downtime.
That's a big project. I think I'll leave that to my older brother.
You owe it to posterity now. You owe it to us.
Well, that's a good point. I'll make a suggestion to my brother. I mean, he's the one that told me about it. So I believe, I mean, my dad has passed away. So I believe he probably has access to those documents. And that'll be great. That'll be truly great. What I know about the war, briefly.
Or send them to me. I'll put them together.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
I'll let him know. So I learned from social studies. I mean, that's what I know, and what people say on different platforms and articles that I read. I don't really know at the end of the day, but I know we want peace. I know we want to keep one Nigeria. I believe so, and I believe that we all are beneficiaries of this country called Nigeria, even though many people might disagree. Thanks, woman.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always excellently put by.
Stay at
the level of the conversation, though. Let Des interject. Then Tony, then Ajanle Koko takes the floor. Ajanle Koko has been waiting for too long.
It's too like insult, though. But
you're a highly intelligent man now. We know that now. You told us yourself now, Des.
You have to understand the mindset. You have to have a philosophical mind to understand what actually transpired. It's not just by reading. And like I said, I read, and also my late grandfather died 115. So he was at the war, so he told me some stuff. So what I think, because at the time, Port Harcourt refinery was built like around the 1950 something. or 19 before, actually immediately before the war. That was when the refinery was built, 1965 or something like that. The Warri refinery, I think it was 1988, something like way after the war. So the major Nigerian capital, or whatever, the major source of Nigerian income was basically based on that Port Harcourt refinery, because it was basically built at that period. So it was one of the reasons why that war went off. So when Baba Alexander Gomez, when he was talking about Delta Warri, I'm like, nothing was happening there at the time. The only problem, yeah, I'm going to blame Ojukwu, because yes, the eastern region that was carved out then, Delta wasn't part of it. Although Delta had oil, but it wasn't really a big deal then, because they were concentrated in Port Harcourt, which was part of the eastern region at the time. So the beginning of that war, if you remember, in 1967, that was actually when we had the Asaba massacre. Nobody talked about Asaba massacre. Nobody talked about it, which was the one of the worst deed that the Nigerian government did at the beginning of that war. I think, what's his name? This guy that is named after the airport
Muritala
right now.
Mohammed carried it out. Muritala
Forgotten
Mohammed
his name.
carried it out.
Yes, Mulatala Mohammed. So he killed civilians in a war that you're supposed to basically trying to let these people listen. In
There's
a war,
there
you don't
there
touch
there
civilians.
All right.
That is number one rule.
that's not true.
That is not okay. Let
All
me
right. I
finish.
don't want to
Number
open a
one
big
rule
conversation
of
around that, but
No, yeah, but I don't want to
no,
put
no,
a big
no.
conversation. But it's not true, Woman. We have to correct them. These are the things that is fueling all this rumor.
All right,
The people,
correct him, and then after that,
yeah,
let Tony
yeah.
have his interjection. I want to move it on quickly. Yeah.
Yeah. What happened is that the major that was fighting for, it was a normal man that was sort of Ojuku, that have called Ojuku that they cannot hold Asaba, that
That
they
was a
should
choose.
I choose they should hold the Ojuku should hold on, that after his people pass, he can blow the bridge. He should hold on for, like, I said, an hour or two. But as soon as the guy dropped the phone, in less than 20 minutes, Ojuku blew the bridge. Now, what happened? The people that was already with this guy at the bridge, that was caught up with the bridge, that made friendly fire. Those that were still in the city, yes, the super team came up. Those that were still in the city didn't die like the way people are claiming that as a massacre, they came, they massacre everybody. It was the people that want to cross with the Biafran army. So it was war. What do you expect? There will be casualty. You are with the enemies. You want to cross the bridge, and your boss blows the bridge behind you. Who you to blame? You blame Ojuku. That guy is heartless. Thank you, Waman. Let me hit the floor.
See what I don't even know what to disagree.
Let's just hear from Tony, and
I'm
then
telling you,
let
I'm shocked. I'm shocked that somebody can come out and spew. Oh my God. Anyway, continue.
See, Tony, you'll be speaking. I've been listening to you. Sorry, Waman. No, I don't want to take your time. When you talk about this war, Baba is here, and I just listen to everybody. You can't talk about the war. You don't talk about the Midwest. The war, 85% of the war was fought in Midwest. 20% was fought in Goja region. Have you ever heard the word called Goja region? The only 5%, only 5% when it got to East, when the war was over, only 5% when it goes to East, Ojuku ran. So don't start telling me about the war that was fought in my backyard. Have you ever heard what called Artillery Junction? The first mortar that was shot by the Nigerian government, it fell in my street. It's called Artillery Junction in Benin. Have you guys ever traveled to go and see what happened in Asaba, Delta, Benin, Anyoma, Oshimili? Just ask. The ruins is there. The war was fought inside Midwest. Ogoja region was Cross River, Calabar, Port Harcourt, and a few others, because Gowa actually cut that state out before the war even started. That's called Goja region. So when you guys just come out and start saying war, the first question you ask, where was the war fought? Have you guys ever answered that they massacre your people? The people, they said that died, millions of people that said that died. When the war was over. This guy came out and said that both sides, people that died is about 1 million, 1,500,000, both military, civilian, military, and all that. But you guys are still claiming 3 million people died. Where the 3 million people died from? One man, let me use the floor till it comes to my time. Thank you.
All right, let's go on to Ajanle Koko. So Ajanle Koko, what's actually, we've sketched around this topic, and I'm sure we'll go back to it again at some point. But what actually inspired this session is a series of video clips that have been released by Reno Omokri that is trying to chart a particular narrative around the Nigerian Civil War. So we sequenced the video, and the video picked up from January 1966, when the first blood was drawn, and it was drawn by Nzogu, who then straddled in front of the BBC media, preening and peacocking how he yanked the Saldana of Sokoto from amongst his children and wives and shot him straight up. So the story cascaded into the Nigerian Civil War, and we all know what happened through there. Or do we? So, Ajanle Koko, your take on the conversation.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Two factors are responsible for this civil war, or rather, should I say, led to this civil war. Political factor and economic factor. But the political factor have greater percentage, like maybe 70 or 80% of what led to the civil war. In January 1966, Hunzegwu and his team of army, who majority of them, absolute majority of them were Easterner, carried out an abortive coup, overthrown the civilian administration, killed Saldana of Sokoto, Saldana of Sokoto, the the premier of the north.
Tafawa Balewa, yes, you're right.
Yeah. Tafawa Balewa, the prime minister of Nigeria. Akintola, the premier of the west. Okotiebo, who was I think was finance minister then. And other politicians that, Westerner and the Northerner. So this Uzegbu of a guy was an adopted son of Saldana of Sokoto. Maybe a lot of people did not know. He was an adopted son of Saldana of Sokoto. He was close to Saldana. He can enter his bedroom. He can stay. He stay in his house and he can sleep there. So before he carried out this coup, he offered himself to carry out that particular plot against Saldana, because he had the understanding of how the inside of the palace looked like, where he can get him, because he knew this was a very big palace and various rooms, and a lot of people are always around him. So how could he minimize civilian casualty? Because of his the foreknowledge and the because of the knowledge of he had concerning the inside of that palace, he offered himself to carry out that plot against him. Why he designated some others to Lagos, to get what do you call the prime minister and those that designated to the southwest to get the premier of the west, So, but he offered to get Sadrana, and there was instruction he left then that he gave them timeline that if they couldn't get him, if he couldn't come out from the palace within so period of time, they should bomb that palace. They should they should they should
Aja,
eat.
Aja,
Yes, sir.
I commend you coming out with this. I didn't want to come out with it because it sounds like something from a book you read. So that's why I didn't come out with it. So since you are braver than me, I commend you. Carry on, sir.
So he told them that, look, if I couldn't come out, bombard that place with grenade so that we can all go together, So, but he was able to meet his to carry out his what do you call it? His his plot within
Mission.
his mission within that period of time that he gave. So the prime minister, they took him from Lagos. They went to dump his body in one farm in Ota. That was where they discovered his body. So the Northerners were very. This happened in January '66. So the Northerners were very furious about this incident, particularly the way their spiritual leader was killed. They saw the picture, and they started riot in between the month of June. Actually, when they toppled the civilian administration, then Urosi came in. Urosi was not part of the coup. They wanted to get him too, but they mixed him in his official residence. I think he went to party. He went to party, so they couldn't. They mixed him. So, but since they couldn't get him, that was why the coup failed. So Urosi now as the most senior military man, the most senior in the military, then assumed the head of state. So when he assumed the head of state, so the northern officers were expecting him to put some people on trial and do certain things, to court martial them. For 6 months they didn't see anything. So in June, riots started in the north when the northerners started to exterminate the easterner. This riot started, this barbaric, riot targeted at the Igbo started in June and ended in October. I think who was the military? Was it not Haruna? That was the how was the position back then? I think it's what was it?
In the north?
Not, yeah.
Hassan Usman Katsina.
Hassan, yeah, Katsina. He let it happen.
Ajale Koko, let me quick ask this. What is Yoruba doing in this time? What is Yoruba doing? Yeah, thank you.
Well, Yoruba officers were not part of this game actually, but Yoruba were just between them, both of them that are doing this thing. So Hassan Katsina was the what do you call it? He was the military administrator. What do they call them back then? Of the east, of the north. A riot started in June. ended in October. For like 4 months, Igbos were being hunted in every part of the north. So all of them, a lot of them were executed immediately.
How genocidal was that? And because people often just gloss over that space that the Igbos were being hunted in the north after the just how genocidal was it? Just how brutal was it?
It was brutal. A lot of them were maimed, man. And a lot of them, I mean, some others were able to escape back to the east. So it's like we have to wipe these people out. You know, Sardana is a spiritual leader. He's the man that they respected most. Not only the Fulani or this thing. You know, these are leaders that are very open to their people. That does not even discriminate among all tribes that constituted the North. Even the people that we see today as, what do you call it, the Plateau people, they can even die for him back then. The Tafabalayiwa was from the minority of the minority that he chose to be the prime minister to represent the interests of the North. He's from the minority. He didn't choose from Fulani himself, from his own tribe. So they believe him. They took him as a leader that that will not that will always represent their interests well. So when they could see anything for 6 months, then in July the counter coup came from the north, coup led by Murtala Mohammed and Joe Gaba. Joe Gaba, he's from what do you call? He's from is he not from Benue or Plateau State?
It was one state then, Benue Plateau, we call them. Benue Plateau. Benue Plateau State.
Plateau. So, and then they took the coup to Ibadan, where they got on a official state visit to Ibadan to Adekunle Fajuyi. They got him there, and Adekunle Fajuyi told them, "You can't do this. If you do it here, how do you want Igbo people to see Yoruba people? They're gonna conclude that Yoruba conspired with you guys to do this. Yoruba colluded with you guys to do this. So if you want to do this, then maybe you have to terminate me too, because I won't let you do this in Yoruba land. And the aftermath effect is going to bring a very serious enmity between Yoruba and these people. And he doesn't want that. That's to tell you how you can see some Yorubas that are ready to stand for the truth. Who have you ever seen like that before? That before you kill, if you want to exterminate our leader, then you have to exterminate him. He wasn't thinking about on tribal line, but purely on, this is my leader that I believe in this profession that we all committed to. And he stood with him, and both of them were exterminated. So, but would you ever see anybody from the East talking about this? Would they ever say anything that, oh, a Yoruba man, a Yoruba officer died for Igbo military officer? They will never say that. They will never say that. So this man offered himself, and they got him. And when they got Hiroshi, and they got Fajuyi, that was what brought in Yakubu Gowon. Yakubu Gowon is from the Benue, Plateau. Is it not Plateau? They called them back then too. He's from there too. So that's to tell you, look at the Christians officer in the north standing up for the northern interests. Back then, they saw themselves as one because they had a leader, Sardauna Sokoto, who never took anybody, who never left anybody behind. It's the interest of the North that really matter. It doesn't matter which tribe, it doesn't discriminate. It's just, okay, everybody, we are the same.
Sir, did you watch that clip that was played earlier?
Yes, I watched it.
So how could you make this sort of statement? This sort of statement that
He was
just
the premier of the North. Now you expect him to leave his own government is running to come and be other people. Were
that
they
is
doing
not
the same thing?
that is not what I'm saying. As everybody can see and acknowledge, because we just tend to say half facts. And sir, let me just correct what you said. Sardona's body wasn't taken to Ota. Sardona's body
Not
was left
Sardauna,
there,
not
and
Sardauna. I said Tafa Balewa, the prime minister. His
okay,
body
all right.
was
I
discovered
don't know. Yeah, I
found.
don't know. Yeah,
Yes,
okay,
they took him all the way
okay.
from Lagos.
I don't
He
know. Yeah, I don't know about
terminated,
that. Yeah.
dumped his body there. It was
Okay,
villagers
all
that
right.
discovered his body and alerted the authority that there's one body there. That was when they discovered this was the prime minister body.
Okay.
So they that was how what do you call it? Gowon came to power. Ojukwu, who was the what was his position in the east then? Was it not governor general? What was the position they called them? Can't even remember that position they called them. I think was governor of Eastern. Yeah, I think was governor administrator of Eastern region. Did not accept the leadership of Gowon on the basis that his senior Gowon in maybe in rank. I can't understand what his argument, but he did not accept his
Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
We seem to have lost Ajanle Koko. So let's go on then. I think Ajanle Koko may be in the middle of something.
Mama, please let me take my own turn. I've been listening.
All right, let's hear from you, War Pace, as we start.
Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you now. You went just completely silent. All right, back to Ajanle Koko.
Yeah. So so they took. Gowon became the what do you call it? The head of state. Ojukwu did not accept it. Leadership, back and forth, and they went to Aburi to see how they can settle it. Aburi Accord, Gowon signed it. He came home. When he came back,
Ajali Koko, sorry, why did Ojukwu not accept the leadership? Can you, because I made the mention of why. Can you tell me what?
well, why he did not accept the leadership? Number one, he was asking for Nzegu that they have to produce Nzegu. That's number one. And Uzegu is dead. Why are you asking for his body? Why are you asking for? He said that is the only leader that he recognized. So then,
who had seniority in the army? Did Ojukwu not have seniority over Gowon in the army?
I think Ojukwu. I think is senior Gowon in the army. I think so. I might be wrong though. Or both of them the same rank.
No,
I think both of them
what happened? What happened then? Gowon was the chief of army staff at that time to Uronsi. So according to army hierarchy, when the president is gone, the chief of army staff take over the position. That's how Gowon came into power. That's how Uronsi came into power too. He was chief of army staff to Tafawa Balewa.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
No,
That's
no, no,
wrong.
no, no,
What
no.
Willie
Hiroshi
said.
was the most senior
He was
army
the most
officer
Hold
at
senior.
the
on now.
time.
Hold on. What was his position
No,
then?
Unrosi was the most senior in the
I
military.
know
So,
it
and
wasn't
they
even
No,
the
in
senior.
terms
needed
It
of
they
wasn't even the
wanted
military,
senior.
no, in terms of military rank is
in
what we're
terms of
saying.
military
Not,
rank. So
yeah,
they
yeah.
wanted to get him down, but they couldn't get. They mixed him when they went to his official residence to get him. They couldn't get him. It was away for party. So that was how they mixed him. So, and when the coup failed, automatically the most senior will definitely assume, the position of leadership. So that was
And
what happened in the case
Ojukwu
of Unrosi.
Ojukwu was senior to go on.
Ojukwu was senior to go on because Unrosi appointed Ojukwu to be the military administrator of Eastern Nigeria. So Ojukwu was Unrosi boy. So when the counter coup came that terminated Unrosi, Ojukwu did not accept the leadership of Gowon. So this back and forth led to Aburi. As Baba explained to us, the leader of the Ghana then invited them to the mountain region where they have, prepared everything for them to sign agreement. Gowon signed the agreement that they will maintain, they will go back to confederation of the regional government. Gowon signed it.
Is
That
there not
okay.
is there not an argument, Ajande Koko? Is there not an argument to say that Gowon actually started that war by reneging on that Aburi agreement?
Oh yeah, I think I blame Gowon for that
I think he
because
was
you signed
badly advised. To be
when.
quite honest, I think he was badly. He was immature. During my presentation, I said I wouldn't blame Gowon and I wouldn't blame Ojukwu. I think the pride and the age too. He
No, you
was
got to blame one person. You can't sign agreement and renege on
exactly,
following
exactly, exactly. I
agreement.
agree with you.
So
Yeah. Mhm.
we got to blame him. So the reason why he have to renege on following the agreement is a different ball game. It's a different topic entirely. And when he came back, like Baba told us, yeah,
Was it
it
not
was
because he
well
was
received.
put under pressure by the Abokis when he got back home?
Anyway, according to Baba, what he
Oh man,
said,
you get into trouble with some
he
people.
was prepared. He was prepared. He went with brilliant people that are well to do with book and can really, negotiate very well. So they negotiated very well, and Gowon signed it. Like Baba said, Gowon was looking for peace. We are all Nigerian. We are all we went to the same training. We went to the same military school. We were friends. Why can't we avoid war? And
The
back
one
then, Igbo
The one was, I believe
dominated the
Gowon was
military.
used. He didn't understand. I think it is position. He fell into their trap. He didn't understand. Gowon, yes, wanted one Nigeria. You're correct, 100%. But he did not understand the intricacies, the cunningness behind following the advice to tear the agreement that was reached in Ghana. You know, so and we're still
Ajale Koko, my
Yeah.
brother,
mhm.
please, if you don't mind, Ajale Koko, please. I'm learning. That's what I've been quiet since. I'm not like that. Some people that God has not even sent them to the world when the war happened, but they are arguing with people that were when they won the war. Ajale Koko, in summary, can you say these people are fighting for their people or they are fighting for their selfish interest? Thank you.
No, Juku was a very ambitious soldier. He really he wanted to be at the head. So he was very ambitious. Even when you go back to how he entered the military with his master, You won't expect somebody with master degree from, is it not Cambridge, or where did he go?
I think he went to Oxford.
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 People
Went
that
to Oxford.
people back then that we know that going to
Do
they are
you was there
He
dropouts
was
that
he was at
they are
Lincoln College and he was riding MG red sports car.
was there a superiority complex about Ojoko? He comes from a privileged
from
upper
privilege.
class background,
Not
and
only
then
not
he
only
had the best. He had the best education that the world had to offer.
Huge money,
Was there a
huge fortune.
superiority complex?
Yes, it was.
That's some Malam from Lantang
Wípé
or
who is
something with
eléyìí,
the.
ta lọ ọmọ ta ni bàbá eléyìí.
one man. That was why I said at the beginning, you
And he
guys
went
are
to
not
King's
listening.
College in Lagos.
And he went to King's
No,
College.
no, you guys are not listening. I said during my presentation that Ojukwu he's got this arrogance in him. He's got this air in him. I mean, his dad was one of the richest men in Nigeria at the time. You know, I mean, he had everything at his feet. And then you could see him when he was even talking on the microphone. He was lighting up his cigar. That was like, height of who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? You know, his dad was even happy with him joining the army.
So they came back from Aburi. Then Ken Saruwiwa. I hope we all remember Ken Saruwiwa, the environmentalist
Of the Abacha fame.
of the of the
Or infamy.
Isaac Boro.
Yeah.
Isaac
yeah,
Boro tried to talk about.
yeah. So Ken Saruwiwa and some chief from the Riverine area
No,
gathered
sorry,
together.
sorry, Ajande Koko. Solomon is saying it was Isaac. It was
I'm
actually
asking if
Isaac
it's Isaac
Boro,
Boro he was trying to talk about.
not Ken
Is it
Saro. Because was
not
Ken Saro
Kankariwa?
we were not too young for that period.
Ken
I think.
Saruwiwa.
No, it was Kensaruwa. It was not
Ken,
Atakaboro. It was Kensaruwa.
Ken
Okay.
Saruwiwa. I know what I'm saying. Ken
It was
Saruwiwa gathered
they were what?
some chiefs around the
Mm.
Riverine area, went to Lagos to meet with Gowan. Sir, you cannot put us under the slavery of Igbo for life. We do not accept that agreement that you signed with him. We don't want to be part of that because we have been marginalized by Igbo in the East. And if you continue with that confederacy, we will be marginalized or we'll be slaves to these people for life. We don't want it. So it's like, when you see people from the same region where you have your enemy coming to you that, okay, they don't want to be part of your enemy, what do? Then go on with some others, planning their own strategy too. See, what can we do? How can we break them off? Then go on created 12 states. When they created those 12 states, then in the East, we had 3 states. East Central State with the capital in Enugu, River State with the capital in Port Harcourt, Southeastern State with the capital in Calabar. Gowon announced this in May 27, 1967. May 27, 1967. Then May 30th, Ojukwu declared Republic of Biafra in response to what Gowon did. That, well, you creating state for your head. That is for you Nigerians. We are not part of you. He created, what do you call it? The
Biafra.
state of Biafra. And in July 27, July 1967, Nigerian army declared war on Biafra. As a matter of fact, we can say Nigerian army fired the first shot. So, because Nigerian army said, well, Ojukwu game is no more a game, it is a reality. All this patch that we have been doing, all this while, since he has declared Biafran state, as a matter of fact, he hijacked some Nigerian state, some Nigerian, what do you call it? Nigerian train. They painted it Biafra train. They had their own currency. They have their own army uniform. Everywhere was bubbling. Yes, we have our state and this and that. So that was when Gowon and his team saw that no, this is not a joke. This is reality. That was when we can say, okay, for economic reason, we cannot let these people go because we have economic interest, which is oil in that area. So, and the Nigerian state fired the first shot, the launch attack against them. So that was what. But Ojukwu,
How much of a role did that oil play in that war? You have described how we played the role on the part of the Nigerian state because one of the clips that we played, Ojukwu was accused of pressuring the oil companies to pay royalty to him, and he in turn accused Gowon of fighting for oil. So, how much of a role did oil play in that war?
as a matter of fact, Ojukwu played a diplomatic game back then that, positioned the Biafran before the whole world. He, how do I say it? Some oil workers were arrested by Biafra on the basis that they are spy for Nigerian state. And the punishment to that is elimination. So what did that do? The eastern Nigeria, where was the capital? Is it not Oka or is it not Enugu? Became the Mecca. They overshadowed Nigeria because you see all diplomats from Western country coming to negotiate with Ojukwu to release those people. So he was able to put on the diplomatic front, he was able to put a case against Nigeria before the international community. And doing that, diplomat came from United States, from Europe, from Italy. I think they are Italian, this thing. So from Italy, from French, they came. So doing that, while you were meeting them, it was negotiating, according to information. So he was negotiating with them on how, look, this is what we have here. If you can support us, if you can win this thing, yes, you will have a stake here. So he knew what he was doing. He knew what he was pursuing. But Nigeria, just like Baba said, was not prepared for that war. He was prepared, and he showcased their men as the brain behind Nigerian army. Because at back then, they constitute like 70%. When you're talking of the top military brass, the Igbo constitute like 70% of them. He showcased them at the point that, look, these are our men. Nigeria have nothing. He knew Nigeria had no sophisticated equipment to fight war back then. And they were the brain behind Nigerian army. So he was boasting. He was basking around that, yes, we will defeat Nigeria. And
hold on,
right.
but hold on, sir. Did Biafra have any sophisticated equipment to fight the war as well?
That is another. He was relying on the mercenary and other country that we give them support, that we give them those equipment, that the officers they have that are switched over to Biafran army. These are the people that know how to use the equipment. They can easily train their own soldier and they can defeat Nigeria. So, South Africa, we saw their mercenary. They supported him. Israeli supported him. Cote d'Ivoire supported him, where he finally run to. They gave him support. They gave him some, and he was getting some maybe military weapons as well from maybe Cameroon or some, I don't know, some other country as well. But, he thought he could win the war. But, you know, Nigeria, resilient, defeated him. So that was what happened. So what do I say? The breaking off of Nigerian state into state, I think, really, really destroy Ojukwu, because you have the riverine people not supporting him, because those one now saw Nigeria as the last hope for them. They saw Nigeria as the place they can be, for them to exist on their own and not as slave to the Igbo, because they were dominated by the Igbo. So,
How were they dominated by the Igbos?
Yeah, because go and look now. Go and search all the strategic position in the east. Then who dominated all the strategic position? They are the Igbos now.
Angelic Coco, how did Ken Salowiwa die? Can you tell me how he died? Ken Salowiwa.
No,
I don't think that
when
was,
he said,
sir, I don't think that
when he
was
made
right
it.
though. That submission is not right.
Well,
Because remember,
Babaja is right, because Isaac Boro, even, do you know that he fought for this? See, and I even got understanding of this whole thing now from what we're discussing now. That I think it was really Oyi, that Oyi was part of the reason why Ojukwu even went for the war, because this guy was trying to fight for Niger Delta Republic, and Ojukwu,
will it be
and
nice if I
excuse me, just
interject
hold
you
on.
as you're talking now? I was trying to make a point and you just barged in and interjected. Will it be nice if
Oh,
I
sorry. Let
interjected
me
you,
just
sir?
finish. Sorry. And Ojukwu and Agui Runsi how to make sure that they cut that guy's tail off talking about Niger Delta Republic. So yeah. So they were
Wait,
marginalized
are you
actually.
talking about Salowiwa? How did that? That's why I
No,
asked
I'm talking of
Angelico, how did
Isaac Boro.
Salowiwa die?
Hold on, Des. Let Tony make that point, and then let Angelic Coco respond to it.
No, I'm talking about Adakaboro. Adakaboro was agitating for a breakaway from Nigeria. Did not, he got arrested by the Nigerian government even before the war broke out. That's what I'm trying to explain. That, and there was no way, there was never a time that the Biafran state at the time dominated them. They rejected Biafrans from the beginning of the war. They were never part of Biafra. They were crushed. Remember that Colonel Adekunle, the Scorpion, held held that area, and he held it tight. The Biafrans couldn't penetrate. So there was never a time they were dominated. That's what I'm just trying to let you understand. There was no domination or anything. They were never part of the
Sorry, Tony. That's
Biafra.
according to you. That's according to you, and you just make it look like so easy that when Adakaboro tried to secede from Nigeria, Nigerian government arrested him. Who was Nigerian government at that time? Is it not Agu Ironsi as the president and Ojukwu as the governor of the Eastern region that sent Ojukwu the first war that happened? I mean, the second
No,
civil war that happened. Hold on,
with all due
hold on.
respect,
Let me make the point.
please,
Let me make the
wait.
point. Let me make the point now
Please.
before you attack. Sorry, let me make the point. The second civil war that happened, or let me say the first, was the 12 days war. If you didn't even know it was 12 days war, they went to Adakaboro's village and burned the village down, sacked the village down, shot people before Adakaboro lost the war.
No, bro.
Hold on
You see,
now.
listen.
Hold on. I don't know if you're speaking out of emotion, but
You're trying to spin tribalism into this. And if we keep spinning all these emotions that it's evil, I call it evil, we'll never go forward as a people. Let's just stop this.
my brother Tony, sorry,
It's not
you only
true.
use this tribal card You only use this tribal card. I don't know where you want to land with this tribal card. I'm just telling you, go to
I
NTA
am
channel
not being
10.
you
Hold
guys
on,
being tribal.
please,
It is you
please,
guys being
hold on
tribal. I'm
now.
calling you out that
Hold
you're
on,
being tribal.
hold on. I don't know how old are you, but I'm about 50. The war was fought in Midwest, so we all know, everybody in Benin know about the war. You can't tell me about the war. But go to NTA channel 10 or channel 9. If you are that old, you know called channel 9. It's there. They went to arrest Adakaboro. Baujuku, when he came back, when Agoy Ronse, Baba can testify to this, when Agoy Ronse used the statement, Nigeria unity is non-negotiable. So I don't know where you guys getting your own story from, or you think somebody's betting you bad, or somebody's trying
Okay,
to, I
hang
don't
on,
know.
hang on. Listen, no. This is just a half truth. I'm not disputing that the war was not fought in what we know as Niger Delta and Edo State right now. I'm not disputing that from you. But what I'm trying to say to you that when you have to present a narrative, please do not spin or add any
Okay. Let me
travel
present you
spice
on a
in it.
proper context, and let me put it on a proper context so you understand it. Adapagoro was a chemist. He was a chemistry, something biochemistry student. Now, when Aguiyi took over power, let me tell you, I was waiting for my own turn. Since my turn never called, let me just quickly tell you this. When the failed attempt coup happened,
What please? You come in after Ajanle Koko. So I
okay,
think
let me just
Ajanle
hold
Koko
on.
is coming
Let me
to
just
the
hold on.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ajanle Koko, back to you.
So it was a fight between two ideology. One saying that is Ojuku on Aburi we stand, and Gowon saying that to keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. So to keep Nigeria one is a task that must be done. Won the war. Look, a lot of lies has been told about this war, particularly on Chief Obafemi Awolowo, the role that Chief Obafemi Awolowo played, and they are
I
still
think
blind.
everybody told lies anyway. Even the Biafrans told their own lies.
Have been lied. It did everything to save Igbo life, but Ojuku deliberately, with his uncare nature, starve his people, millions, to death. The Kachoko story, the Kachoko that we were seeing.
How did that play out at the time? Because we hear this word kwashoko, but let me even look it up, see what it actually means. How did that play out, the kwashoko?
It's a disease of malnutrition.
Yeah,
It
malnutrition.
affects the bone and the stomach
Let
of the
me
children who get
tell you.
swollen.
No, there are two forms of
You're a
extreme.
medical man. Oh, yeah, Simba.
There are two forms of extreme malnutrition that you can get. We have the kwashiorkor and the marasmus. In kwashiorkor is actually the worst of the two, whereby you see children, they will have they will not lean, no, they will be big because they will have fluid accumulating in their body. Their stomach will be protruding. They will have fluffy hair and have this skin, we call it a chorodermatitis. So it's the most extreme form of malnutrition that you can get, and it's actually very difficult to manage, even medically. So most of them will end up dying.
Okay, carry on about Jalekoko or Tuni, whoever.
Okay.
Is this a fair enough depiction of what you've just said, Simba?
This is even good.
It's
is
worse
good.
than this. So this one you will see that
Exactly.
to the bone.
But this one is not worse. It's not easy. It's not even. It's the early stage that you are seeing now.
Early stage.
So during the war, Awolowo still allow food to go to the what do you call, to the east. They were supplying food on humanitarian ground in accordance to the what do you call United Nations Charter that civilian must not be must not be starved, or how is the charter how so they were supplying food. They are using helicopter to drop food to people. But Biafran army will corner the people and take the food from them and take it to their storage. So they were eating fat and they were having strength to continue to fight. So when I think, was it Imo that fell, or maybe Asaba, or where, then I would have to travel to meet the war leaders at the war front to know exactly what was going on. That was when he saw all these Igbo people with this call, and he asked, what happened? Why are people looking like this? Then they narrated the story to him that the food being supplied were taken by the military, by the Biafran army, and they wouldn't let them have nothing to eat. So when he got back to Lagos, they met with Gowan and they said, look, we have to change strategy. And he brought in the strategy of stoppage of food supply, change of currency. Even the change of currency, Gowan did not even know. It was between him and the central bank. Because he believed if he should get out between, that's to tell you, you see, even the military back then, they respect the institution, the head of state, as they were back then. They respect the institution. They don't just command that, oh, this is what I want because I'm military. They believe that the institution is there to work, and is backed by law, and they should let it work. They did not, and they did it. When they changed the currency, that was when the Biafran army started to collapse. They couldn't get food to eat. They can't get money because they were using Nigerian currency to buy arms and all these things. So they started.
Can I put it to you, sir, that narrative again, I think you got it slightly wrong. Yeah, with all due respect, the Red Cross is an international body. They were dropping medicine, food, and they even material. They even got into Biafra to treat both the federal troops and the Biafran troops. So there were a lot of a war crime that went on both sides of the troops. So I would like us that when we're presenting this, I think it's best
food supply.
It was supply, yeah, and then medicine. But it was when the Red Cross was stopped that the Biafrans, the Biafran side started feeling it really. It's really, it's like
it was when what?
That was when they started losing, really.
It was when what happened that they started losing?
When the Red Cross was stopped in coming into Biafra.
We are talking about food. You are talking of Red Cross. Is this not when somebody is wounded that Red Cross will come in to treat them?
But there were other the Biafrans, the Red Cross too was dropping food through
Yeah,
Gabon too helped. Do you know how many children from Biafra that they were transported to Gabon? They were orphans. I know that they are now Gabonese. They don't even know their parents. There were thousands and thousands of
This is
babies they
this
were
is
dropped
what
off there.
happened, Tony. This is what happened. I don't like to talk about this food thing because I
Okay.
believe starvation is a, a valid weapon of war. But for the narrative
Mm-hmm.
concerning the Biafra one, let us face it.
Mm-hmm.
Ojuku was a cold-blooded soldier to the blood,
We know
to
it.
his
We
bones.
know it. I know that
This
because
is
he.
what happened.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted that propaganda of those children
Mm-hmm.
to appeal to the world. So he was against even the food the Red Cross. He rather hampered the Red Cross operation. And the federal troops were giving their food out in a convoy to the Biafran for the children mainly. But the Biafran soldiers will intercept these trucks and take the food. So the soldiers were okay, they were well fed, but the non-soldiers, the children, they were suffering. This is the truth. He was a cold-blooded soldier. I'm not saying it with malice or anything. That is what soldiers do. They are not about emotions.
that's why. That's right. And he was using propaganda too. You know, he had a mobile radio station that they carried around to lie to the whole world that they are winning the war. It's like if they are losing ground, let's say they are losing ground in one side of the eastern part, let's say Enugu now, they are losing ground there. They will say they are in Enugu. Oh, we have destroyed a lot of Nigerian army. They are because that radio Nigerian, they can pick the signal, we can listen to it, and they said not knowing that it was a mobile radio station in Danfo, van that they were moving from one place to the other.
But who doesn't? Who
and
does not?
and that
Who?
and that and that what do you call this thing? Um, um, what is the name of that the chief propagandist? Is it not
Ewu Merije and Chuku
Chukwumerije.
Merije.
Chukwumerije.
Cheku Merije and Ewu Merije, they have to beg them in 1969 to come out from the bush. They were still propaganda from the bush that they are still
they were
fighting war.
propaganda?
Oh God.
Propaganda. They are sending
Who
people
does?
to
Okay.
go and
Okay. What
they
war?
were
What
lying to
war?
their people that they are winning the war. When
Yeah,
they are
win the
losing
war.
the war, they
When they feel
abandon them and they
surrounded.
said they are winning the war. So you can't hear that kind of news every
Mm-hmm.
day that we are winning the we are in this thing, we are people will believe, oh yes, we are still in control, where they have lost the ground, they are no more in control of Nigerian soldier,
I agree
you know.
totally with you. But when you
and,
put it
and,
this way,
and
it will seem as if the federal troops did not employ one sort of propaganda as well. Look at what's happening right now with in Ukraine.
no, what
We
I'm
smell
saying,
that
what,
death
hold on,
in
hold on,
Ukraine, but the world
both
doesn't
sides
know it.
both sides use propaganda, but what I'm
Yes.
saying, the propaganda of Shukuberide using
Mm-hmm.
Danvo fan as if they are in a station in a particular location, like in a building location
Mm-hmm.
where they are broadcasting. They
Mobile
use it,
broadcasting.
yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
use it, they are lying, and the people are being killed every day. Instead of, you know, they push their people to be exterminated by Nigerian army.
Yeah, but you forget, sir,
Instead of,
you
no,
forget to understand that Ojuku has some kind of insatiable desire to just go and go. I mean, look at because I believe where his downfall started was when he executed those soldiers, those officers, which were one of his the people that really helped him. He didn't like any competition. He set up Nzogu to be killed. So we all know about it, and that was one of his biggest downfall. That was where he began because he just felt that he was like nobody should question him. that he made decision and he didn't want to listen to anybody. So what do you expect?
Well,
so those people that are the people that were running the propaganda and all that, he's under his direct orders and command. Or else you'll be shot. So you can't. I wouldn't blame them too much.
Well,
yeah. Could I interject a little bit? Ajanla Kuku.
Okay, Pansat.
All right. I say hello to everybody in the
My,
panel.
my brother, I'm sorry. I'm very, very sorry. You see, this is the problem. The same thing I see with the present IPOB. You know, when you can't talk to an IPOB member, and when you mention Kanus, they will say, no, 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 God punish you and all that. That's a problem I have with them. And that is the same thing that happened. Even that same Biafra, if they should get it, this is going to be the problem. Because we're going to have somebody as a dictator there. Okay, continue.
Right. Tony, caution, Pansat is around.
I don't care.
I was about to enjoin the protocol of saying hello to everyone in the panel and those in the comment section, including those listening to the show. Now, the thing about amateur historians like we have here, nobody's laid a foundation. Are you a trained historian?
Are you one?
Pansat, are you interjecting or you are trying to flesh out your own thought?
That
Just
is
let
the
me finish.
question.
He will get to you.
Babajare Kuku, why did you allow Pansat to actually start talking? It's not interjecting. He said he's not interjecting.
I'm interjecting.
One man, let Pansat go and queue. Let Pansat go and queue. He just came in. Let him wait for his turn. No interjection. You know, Pansat will not allow any other person to talk again. Pansat should go and wait.
My friend,
wait. One man.
Let me finish.
In a much I want Pansat to interject, but I'm going after Jalgo. I've been waiting for an hour half since.
Yeah, you go after Janle Koko. Okay, you go after Janle Koko. Pansat, make the interjection brief. Janle Koko, sum it up in a few more sentences, and then you come up next. War Peace.
Okay.
Very well. Very well. Now, I heard. I think I'm allowed to interject. I believe that was the conclusion on that.
Pansat, I go round it off, and then War Peace.
All right, thank you. Now, the thing I'm trying to say is that when you are making all this recounting stuff, you are concentrated on propaganda. I believe propaganda is part of war. There is no war since caveman that doesn't have an arm of propaganda. I know one man's favorite guys is the propagandist for the Iraqi when the United States soldiers.
Chemical Ali.
Yes, and he was right behind him when United States soldiers, and he's claimed that they're winning. So what you're going to have to do is to look at anthropology. I use that word a lot here. Now, this is the time to really emphasize on it. Anthropology of the Nigerians and the parties fighting, right? You have to look at another tribal, even though it has a tribal dimension, not the religion, it has a religious dimension. But you have to look at these people that the Biafrans are fighting. How did they come to Nigeria in the first place? How are the Hausas effeminated and defeated and conquered? And since then,
you are taking us in a totally different dimension. Where are we going?
Where we're going is the proper route, not the improper route, right? I'm not going to take you to where you've been going because you're going the wrong way. So I wait for my turn so that I could properly instruct this particular issue.
Okay, better. Aja, let's go.
It's been coming up all the time, but it needs to be dealt with properly. You mentioned Ken Sarowiwa. Somebody's asking you, how did he die? Well, you're giving account of people.
Yeah, but how he died is outside of the loop of the narrative now. That is not, it's outside of the loop of the Biafran war
but
state.
if he says, look, I don't want to go with the Biafrans, I want to go with my people, and they finally gave him a bomb that blew him into smithereens, or Gowon, and his people are being decimated now. So he was myopic, right? So you have to say, okay, look, Biafrans had a just cause. We are all Biafrans, right?
Yeah, but
So,
as much as we can, let's stay within the parameters of the conversation.
okay,
Otherwise, we'll just
okay,
end up in a cul-de-sac.
okay. Let me respect that. I want you to come to me so that when you're dealing with this stuff, if you're not trained, if you haven't laid the foundation,
Are you trained? Are you
yes,
trained?
I am. That's why nobody here has quoted any research. They have cited any authors, right? When you are discussing this kind of thing, it's academic.
Pastor,
It's
please,
not
can
what
you
you're going.
wait for your turn so we can let's listen
Yeah,
to
yeah,
each
yeah.
person. Please,
Rosie,
we are listening to Baba Jaleko. Let him finish and you wait for your turn.
I know, but it's not a folklore, right?
Please,
It's
you
not.
are just interrupting and intercepting. Please, let's wait for your turn.
I said I'm gonna
We're
wait for my
enjoying
turn.
But
the
it's not a
discussion.
full though, because what we're hearing are eyewitness accounts of events that people actually lived through.
Right, but when it comes to, you have to then cite some authority, right? It's okay to claim anything, right? But then the way to
No,
be
the
fair,
authority is I saw it with my own eyes, which is the authority
nobody's made that claim.
that Baba and Ajande Koko speak with.
Nobody has made that claim. I listened to
I made
Baba.
that claim boldly.
No, but
I
the
witnessed
event.
history.
Hold on,
I
Baba.
did not read about it.
Oh, Baba, you couldn't have been in the geographic locations you were talking about. Maybe you were born around that time. That doesn't give you impetus to claim that you were a participant in any of those
I
events.
was 12 years old when it
Okay,
started.
so what
I
do you
listen to
know?
radio. I read newspaper
Would you
from 8 years.
hold your
I've been
horses?
doing that.
Hold your horses, right?
All right, a couple more sentences and then back to Ajande Koko.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying is that when you say you're 12 years old, right? Now, we do know what a 12-year-old knows, right? We do know that. There are things we don't know.
What in my
are
own
you gonna,
time, watch the
said a couple
Baba,
soldiers,
of
let
watch
this
the
guy,
sentences.
Baba,
Zego
let
and
this
Co.
guy, Baba,
We
let this
were
guy, let this guy talk
we
and
were
go.
well trained. We read. I
Okay,
broke chalk. I didn't go to
come to
nursery
me.
school. I used chalk and slate.
Hold on. One man come
Baba,
to me
please leave this
quickly.
guy to
So
speak and let him go.
I would
Okay,
go
Wapis,
ahead.
thank you.
I will go ahead and give back the time, right? But I
All
want
right.
you to come to me so that I could then properly put these people in order, right? Thank you.
All right, back to Ajande Koko.
By the way, one man, I want you to remove me on this cell phone. I'm gonna come in properly on a laptop so that I can I'll be able to manage it. I was on my way back from a business transaction, so I was on the cell phone. Now I'm home. So
You went to make the drop, Abi. You went to make the drop. Look at that. This guy. We are on to you. Don't worry. I've got my guys working on you. But Ajande
all right,
Koko, back
remove
to
me on
you.
this. Thank you.
Well,
All right.
one thing that we should acknowledge is that Ojukwu and his team of soldiers were prepared for that war. And that is why the war can last. Lasted for 3 years. If they were not
You know, there are a few things that probably you and Baba can clear up. How did they get the armaments for the war? How did they get the money to fund it? You will say that was being funneled in by foreign bodies. So how were they able to sustain just the economics of it?
the central bank in the eastern region, they took over. They took all the money there. Central bank in the
So they were using the Nigerian
it
naira
was
to
Nigerian
fund,
money now that they were using to buy this arm, and they were able to put together their people, their brains.
The same way
But
their
I got a
diaspora
cocoa.
is
No. Hold on.
spending money
No,
now.
let him land, please. Yeah, let him land.
And they were able to put together their best brain in the school. In Unsuka, some professors in science and technology to develop some weapons for them.
Ogbunigwe.
Okay, let address that space because we've often heard of these narratives of the ingenuity of the Southeasterners that they were able to, through rudimentary means, cobble together sophisticated weaponry. So was it just Shakabula? What was it? This what is it Shakabula that they are trying
It
to?
was.
Is
Let
the
me tell
like
you.
IDS or what they call it now? Raw form.
So it was
It
just
wasn't raw form.
some rudimentary something.
No, it
Correct.
wasn't. It was. Do you know? Do you know? There's what's it called? There is in Umuahia. What do you call? What's this word now? Just escaped me. If you go to Umuahia, you
The
see the relics
bunker.
of Ogbudi. No.
The Obunigwe.
Museum of the War. Yeah. You want listen, I got to give those people that did research at the time. I know that they were fairly sophisticated. In fact, some um some armored cars were built in Biafra.
Armored cars.
Yeah.
You mean they welded some tin can together? Yeah. What's armored
Yeah,
car? What are we?
More like
bro,
armored personnel carriers.
more like armored car. And those things functioned.
So,
All
so,
right.
so they were able to put their best brain together in professors from university in Soka, to develop some weapons to fight. They were able to put some of them together, and they were able to make their own weapons locally as well, combined with the one they were able to get from outside the country to fight the war. And they carried out some strategy too that they used, to exterminate a lot of Nigerian army. One of it was by sending children roaming around like they know where Nigerian army are. Let's say they know. They will send some little kids. So when Nigerian army come around those little kids, that is when they will bombard them with, carried out a very serious attack on them, on Nigerian army. So they plan.
There were Ajale Koko, there were narratives of child soldiers being used.
Yes,
How
yes,
true was that, and how
it was true.
widespread?
It was true.
Yeah.
It
They
was
Just
were
true.
like the
called
We
Viet
saw.
they were
Cong
called boys. They were
in
called boys
Vietnam.
company. They
Yeah,
were called boys company at the time.
Correct.
true. So
And what age bracket are we calling child? What first?
9, 10, and things
Yeah.
like that.
yes, 9, 10, and all the rest. Yeah, they will
11,
deploy
yeah.
them on the field. They will send them out, and when soldiers
Were they using them as spies or combatants?
as
Were they
spies,
spies
sometimes
or
they will use them as spies.
Both.
but they were not carrying guns?
They were not carrying guns. They will
Okay.
use them as spies, and those students will go and tell them, oh, there are social place. People will see children, so this is a lost child. He's just roaming around. Whereas that side is an intelligent officer for the military. So they were able to do a lot of things to carry on the war that lasted for 2 years. But but when Awolowo did those changes in respect to currency redesigning and stoppage of food and what else? There's another thing that he did. That was what you know um, gave them. I mean, caused a very serious setback for them.
Aja, let me
So,
remind you also, one of the
Okay.
things I observed, one of
Okay.
the things I observed towards the end of the war, those wounded soldiers coming back home, they brought Igbo bride. Can you believe that even before the war ended, they brought Igbo brides?
yeah,
This is the thing now.
yes,
The Igbo
yeah.
woman and him is the stability. But
So,
let me ask you two questions by way of rounding off. But condense the answers to the two questions. The first question is who is ultimately culpable for that war? Who would you say singularly is most responsible for that war? So that's the first question.
The
Ojuku,
No,
politicians.
no,
one.
that's to Ajale
Ojuku,
Koko.
two.
That's to Ajale Koko. Yeah.
Okay.
well, I think both Gowon and Ejuku
There has to be one person more responsible than the other.
I think, well, I would say this. Ojuku, mostly, I blame Ojuku the most. And why we blame Ojuku the most is that when Ojuku became the, what do you call it?
So it's not go on for reneging on the Aburi Accord.
A part of it, that is one side of it. But Ojuku was mischievous for confederation of regional, for his position on confederation of regional government, So because as at the time that what do you call this guy, his boss was the head of state, that one was already centralized the government anyway. But both of them got to be blamed, whether we like it or not. But Gowon had his blame, Ojukwu had his blame. It's just unfortunate that Ojukwu did not accept all the plea from notable Nigerian. Notable Nigerian traveled to the east to talk to him, to let them not to allow the war to erupt between the two sides. He should have listened. Even his dad was alive. I think it was. I think it was during. I think his dad died during the war, and also his dad tried to even talk to him. He wasn't listening. So
he's not even on speaking terms with his dad. Remember?
All right. I'll ask you the second question, Ajan Lekoko, and I'll give you two names to choose from. Who won that war? Was it Gowon or Awolowo? Who won that war?
I think Chief Awolowo's strategy won the war for Nigeria. The redesigning of the currency and the stoppage of food supply to the east, and one other thing that he did, I can't remember.
Executing the war without borrowing.
Yes. Oh, yeah, yes. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, without borrowing. Because he was, that has never happened in the history of the world, in the history of this world, for a nation to fight for 3 years and never borrow. How was he able to manage the economy? And during the time he was managing this economy, all the interests of the East, this man kept it.
No.
Hold on. At the diplomatic, at the foreign affairs ministry, Awolowo stopped deployment of diplomats around the world. That look, Nigeria is fighting war among itself. It's going to be unfair to start standing diplomats from two sides of the country, from the west and the east, and leaving the Igbo behind. Let us stop the deployment of diplomats until we see the end of this war. After the end of the war, then we will know if Nigeria will remain, or or the other way around. So he did protect the interest right there. And when it comes to even the $20 they were talking about, he fought for that £20, 20 pounds that he gave them. They were not supposed to give them that money, but he took it on himself. That look, people coming out from this war, we have to pay some reparation. It's never done in any part of the world where the first civil war. This is what Awolowo did. That 20 pounds that some people are saying, oh, it's a useless money. This it's a form of reparation for what Nigerian did to the Biafran. But they expected him to bankrupt Nigeria and pay the whole money in our reserve for the Biafra. That was what some people are expecting. He actually had actually opened a register for them to write for everybody that have money in the account before leaving Lagos and other parts of Nigeria. The totality of people that enter the money in their savings is more than what Nigeria have in the reserve in our central bank. So, look, he did what he have to do to keep the unity of Nigeria. But today, Awolowo is seen as enemy. It's been described as enemy of Igbo. It's just unfortunate, but he did everything to protect the interest of Igbo. The
Very, very
$20,
sad.
20
Very,
pounds.
very sad.
Very sad.
I want to ask before you
For
go.
reparation, it never paid in any part of the war, any part of this world, for one side within a country where they fight civil war to pay reparation to the other. So Awolowo did it, and it should be thankful to him forever, forever, and not.
I want to ask before you go.
Yes.
I want to know the the role that Zeke played in that war. Because I
Zeke
never had anything he did concerning the war.
Zeke ran away. Zeke already ran away.
That's a coward.
But he came back in the middle of the war to Nigeria and made a
not in the middle. He came back. He came back in 1869. He came back in 1869
and condemned the war, condemned Ojukwu.
Yeah.
Yes. Hold on. I think I've got I think I've got a little something on that. Let me see. Yes, I've got a little something on that.
On Friday, September 5, 1969, I alighted at the Lagos airport at 2 p.m. and I spent the next 21 days in visiting the capitals of the 12 states of Nigeria, including 4 university towns and certain parts of the liberated areas of former East. It has made it clear to me that all of us have now realized the mistakes we made in the past by fighting one another. There is a general feeling, which is widespread, that all are now determined to turn a new leaf and help repair the damage we have inflicted on ourselves. Not only that, there is now a deep-seated desire to have effective central government which will hold the federation intact so that in the future no component of it shall be in position to challenge the fatherland. The world has been shocked that an enterprising people like the Igbo have been tongue-tied and emasculated, that they have allowed tyrants to blindfold and hoodwink them, so that in a war alleged to be fought for their survival, more than 1.5 million children of their country had died of starvation and disease. It sickens me to see the advertisement of skeletal Biafran babies on the pages of newspapers and on the TV screens, begging for charity and relief. It hurts my pride as a human being. His people offer to General Ojukwu. I wish he would have second thoughts and inscribe his name in contemporary world history as a brave soldier and a beloved leader, instead of disfiguring the pages of Nigerian history as another political impostor and petty tyrant.
All right, so that was a little. That was Zeke coming back. What's happened to the super chats? But hold on, what's happened to God? Can you hold on 1 second, please? Can you hold on 1 second, please? What's happened to the super chat for all of these? From the source histories that we're giving you. That's what I was about to say. To encourage people to super chat. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted to say. What have I written that is out of? Have you been looking at the chat? People have been even writing very terrible things and all that, and you keep blocking me. What's going on?
I'm not blocking you. I'm running the
Let's talk.
session.
Okay, can you speak to one of the people on this panel? Somebody has stopped me from airing my view. I mean,
Yes,
maybe,
same here, man. Don't
I
worry
have not
about it.
abused anybody.
Okay, you are not blocked.
Don't worry about it. I'm blocked.
Hold on. Let me just do this. If you look at your screen now, you'll
Yes.
see that nobody is blocked. You see, nobody is. So that's the back end right there. Nobody is blocked. You see, these are the moderators. Those are the senior moderators, and you can see there's nobody on the block list.
I'm blocked though. So what does that mean?
You are not blocked. Nobody. You can see now. That's it right there.
My comment is not showing here. Why is that though?
Mine is not either.
I'm not sure, but you are not.
That's fine.
You were
Okay,
blocked, but I unblocked you.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
You mean me? What about
Both,
me?
nobody is blocked. You were blocked a long time ago. I unblocked you a long time ago. Tony was blocked today. I unblocked him
man,
today.
seriously, I'm blocked right
Told
now.
me that I was on timeout. That someone's placed me on timeout.
Yeah, no, timeout is not a block now. It's a 5-minute cooling off period.
Okay, well, it's about an hour now. Okay, that's fine.
Okay, type something in there, and then we'll see if you're blocked or not.
Okay, that's fine.
I will do the same thing. I will type. Watch this.
Yeah, but you can see here. So hidden. You see, the blocked people are usually in this section, hidden users, and you can see it's empty. So nobody's blocked.
Do you see the testing that I just typed right now? Did you see testing?
I don't see anything, but
okay.
You see, same thing with me too.
Yeah, when you have Hausas, Northern Muslims.
Oh no, let's not do. Let's
what
not
do you
do
think
that
is going to
now.
happen to us?
Oh God,
it's true. You have to deal with the truth.
Somebody have just unblocked me now.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, yes.
Let me land. I will let you.
Land at Janleko Kandembo. So Tony, we can see you there, so you're not blocked. But carry on.
Thank you, one man.
It's on record today that Awolowo strategy was responsible for the defeat of the Biafra army. We cannot take away the role that Gowon played as well as the commander-in-chief of armed forces for giving Awolowo that respect, should I call it absolute respect, to handle the affair of the state, the finance of the country, without any interruption. For listening to him, to his advice, to his suggestion, to everything that Awolowo put before him. As Gowon never disagree on anything, because that represents the statement he made when he released from Awo. He said, this is the man that we need to be part of the team to lead this country. And he demonstrated it by action, by giving the free hand to manage the finances of the country well. And I will never fail the country. He managed the finances well. He introduced the indigenization policy. There are so many things that he did for Nigerian state to keep Nigerian warm. So Awolowo won on the strategy. Gowon gave him the support, and everything worked together and fulfilled Gowon position that to keep Nigerian warm is a task that must be done. So Nigerian won the war in 1970, January 1970. Ojukwu flee Nigeria to Ivory Coast, where he was granted asylum. Ivory Coast, of course, was one of those countries supporting him during the war. So January 1970, Biafra surrender. The second in command, what's the name of the man? Is it not I can't remember his name now.
Effiong
surrender to Obasanjo. In 1982, Ojukwu returned to Nigeria after 13 years in exile. I can remember.
Could I interject,
Let
Let Ajan Lekoko just land. We have been
he came back.
Keeping people waiting for too long. Yeah.
One thing that we must take, everybody must take and take to bed tonight is that Ojukwu is a man of his people. His people love him. When he came back and he arrived in Lagos, the whole Igbo stores across Lagos were closed to welcome him. Everywhere was closed down.
After he plunged them into war. What can you say? The guy deceived them. He deceived them, and they were still following him.
Yes. So,
but that guy just interjected you right now.
The
right?
glory.
He just
Aja,
you.
Aja, please just let me contribute to help your contribution. What happened there?
Your contribution will be the rounding off of Aja's space because our work is.
Aja, please grant me that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I think it played out later by observation and benefit of hindsight. That gathering, that fondness for him was a situation of curiosity, because when he came, the same people he fought against were in NPN, National Party of Nigeria.
Did he not have to fight? Did he not have to fight to get his house back in Ikoyi?
Oh yeah.
Remember
No,
when
I'll come to that if you permit me. But he joined MPN, and when he contested as a senator, and the MPP candidate beat him bad.
Yes.
Beat him bad. Yes. This was just within 6-9 months.
Yes.
They gathered to look at him, to pump his fist, to touch him, adore him, but they never voted for him.
Yeah. But you know that Azikwe party was strong, though, in the East. They controlled the whole East back then. MPP controlled everything. It's just like saying somebody to come and defeat UPN from MPN.
Why didn't he join his people's party? Because UPN was West,
because
Shagari was North.
Baba, because Azikwe, he did not accept Azikwe as a political leader. He saw Azikwe as a traitor. Azikwe,
you are right.
He saw Azikwe. He didn't accept him as a real leader of Igbo. He saw him as a traitor, a man that will sell Igbo, to be dominated by the North. And that is what we know Azikwe for. Azikwe did that.
And he did that now. And that's the problem. Azikwe was the major problem of the Igbo.
Azikwe, not only the Igbo, Azikwe marginalized the whole of the South for not accepting that offer that Awolowo gave him then to be prime minister, and for Awolowo to be finance commissioner, for surrendering that position to the North. He jeopardized, he marginalized rather the southern interest in the political scheme of things in Nigeria. So that is what I did. So let me close it. One man. So Ojukwu was loved by his people. They welcomed him well, and November 2001, Ojukwu died, and the rest is history today. So
Bianca's husband.
All right, Brother.
One man, before you go on, let me just take 2 minutes, and then I would.
It's one piece turn.
Let me just say something for 2 minutes, and I may actually.
Sorry, I cannot give you a second. I can't give you a second. I've been waiting for 2 hours now. Sorry, I can't give you a second.
I'm talking to the host.
Sorry.
Sorry,
you can talk to the host. I'm just telling you, I can't give you a second.
And then I will exit. As a matter of fact, let me use.
I said I can't give you a second. I've been waiting for 2 hours. Pansat, sorry.
I understand. Let's see how he.
If you understand, then why you proceeding? Why you proceed if you understand?
I want him to rule on it. Will you shut
No,
up?
he does not have to rule on it.
It's up to World Peace. He's been waiting for a long time. That's why I pushed that Janle Koko. Because even World Peace is unwell even, so really we don't want to hold him for too
All
long.
right,
So
no
World
problem.
Peace.
Then I can interject World Peace when he starts talking, right? Okay,
Yeah, you
go
can
ahead.
World Peace to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Ajalo Koko has been speaking and take all the time. But
World Peace,
I'm
can
not
I
happy.
interject you for a minute? World Peace, can I
Not
interject you
yet
for a
time.
minute?
Just hold on. Hold
All
your
right,
peace,
go ahead.
please. I would not go the route that Ajalo Koko went, because Ajalo Koko, Gomez, Baba, and the other guy Tony, they have said a lot of things that is true.
So
And
sorry,
some,
was it when he came back? Was it when he came back that he married Bianca?
yeah.
Yes.
My goodness.
Years
That
after,
guy,
Bianca was the
he
daughter
lived
of
a sham.
Christian Ono,
Yes.
and
Bianca is
Ojukwu is a
the
very
Hold
good
daughter
on.
of
friend
his
of
friend.
Ono.
Let War Peace. Let War Peace come in.
Hold on. Yeah.
That
So
guy lived a champagne life all the way through.
yeah, exactly.
Bianca was the daughter of his friend, and that man
Yeah.
never forget that.
All right,
Yeah.
War Peace.
Anyway.
War Peace.
Anyway, what I'm going to say, I'm just going to touch on some key highlight of the war, what led to the war, and what took place in the war. First of all, the war that took place, the first coup that took place was a fake coup, and Zogo was brought in. Ifajuna actually led that coup, and Aguero Rossi is the organizer of that coup. You cannot organize a coup without a chief military officer not involved. Aguirre Ronsi was the chief of army staff at then. And sorry to say, Aguirre Ronsi was not the oldest military man in Nigeria at that time. The oldest military man was in peacekeeping force in Africa. He was a Yoruba man. But Aguirre Ronsi was the chief of army staff. So when that coup happened, it was a fake coup. The House of Assembly was moving to, I think, Abubakar Rimi Baba and Ajago can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was Abubakar Rimi they were selecting to replace it was Tafawa Balewa, right? The prime minister. But the Senate president, which is the Igbo man, took Ironsi to London to meet Azik to hand over power to Ironsi. The military has no business in that position. That was the actual coup that took place. Then when he came to power, Benoit Boise immediately wrote a constitution that changed our constitution and give us this constitution that we have today. Now, we cannot say that, you cannot see the hand playing that Azikiwe ideology, that Pan-Africanism, one Nigeria, no negotiable, one country, nobody seceding. You see, it came to play. Then Ironsi was in power. He did not arrest. He did not do anything to Ojukwu and Zego and his boys. Now there was a counter coup from Muritala Mohammed and this guy that is still alive right now, former chief of defense staff. Why Gowon was the chief of army staff. Both Gowon
Was that Dan Juma?
Dan Juma, yeah. Dan Juma actually captured Ironsi. Now, both Gowon and Ojukwu were same rank, lieutenant colonel, both of them. But Gowon was higher in office as chief of army staff, while Ojukwu was governor of Eastern Region. During the when Ironsi was a president, when they declared Nigeria changing to federalism, Adakaboro, when they saw our constitution, Adakaboro said, no, we cannot stay like this. We have to secede from this country. Adakaboro declared Niger Delta country. Aguiyi sent Ojukwu to go get Adakaboro. That was 12 days war. That was the first civil war that happened. And Ojukwu went there, shot everything up, called Gowon, burned villages, and caught Adakaboro, brought him back to Enugu, or where was the capital, Lagos, and they sentenced this guy to death. Then after 6 months, there was a cattle coup that took this guy out. Then Gowon became the president. Now Ojukwu came back and said, no, we must reverse back. He did not reverse back when his brother was the president. Now he said they should reverse back when Gowon was there. Now let's leave that aside. Now when he declared Biafra Republic, Gowon actually warned him if he wants to declare Biafra, he will remove the Gojan state, which Gowon actually did. The first state that Gowon actually first removed, Cross River, and all, I think this present day Bayelsa and all that. He now removed it. But when Ojukwu declared Biafra, he took over Port Harcourt first. This next thing he did, he marched to Benin. He has no business in Benin. And he got to Benin, and Ojo asked him, "What are you doing here?" He said he came here that he wants to protect Benin, that Benin have to pay his men. And Ojo told him that would not be possible. But before you knew, you overrun Benin. Ojo had to escape with a machine to a motorcycle to Lagos. Then he was telling Benin to declare republic. And the Benin was the king said that he cannot declare a republic. But his mission was, if we have tried that, there would have been no Benin existing today. He moved on, then he was stopping Ore. Now, the war, when he was stopping Ore, he was beaten back to Benin. The war was fought in Benin, Midwest. It was massacre.
You're from Benin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not surprised. Okay, go on.
Why won't you be surprised? But
Could I interject?
Hold on.
Why
Hold
are
on,
you
please.
so averse to me
Hold on. Hold on.
What are you
Hold
hiding?
on.
Let me interject.
Hold on. Hold on.
What is he hiding?
What are you hiding? What are you afraid
okay,
of?
it's funny enough, when we
you
talk,
shouldn't have anything
when
to
we
say. You're a small,
hold
tiny
on,
minority
if you can let me speak.
If you can be quiet because you're not part of this stand. You're a minority. You're a small group of people that have no input in that war. So anything you say has to be biased. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, all right. You make your statement. Then let me explain. Let me respond to you. Now, if you say a minority, no doubt, I'm not questioning that. When you came to Benin, we were Midwest. Then we were just 4 regions. There was no minority region. I don't know how educated you are to supposed to know that. It was just 4 regions, and all region was equal. And when you guys came into Benin, 85% of the war was fought in Midwest. I said it before. Then 20% was fought in the Goja region, which is Port Harcourt, Calabar, Bayelsa, and other part. Only 5% got to the eastern region, and the war was over. 5%. And I want you to prove me wrong. And when
it's none of your business. Stay out of it.
No, hold on. I don't know why people just come. I don't want to speak with. We're not speaking in emotion here. We are speaking so that people can be like. Hold on, now, please. Now, I don't have enough energy.
What do you have to say? Though it's none of your business.
You don't have anything to. You don't have anything to say. Like you don't have anything to say. You are accusing me of who. You're not interjecting me yet. If what you're going to say doesn't make sense, you're gonna have a discussion. Then you can interject me. But if you're coming here to impose your propaganda be felt by your past leader to you, then you want to tell me because you never experienced the war. No. Hold on. You never experienced the war.
I was a soldier in that war.
So you were never any soldier in that war. You were never any soldier in that war. That's how you guys just lie easily.
Hold on. I was a
soldier. You hold on.
Okay,
stop
go
these
ahead.
lies.
Let me interject. It's only polite.
Stop the lies. Stop the lies. Sorry.
Go ahead.
When the war was taking place, in that war, there's some certain secrets people don't talk about. They keep saying Biafra has 70% of Nigerian military. That was true. But 45% of the Biafra army that was really the top and the brain of Biafra army was the Anioma stock, what do you call Bende Igbo then. Baba, prove me wrong if I'm lying. Go and look at their generals. I called your name, Baba. Respond to me, please.
Ibos. I don't know why they are denying them. They are Ika Ibos. They are Bendel Ibos.
Anioma, Oshun, that was these are were Bender Igbos. Go and look at their top generals then, colonels.
Igbos,
Go and look at them. All of them. Bemudia, those are Bemudia, they're banker. Do you think, why do you think they defected? When they defected from that war, the war was finished. Now, Ojukwu has his own agenda, his supremacy agenda.
It is quite amazing how you always land everything on Benin. It's on
One man. Sorry, it is on YouTube. If you follow this war very well, if you follow the war, if you watch the war, you wonder which part of the East they fought this war. They're saying, "Oh, they killed us." That's why you see Ezek talking about the 1.5 million children that died. They died of starvation, not by bullets.
My guy, you're being
hold on, now, please. Hold on. You're not trying. So when you guys hear the truth, hold on.
You don't know nothing.
Hold on now. Why you guys keep you just? I just go for 2 hours and I was short. I kept my mouth shut. You guys will see a very clear evidence, like a Statue of Liberty. Then you say it's not. There's a blue sky. You just watch Azikiwe saying it with his own mouth that 1.5 million children died out of starvation. But yet you will say that the war killed 3 million people.
All right. So why is that important? Why is everybody talking about the starvation thing?
Please let me. If it's not important, then you don't have any right to complain that people were killed in the war. If it's not important, the lies is too much. Ojukwu went to war because of his own set ego.
The lies.
Sorry. Let him have a moment to express himself.
Now,
I don't have to. You know something funny, Pansat. In and out, you've been with this session for with this platform for a good 18 months, thereabout. You are the last person I should be put into the back. Let him speak. Just let him speak.
Can I interject him?
All right, thank you. Sorry, carry on. After what I just said, show some elegance now.
Yeah,
carry on.
When the war started, one man. So if you look at the war, Ojukwu went to Port Harcourt. Yes, he took over Port Harcourt. He took over the boats, gunboat Nigeria have. He took over the gunboat and make it Biafra boat. He was after the oil. Fine, he was getting oil from there. The next place in march to was Benin. They came to Benin. They looted Benin Central Bank. They took 1.5 million pounds at that time. It was called Rebel. Go and look at midweek newspaper. We still have all this catalog. They were in Benin.
Can you hold on? Can you let him speak, please?
Okay.
Carry on, please.
They looted 1.5 million pounds from this Midwestern. That time was called Midwestern Central Bank, Midwestern Bank. Then when they fought in Ore, when people just speak here, they were fighting. They fight Ore. Have you guys actually traveled to Ore and know where is Ore? When you are in Ore, you are in Benin. And when you beat somebody back from Ore, where do you think the person going to land in? In Benin. When you beat them from Benin, where did they land on? Asaba, then Midwestern. The inflation that we are complaining, the Ojukwu people is complaining about today, is by their own doing. They blow up their own bridge. The only access they have to the Midwest. They blow it off. But they'll blame you for their own deed, their own wrong deed. Now, everybody is speaking here. Has anybody talked about Uzegu's death? Baba, can you hear me? Please answer me. Did you speak about Uzegu's death?
Maybe you.
No, I didn't speak about it because that's not their wahala.
Zegu, you guys, hold on. This Zegu, you guys try to pull the war on his head so bad that he's the chief organizer of that war. When the war was hitting, this time they're still controlling Benin. Yeah, men are staying in Asaba, some areas, Delta. Do you know what Delta people did? The security did. He went to Enugu to ask Ojukwu for reinforcement. He was denied. What he saw, he knew that if he stay alive, the Nigerian team has two sets then. They had the Alpha team that will go first. They have the super team who was from Niger and Chad. Because Nigeria didn't have military and men capability then. We didn't have personnel then. We have to get support from neighboring country. The sweepers team was the military men from Niger, Chad, and so on. Those were the sweeper team. Those will come later. After the military comes, take over the territory, they will come, secure the place, clean out those around the clean out. Now, when he went
those
to
were the people
Ojukwu,
we call Godo.
yeah, when he went to Ojukwu, well, he's on his way back. He stopped. His sister, his driver, he stopped and he told his sister, if these people come and meet me in Nasaba, it will not be good for us at all. He went to the bush and shot himself. His sister had to carry his brother's dead body all the way from Enugu down to Asaba. You guys never talk about it. That was just
let me interject.
No, what happened was he
peace,
was
can I
trying to
interject
overthrow.
before anybody? I've
Ojukwu
been asking
himself.
to interject you before this Babada who's talking right now. Let me interject you.
Continue. You can interject.
Thank you very much. Now, what I want to interject with, we look at the time. What is important in your narrative, right? We're looking at the timeline of that war. January 1966, Nigerian government overthrown, seen as an Igbo coup, like others have recounted. You agree with all that? Baba was very good in narrating that, Ajan Lekoko. And then the other gentleman, I think he's an Igbo man like me. Odumoye Ojukwu was appointed a military governor for the Eastern region. The second coup in July, I think somebody said, I don't know if they were wrong when they said it's January, but it's in July 1966. Gowon becomes head of state, right? So I'm looking at the big picture now. I'm not trying to talk micro history like you're narrating stories that you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. You went there, there's no citations. We're looking at the big picture. Ojukwu declares independence in May 1967. Those are historical dates. Then the war begins in July. Our capital, in this case, I'm a Biafran, I'm still a Biafran.
Dan Lekoko said that, by the way, but carry on.
He did in October 1967. Okay, so 68, oil-rich Port Harcourt was captured by Nigeria. See, and everybody who's been talking about this war to date, nobody's mentioned Britain and France. The French were on the side of the Biafrans.
Yeah, a lot of people did, but carry on.
But there's a language barrier between we and the Biafrans were English speaking, and of course the French, they speak French. And then Britain, who is actually imposing this war on Nigerians using these northern Muslims, which is something they've done all over the place. It's not a one-time thing. It's the mode of dividing up and conquering our people like they did many other places. That's who's fighting the war. Northern Muslims don't have pilots. They don't up to today. They don't have technology. They don't go to school.
All right. We don't want to get into the ethnic jingoism.
No, it's not. Yeah. It's the facts. Hold on. The facts that matter to what he's discussing, right? The big picture is something you already know. They came in, like I said, in their anthropology, conquered our brothers in the north, Hausas, emasculated them. They want to dip their Quran in the Atlantic, our side. They said you heard that Sadwana. I'm about to land. Just give me one more minute. So I'm trying to give you the contours of what's important in the history, anthropology, not just tribal.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the propaganda that some people still say in the East that's still making.
Hold on, Wapis. Leave that space that Pansat just went to.
Okay, let me leave it.
Carry on from where you were.
What I thought he's gonna tell me something better, but
I was gonna tell you if you let me. I was gonna tell you. Let me
unfortunately, is rubbish. One man, as I was saying.
Carry on from where you were.
As I was saying, if you look at the pattern where they fought this war, was mainly in the creek. The Italand was Asaba, Benin. When you got to Maya, 3 days after fighters get to Maya, Ojukwu advocated, ran, escape, Ifyong, handover. A shame. And we see people here every day shouting, oh, the war, they killed us, they fought us. And I asked them from Boeing,
Yeah, but the war is fought in the creek
Hold on,
because of the.
hold on, let me land. From Ebonyi, Aba, that's Abia, Enugu, apart from Nabra, in many, Enugu was it Imo. Tell me where they fought the war. The war. There was no war. No single bullet touched there.
Okay,
People
man,
that
can I go
okay,
now?
hold on.
Can I
Let me
go now?
finish. People that receive you on their back, you have never said anything about them, but you want these people to be crying for your own war that you caused for them. That
Excuse me,
was
I thought
it's
you
not
were
the war not supposed to the war not supposed to happen at the war not supposed to happen at the
Hey.
Are you saying something?
No, sorry. I think
Yeah,
somebody was on mute. Carry on.
the war not supposed to happen at the first place. Truth to be told. Uh if the Senate president who was an Igbo did not hand over power to Ironsi, there would have been no war. I think Atiku Abubakar Remi should have been the next prime minister, and things would have gone fine. We were practicing parliamentary system of government, which does not bring the military into play. Even the police, inspector general police have more power then. So when that one happened, instead of them to fix it during Ross's time again, he make it worse. He changed the constitution. And he make it just one way because he felt they'll be there forever because they were all in power. The head of the custom, immigration, almost everything in Nigeria was controlled by the Easterners then. For immigration, police, everything was them. Then when it was started, Ojukwu would have stopped. Ifeanyi, have people ask why Ifeanyi was killed? Baba Yuji tell them. Ifeanyi even told Ojukwu,
Yeah, I
even
told them.
at 67, told Ojukwu, let's go back to our national plan. With this Nigeria government and national bodies willing to come to the table and speak. But Ojukwu also carried away. The Ojukwu that got him what he wants is 67. At 67, the war was over. 68 to the war actually ended 69. That 70 was just hand over. We stop all these lies. The youth of Saudi should ask their leader the truth. And the truth will stop this hatred amongst us. If you see the way you guys will say it here, they'll say the Fulani, but you hate the South. If it's the Fulani, why don't you hate the North? Is the Fulani, why don't you go to the North and fight there? But you're fighting in the South. We don't need this thing. This war happened. People are alive who fought in that war. My late uncle fought in that war, General. He's dead now. He started. My father is alive. My father was a sign up, but before his younger brother, how doing military now, how you say in English, he didn't let my father go. My father was a quiet person. In my area, so many people, uncle, friends, went to the war. We all know this war. So what are we not trying to blame? Who are not shifting goalposts, blaming who or not who? The sole person to blame in this war is Ojukwu. He destroyed a great economy in the Southeast. He destroyed a lot of Osuka students, vibrant students.
George, I really hate that.
Vibrant student. One man. I'm not too well. Let me use the floor. Most things I wanted to say, I've forgotten them because I was waiting too long. But thank you, one man. I hear the floor.
All right. Thank you, Wapi. So
take care of your body. Better.
Yeah. Plenty of fluid. Yes.
I think we have. I mean, for this interaction you had with us tonight, I believe your body is. You are a better person tonight.
I'm sweating like I'm talking. My body is sweating like crazy.
Yeah, huh? Yeah. I believe you're better than before. Night.
Huh? Ekene?
Yeah. Everything that happened in this war, though I don't know anything about the war, it was just a story. But my own belief is that the people of the Southeast didn't manage that space very well, and that is why we are still crying about marginalization. People like Zeke, if I hear history of how he managed, regarding his position in Nigeria, at least he is one of the first-class citizens in this country. But and that is why you see Igbo people don't like him at all. That's why Ojukwu dominated that love in the East, because the guy the way he played his politics and all that, didn't really settle the political matters in the East. It was just like all those one Nigeria stuff is just a scam. I didn't know why the guy was so, as in, he didn't act educated the way he claimed to be. And that is the main problem. Because I believe he has every opportunity, even for us to have a regional government today. It would have been better for us. But the guy misused all those things. A cry of one Nigeria, which he didn't, because I was even sad that people like Aworowo was on ground making point and all that. But people like Zeke fled the nation and left everything in the hand of Ojukwu.
You know why he left? Do you know what? Ekene, you don't. You know what you are doing. You don't know history, and you also know that, and you what you are doing to Zeke is not good because you don't know much about what happened.
This is not me doing this is not me doing anything to him. He's the problem of the East. It is a fact. There is nothing I'm doing to him. It's just everything you mentioned. Let me finish. Let me finish. Everything you mentioned here, you said what Aworowo did. Even the word that didn't concern him, but he played some major role. But where was Zeke? That's why I asked that question. Where was Zeke? He ran away. After to come back to blame.
He didn't just run away. He didn't just run away. He didn't just run away.
Why would he run away? That is my position. Why would he run away?
In fact, let me tell you, Zeke, what happened to Zeke was actually one of the contention of that war. Why was he not killed? That is the question you're supposed to ask. Why did they allow him to go?
That is not because regarding history,
the people that you are praising, let me tell you, the people that you are praising, Ojukwu and co.
This Biafra of a store.
The people you are.
This Biafra of a store. This is the feeling. Let me finish, Simba. This is the feeling in the East. It's not only me. Because even this Biafra of a store won't be talking about it if Zeke has played his role very well. Because that's an opportunity. Every opportunity to create a better ground for the Easterners. At the end of the day, what does he get? Even his go to his house in Onitsha. Zeke is nowhere to be found today in the history of Igbo land.
Wait. Let's calm down here. You admitted, admittedly, and I like your honesty. First of all, that was your opening statement that you don't understand anything about the war. Before you start criticizing Zeke, I think it's fair to look beyond 66, to look behind and all that. And why? Because that was a question I've always asked myself. If we had two great men like Awu and Zeke, why didn't both of them team together and even giving the South a very solid...
Hold on. Ekene is saying the right thing. How could Zeke, hold on. Zeke left that country maybe 3 days before the coup, or maybe a week before the coup.
Which was suspicious, yes, exactly.
Yes. We showed that maybe he had a hint and he ran away. And he was outside the country over 2 years. Hold on.
Abadele Koko, his brothers that partook in that coup were the one that hinted him and allowed him to escape.
Yes,
it was not the only one. Even the premier of the Southeast, he did not kill him.
Let me land.
All of them, all the people in the Southeast left before the coup.
Hold on, Simba. What you are saying is right. Ekene is right too. To say Zeke did not do well. He was the political leader of the East, and war is going on in your land, and you run away for over 2 years, going to 3 years. It was outside the country. He only said he's going for medical treatment.
Baba Jali Koko, let us be fair whatever we are saying. Zeke has left the country before the war. He has left the country before the war.
Hold on now. We are saying the same thing.
He left the country before the war. No, you're biased. You need to listen to yourself. You're biased in your narration.
Hold on. What do you mean by bias? Am I saying something different from the
There's
history?
bias. Okay.
He left
All
the
right.
country before the war, he left before the war, and he was answered there till 1969. The war ended in 1970. How dare a leader of the eastern zone of Nigeria was outside the country before the war, and throughout the war he was outside the country. It was at the tail end of the war that he came back.
So did you know the roles he was playing whilst he
What
was
did I
outside the
tell
country?
you? What did
Did
I
you
tell
know?
you?
Do you? No. Excuse me. Let's be fair. Let's be balanced in our criticism. Do you know
So
what he was doing
he
whilst he
was
was outside?
expecting either for Ojukwu to win the war so that he can come and
No,
join them together. Oh, we have won
let's
the
be
war.
fair.
But
Let's
when the
well
war was
let
not going, when he saw that, then he's coming back to say, "Oh, you stand by the side of Nigeria." He's a
no.
coward
Let's
leader.
be
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let us say
let's
the
be
That
truth.
let's
was that
let's
was your own. That was your own.
There is nothing like
That was your
Ojukwu
own assumption.
He's a coward leader.
Zik
He
is a
ran
coward,
away.
confirmed coward. Anybody that is defending here don't know what he's saying.
Yes.
He's a very
What
coward somebody.
Zeke? Maybe
He's a very coward somebody.
maybe Zeke would have prevented that war if
Yes.
before that war erupted, if he came in and rally all the political leaders in the east that look, we cannot fight war.
Ojukwu
Don't
will
go
not
with
listen
Ojukwu
to him.
and this. Hold
Ojukwu
on now. Hold on.
at
He
that
was
time
the
will never
leader.
listen to anybody.
Hold on. Listen. Ojukwu was, Nnamdi Azikiwe was the political leader. If he has
will not
weathered him before the war, can you listen? Can you listen?
No, you're not listening. You're telling me to
Just
listen. You're not listening
listen.
to me.
Let me land.
Why
Then
should
you
I
can
listen to you?
criticize.
You're not
Then you
listening
can
to
make
other
your own
people's
point.
views.
Let me
You want
land.
people to
Then you
listen.
can make your own point.
No,
What is
you
your
talk for a
problem?
long time.
Let me land. Then you can make your own point.
Sir, you've been talking for a long time
Let me
and
land.
respected
Let
your
me
views and all
land
that.
before you
You're
make
just
your
biased
point.
in your views.
You are interrupting me. Let me land. Then you make your point. Let us do it one after the other. If Zeke had intervened before the war or played some role, maybe the war would have been averted. But this guy ran away. What kind of leader is that?
That's
Did he
your
play
view.
any role?
He didn't even while he was away,
Did
he
you
didn't even
know, Baba
communicate with
Jaiku, I want to ask you a question.
international
Why did he
community.
leave the country?
All right, ask that question. But before you ask that question, let me use this window to bail out, and then I hand over to Thomas to carry on the session. But before I hand over, of course, administrative stuff. The super chats came in. Prince Daddy, we always mention him. Peace joins him in this instance. Only really to delight in this session, which a lot of people seem to have enjoyed. Prince Daddy certainly peace equally. Kulata, whenever Kulata is not on the screen, so sorry, mute yourself for a moment. Yeah, whenever Kulata is not on the screen, he usually communicates via super chat. So that's
Kulata
Kulata.
obìnrin ló ń wá káàkiri ń tiẹ̀.
But more reading in the comment section, the farmer, if you tell my Yalonda Wala in the comment section, you say, but one circle round that, they say, maybe really, you know. And then this is Adeola
These dollars are the
Ogunleye.
mad, yo. These dollars are the mad.
So, sorry, let me do the administration. So that's Adeola Ogunleye. And then Prince Daddy again, of course, that was his original insertion. This is Wema who comes in with a super chat. We've seen him before. Of course, he always gets a mention. Alexander Gomez. That's Ola right there, not on the screen, but in the comment section. Ola carries on still with the super chatting. Alexander Gomez, of course, engaging the conversation both on screen and in the comment section. Still Alexander Gomez, so that's Alexander right there. Nigerian Prince, it sounds like a 419 name. Certainly the money to back it up. So that's Nigerian Prince right there. Alexander Gomez Street, still. But the daddy of the day, the man in the bow tie, James Bond, Ike Ogiome, there he is with a grinning face, hefty super chat. Ola Tubosun, Oshunleti. So hopefully I pronounced that right. So thank you, Bosun. And that's Chioma right there doing the necessary. And of course, you always know the name we always mention. There's Ayo, holding an AK-47 to the super chat space. So there it is. Still open for anybody that wants to join those names just mentioned. So our bailout here, the conversation carries on still, hopefully with the same level of elegance that it has been all the way through. And if you don't behave yourself, you know what comes. If there was ever a moment that was ever suited for Thomas's introduction music, here it is. So General Thomas, here he comes. Sorry, Thomas, to pause that. Prince Daddy has not spoken, Simba has not spoken, and then Ekene as well. So let me bring you in.
Hello guys. I hope you are doing well. Ojukwu is dead. Tafawa Balewa is dead. All of these people we are shouting they are dead, but General Thomas is alive. So we continue with the conversation, and let's be moderate, and let's be moderate. You know what I mean? Yeah. And if I said hold on, please hold on, please hold on. Yeah. Let's hear from Simba. Simba hasn't spoken. Simba, are you there? Simba.
Can I add my beat and then the beat go, please?
Go to Prince Daddy. Go to Prince Daddy.
Prince Daddy hasn't spoken as well. Yeah, Prince Daddy. Yeah, coming. How are you, brother?
Hey Thomas, General Thomas, I'm good.
I'm good. I'm good.
Hey, do you
do
mind
you have
letting
your
Ekene go? Do you mind letting Ekene go first?
Ekene? Yes, Ekene. Yeah, Ekene.
All right, thank you.
Coming. How are you, brother?
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Prince Daddy, thank you. I don't have any.
Put general.
General Thomas. Sorry for that. Sorry for my disrespect.
I'm joking, my brother. Go on.
This, for me, I'm just reading history because I cannot say what I don't know. It's just
Ekene. Yeah. I have two questions. I've determined that I will not ask somebody that he was not born, he didn't witness the war.
Yeah.
Do you witness the war?
I didn't witness it at all.
You did it? Yes, yeah, but because you are from Southeast, let me ask you these two questions. I reserve these two questions for Ajale Koko and Baba. But let me ask you, because you are from the South. Yeah, you are from the Southeast. So, can we call Nigerian war and Biafran war two fighting? You remember when we were young, when we fight, when we take it to the headers, they will say, you slap me. The header will say, hey, it is two fighting now. You people go away. So can we call it two fighting? Then two, can we blame Ojukwu for starving the Southeasterner to death by Kwashoko? I don't talk about the war now, but starving them, keeping the food, not giving it to the people, and keeping it for his soldier. So this is my two questions. I promise I will not ask anybody that doesn't witness the war, but because you are good obedience, so let me ask you,
General Thomas, why are you pushing me to the side? Listen, I've been calm with everybody. I mean, Ajay Koko has spoken for over an hour.
I didn't know my brother. Who is speaking, please, if you don't mind.
Tone, if you remove the big thing that you got on the screen, you should be able to see people clearly.
My brother, I'm driving. If you don't mind, if you can't mention your name, so just
my name is Tone.
Let me continue with
my name is Tone.
Your name is what?
Tone. Tone.
Yeah, Tone. Oh yes, Tone. Can you please let me give Kennedy because he's speaking from Nigeria. You know Nigeria data and network. Yeah. Let him go first. Then I'll come to you next. I promise. Yeah. Ekene, you have the floor.
Yeah, actually, Thomas, I didn't witness anything about the war. It's just a story. Father tell you this. Mother Terry. But for me, that starvation was very terrible. It was that starvation was very terrible. That is the most terrible thing that happened in that war. Which I don't know what I don't know really. Is it that the soldiers don't have enough food? Why should the soldiers just starve the whole populace? I don't understand. And the issue of whether
But do you believe that narration?
I know I saw the story. I saw this. I really read it. It's a fact because if it did not happen, I wouldn't be seeing those pages in that story. It really happened. Those Kwashoko thing happened. So, but I have a view.
No, hold on, my brother. What I'm asking is, do you believe the narration that his Oju could have starved people to death because he's keeping
No,
food for his soldiers? Do you believe that?
no, I don't believe that. I don't believe
Why
that.
don't you believe? Why don't you believe it?
I don't believe. Maybe I don't believe that he can just stand up and say, "Let me starve my people to death." There must be circumstances behind it if it really happened. Even if he really fighting for the interest of the Igbos, I cannot believe that he just woke up and said, "Let me starve these people to death." It's either there is a shortage of food, which in the war I believe the soldiers need to eat first to have the strength to go for the war. That is it. That's what I believe.
What of the people?
Maybe the people my father said that they are the people that were fetching food for them. It's the thing that you do maybe because what they do was to go. The citizens were to go and maybe provide cook food or for the soldiers. So you are not even allowed to eat. You either eat from the yam peel. It's the soldiers first. If there is a leftover before it can go to the citizen. And that's how the story was told.
Boy, Kenny, my brother. Let's be honest with ourselves. If soldiers were to hit and people were starving to death, if they finally got that country and everybody is gone, so who are they going to govern?
They got to govern themselves. That is why war is not good at all. I know that I really don't like the war because the experience that really happened there, if I read it, yeah, I really don't like it. And I really never pray that something will happen in our space again. I don't want to experience it. But I have a general view of the war, and that is the point I made earlier. Because I still insist on that. Going by history and what I read, Zeke never did well for the Easterners. It's a fact. Anybody can dispute that. You just think like people like Awolowo, how they stood for the West. All those northern leaders, they were on ground. But do you know who is Zeke in the history of Nigeria? You know who is the first ceremonial president of this country? There was a war. You left your people. And you are telling me that he's running for his life, all that and all that. He's not well. He went for medical medication and all that. And coming back, the type of speech he gave, I didn't like it at all. He didn't act intelligent. That is why you see. I know Zeke house. I know his place very well. There is nothing to find there today. Nobody is celebrating him in the East compared to. So before people like Awolowo is on ground, making suggestion, providing food and all that, and you left the country and you are telling me that he did well. What did he did? Regarding the fact that all the opportunity he have, even to position this country, he played with it. Let's not deceive ourselves. We are people of diverse interest. We are people of diverse interest. He would have used his position to position those interests very well before he died. He gave everything out. I didn't see anything that Zeke did for this country, apart from going about speaking English.
Hello, Thomas.
Are you there? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I just want to bail out. I want to wish everybody restful night. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, good night. Oh, you all.
Yeah.
Baba mi.
Question
All
tí
right.
mo dẹ̀ béèrè yìí ẹ ti wá ń sá lọ. Ó yẹ kẹ́ ẹ bá mi dáhùn ẹ̀ kẹ́ tó lọ.
Ajah will answer you. Stop
Ajá
worrying.
yes, ajá ní kòkè.
Mo fẹ́ wàhálà o.
Ekene, yeah.
Thomas, me, I don't have anything to say about the war much because I didn't explain. My only submission was that Zeke part of everything. That's the only problem I have. He's the problem. He created everything we are suffering, even as a Nigerian generally. Even as Nigerians generally, he created everything that we are suffering today.
Ekene. You say you don't know anything about the war, and you are blaming the person. I doubt even if you know Zeke at all, because I don't know your
He's even
age.
insulting him. He's even insulting the man. I'm just disgusted that an Igbo man will be opening his mouth that wasn't even born in 1970. I'm sure you are not even born in 1970 or 71, Ekene. And you're talking
Yeah,
like
you can have your own submission, but reading the history and everything, the opportunity given to him to position this country, which he did not did. That is why I blame everything on him.
Did you want? Did you want him
What, even before independence, we know the role he played to bring everyone together, all that and all that. You couldn't even use the opportunity to create the regional government that this country needed. You see, if you're a leader, you should understand that diversity very well and plan ahead on how to manage it. Not today. Now everybody now has grown. It's very difficult now. We are talking about regional government now, or separation of power, all this and all that. You cannot do that. It's not easily to be done in Nigeria today.
Calm down. Calm down. Did you know that we had a regional government and Michael Okpara was the premier at the time? Do you know? So why are you blaming Zeke?
Zeke is still a problem. I blame him. I blame him more.
Why are you blaming him? I don't understand.
Hold on. You know why he was blaming Zeke? Do you know why he's blaming Zeke? You know, in the first constitution, they were supposed, Awolowo suggested that they should have a clause in that constitution that, look, this union, if at any time any region want to leave the union, it should be easy for that. They should let that region leave. Azik opposed it. Azik said, no,
because he was a nationalist.
Forget about national. Which nationalist? Now you are a nationalist.
Which nationalist? We should tell ourselves the truth. There is nothing like nationalist.
Which nationalist?
What kind of nationalist?
What are you nationalizing?
No.
What are you nationalizing?
I disagree. See,
what are you? Yeah, you can disagree. He is saying his own. How do you want your own to?
Mr. Koko, I can tell your bias already. Yeah,
okay.
I can tell your bias with all due respect.
So
I just want to be very, very respectful.
Ekene is biased.
You are biased. You should be putting Ekene right.
I am biased. Ekene is biased. Ekene as an Igbo man is biased too. Against
I don't want to use the word. There's a word I wanted to use, but I don't want to use
it. I am telling you what Ekene is saying, what is referring to. We can
no, Tony, what you are saying, you don't know Adani Koko. Is biased because Ekene is towing his line. And he has been telling a lot of things that are not true. He said when Ojuku came in, he was loved by his people. How can you say it's wrong?
His mind. How can you say that I'm throwing his mind? He's older than me. He knows system more than me. What are you telling me? This is what I
Ekene, you know why he's supporting you? You are speaking to his bias. That's what you are saying. And that's why he's supporting
what
you.
Do you mean? What do you mean? He's not speaking to my bias. I see that Ekene is standing for the truth. He's saying what
is not the truth. Well, how can you say your own is the truth? How can you say your own is the truth?
Can you guys tell us the truth? Look, Babajale Koko is telling you, according to since the story Babajale Koko and Baba is giving us is correct. But why you guys want to?
Why is it correct? Why is it correct? Listen, why is it correct?
Kumi, I don't know, maybe you are just waking up or you are just joining. You don't know what you are speaking to.
I'm joining. I'm
Hold on. What you are talking?
I'm on YouTube.
Wait,
I'm on
see.
YouTube.
We are not. Wait, see. Kumi, hold on.
I'm just following the story.
Kumi, hold on. What you are talking is not about the story of the Biafra. We are talking about some narrations. We are talking about what they are saying about Zeke. We are talking about what he was saying about Juku.
Yes, about Zeke, Baba Juku, Baba just said Zeke run away before the war, 2 days or one week.
He did not run away. Baba just could know the truth. He didn't tell you.
Explain for
what
us.
happened? Let me tell you. When they were planning the coup, you understand? It's one of the problems that we have with that war. The Northerners felt that the people that executed that first coup were not fair because they didn't kill their own people. They only killed the people, the Western people and the Northerners alone. And they hinted Zeke, and Zeke ran away even before the war broke out. So that was the truth. But the way they are saying it is as if Zeke ran away because of the war. He ran away before the war.
No,
he was not in the country.
Because of the war. There is nothing like medical. He ran away.
You didn't hear us well, Baba. He ran away before the coup, and he stayed away till
till everything finished.
For how many years? How can you be an abandoned?
So do you know? No, let me tell you the plan. It's not about abandoning these people. The so-called Juku, Baba, listen to me. The so-called Juku, people that actually planned the coup were the one that asked him to run away from the country, and he couldn't have come back because it will look as if they planned it. So they wanted to cover their plan. That was why he stayed away. He didn't. So what do you want him to now come to the country when the war is going on? Even the same Aolo that you are talking about was in prison during the coup. That was why he was not killed, and he came back and joined the military regime. So what are we talking about? All of them, they have their hands sold. All of them, let me tell you, there is none of them that you can actually exonerated and say they have done well for that war. All of them, they have their hands sold in the political space. Aolo was also pursuing his own ambition. So don't exonerate anybody.
Which ambition was Awolowo pursuing? Rwanda was refusing that they release. He came to pursue his ambition. Which ambition was Awolowo pursuing during the war?
Is he a coward? Is he a coward for running away?
Who is a coward?
The one that ran away before the war.
He says he's a coward now, confirmed coward now.
No.
He couldn't even make a bold statement. Even after the war, he couldn't make a bold statement concerning the Easterners.
Thomas, are you listening to what we are saying? Do you listen to what we are saying? He left the country even before the coup.
But he knew
and the time before
he knew that would be coup. That's why that's the coward.
It's the people that actually executed the coup that allow him to go because they don't want to kill him because he's from their side.
He's a coward. He's a coward.
Which coward? If you are the one, you will stay for you to be killed.
If it's not a coward,
leave him. When you grow older, you understand. I don't want to.
There is nothing to understand. There is nothing to understand there. Let me tell you.
Listen.
Listen.
You know nothing. You're young. There
is nothing nationalistic about what Zeke did to Nigerians. There is nothing nationalistic. If we don't understand, if we cannot understand our diversity, if we cannot, we are lying to ourselves. So the people that are supposed, the people that even the people that knows it, the people that knows it, the people that knows it advise Zeke on that. What did he do? What did he do?
Well, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Those diversity. Advise him. You're talking about nationalism.
You said you didn't know anything. Which story?
According to this story, Zeke is a very corny person. You understand me? And the man has a lot of.
How did you come about that? How did you come? How? Explain now.
You guys should just stop all this bigotry. Because this is just bigotry.
You see now, what is bigotry here now? Can you just use your common sense? Use your common sense,
mischievous.
This is not bigotry, man. Shut up, man. You're just talking like someone that doesn't
ignorance.
Think before you talk, man.
Hold on, everybody, hold on, please. Hold
What
on,
is
please.
yeah?
Hold on. If I
Everything,
said,
everything comes
Kumi, you can
against
hear
you
me.
guys. You guys will be talking about business.
Kumi, you can hear me. I said, hold on. We have been having a good conversation. Please don't let it degenerate to you are not good. Your head is not correct. Please, let's have a good conversation. Please. Yeah. Kumi, come in. Yeah, let's hear from Kumi.
Because I'm on YouTube since, because me, I don't even the only mistake our southern parents did to us, that they don't let us know what is going on about this. So even the first time I hear about Biafra war is from Igbo person mouth. You understand? I don't even know anything. You understand? Even it's not even almost maybe like 6 or 7 years I know about Biafra war. I'm very non-entity on that. But now it's already happened. According to the story, I follow everything. I'm on YouTube. I'm listening to everything because I don't know anything about war. I can't come up. But according when Kenneth coming, because we need to tell after all this thing happen, there must be some people will take the blame. It's either we like it or not. You understand me? Some people will take the blame. We are still talking because the first attacker is saying that no, you are war. You guys betray us during the war. That's the first time I hear about war. You young bars. That's what they we see all these things. That's what they put on people's head. And Baba is already cleared that to me now. I can delete that in any way now. Whenever they want to come with their propaganda or lie. You understand me? But can I come here now? He's saying, okay, this is the opportunity we have in government. They should have used the opportunity well for us. This is the person that we should blame. But now they are going against the guy that he doesn't know what. So me, according to all these stories, Ojuku and Azikwe, they are the main people to blame on this civil war, and some people would have support them and join the group during that period. That's all I can say. We should just move on as a nation. I believe they should bring all this history back so that some people will not be using the lie and propaganda to feed on oncoming generation again. You
Kumi,
understand? That's my own take
Kumi,
here. Hmm?
Kumi, listen, what I'm trying to say, what I'm saying is just what you're saying, but we cannot move away from it. When people like my big brother here, Ajele Koko, he's still saying narratives that are half truths and are incorrect. We cannot move on. Hassan came earlier. I'm not sure you were online. The Northerner came and started saying
I'm on
same
YouTube.
thing
I'm listening to everything on YouTube.
same thing they were saying from the 50s. How can we move on as a nation? Well, listen, my point is any tribe or group and all that, if we have criminals amongst us, let us call it out. Zogo was wrong. I'll keep on saying it. The way they executed the killing, because there was so much bigotry and so much corruption and all that. But the way they carried out seems as if he targeted a certain tribe to exterminate, not touching the Igbos, which was wrong. Ojuku, in my own opinion, and all that, I will blame him and go on for the war. And the way even he
Yes,
conducted the
yes.
war, he was so
That
arrogant. He was
according to
so
all this
arrogant.
story, I hear this night. That's the only two person I can,
Yeah.
according to
So
story,
the
everything I heard.
the point is, if for us to move forward, all this tribal thing and all that has to stop. That is just the thing. If it does not stop, we cannot move forward. Listen, right now, yeah, the Northerners, they are even from when I was up there, up north and all that. They used to say, listen, Igbo man can never be a president of Nigeria, and yet an Igbo man like Ekene will be insulting Azikiwe here, coming on social media to insult
He's not
Azikiwe.
insulting. He's putting the blame. Get it right.
I'm not
Azikiwe will
insulting
have
him. I'm
planted.
not
He's not
insulting him.
insulting. He's
As
It
a
just
was
father,
planted
according.
as an insult.
I'm speaking based on knowing his political history. I know his political history, the
If
role he would
so,
have
well,
played.
okay, will you be happy?
But
Will you be
he
happy
played
if he just
everything
started?
cowardly. That is my point. He played everything
No,
cowardly.
no, no. Ekene
He
is
was never
not.
a
It is
straightforward
not.
politician.
No, it is not.
So
It is not.
there is nothing like that. That is my view. You can say whatever you want to say. It's my
No,
view.
Ekene, it is not. No,
You
no,
see,
Ekene, it is not.
when you Whether you want to believe that Awolowo did this to Igbos and all that, but Awolowo was on ground. See, in everything that was happening in that war,
let me tell you
in everything that was happening in that war.
Wait. Even Awolowo, there were some certain things he has done which did not sound very straightforward. But listen, I still.
But the people that were supposed to be there, the people that were supposed to even do the same thing with him.
I still respect him. He's a legend.
But where was Zeke? Because Zeke was in the same category with that Awolowo. That is my point. If not higher, where was Zeke when Awolowo was another where? Whether they are deceiving you or not, where was Zeke? That is my point.
He left the
okay,
where was
so
Zeke?
you don't know. Let me tell you what they didn't tell you on this platform. Hold on.
Zeke was in London eating burger.
And Thomas, what? Ekene. Let me tell you what you don't know. No, let me tell you what you don't know. And the people here, they didn't tell you the truth. Awolowo was in prison. Do you understand? He was in prison before the coup. Do you understand? He was charged for treason. And this same Awolowo that was they called the father of democracy and everything. He was, when the military people now came in, he joined them and became the Minister of Finance. And we are still praising. Say, does it need to people that truncated our regional government, that truncated our democracy? Ordinarily, did he supposed to join them?
Exactly.
You know, that is why
what are you saying? So if somebody saved your life and asks you, oh, come and work with me, he saved his life from
can you imagine this? Can you imagine what is coming from
what are you imagining? What do you want to imagine? What do you want to imagine? He was slammed in jail. He was in jail, and one came to release him and beg him, please, I want you to come and help us govern this country. And he gave his second in command. And you are saying what you're saying, democratic
military. Why should the
Tinubu? Hold on. This your Tinubu. Didn't he not serve under military?
With my Tinubu? We are not talking about Tinubu here. Now, don't bring Tinubu in.
When Babangida was president, he was a senator. He was a senator. This your president that you
don't say that.
He was a senator.
When Babangida was president, it was towards no, don't say that. You disappointed me this morning. Why should you be? It's the story of senator. He was a senator in 1992, 93. When Babangida was trying to answer to civilians. It's for what you are saying is totally different. Now, how can you bring this kind of example?
Did he not leave the government later on? Did he not leave?
Which government?
Did he not leave Gowan government? This is what you are saying. Did he not leave Gowan government?
Why did they accept it in the first place? Why will you not
accept? Why will you not accept?
Look at you.
No, it's the same thing now. It's the same thing Obi did.
There is nothing like the same. If the military find him worthy to work in their government, it's a privilege now. Why won't you work?
But which privilege? Which we are a Democrat, you'll be supporting military?
It's not
I'm not surprised because Babajale Koko he has been preaching military coup even on this platform. So I'm not surprised that he's supporting the military.
What is military coup has to be with this? Somebody came to save your life. You think it wouldn't have
which
been
life? Which my life? Who saved my life? Who came to save? Is it Awolowo that came to save my life?
Hold on. You think if Gowan did not save his life and he remained there in Calabar and the war broke out there, you think he might not be killed? You think he might not be killed? Maybe people will have killed him or some people will have killed him there. Somebody saved him and begged. He begged him. Gowan begged him, please, I need your brain to rescue this country. This country, I cannot do this job.
Jesus Christ.
What was the difference between Thomas? Just hold on.
Open my àwọn ará Saudi Arabia oníwà.
Àgbàlagbà ò kí ń purọ́ o. Àgbàlagbà ò kí ń purọ́ o. Simba.
Okay, princess, wọ́n tẹ́ mi ò pọ́n náà parọ́ o. Mi ò kọ́kàn lè pé òótọ́ jìnnà sí nǹkan tó ń sọ ni.
Princess is still there. Ẹ jẹ́ kí princess sọ̀rọ̀. Thomas, princess have not spoken. Let princess speak now.
If you what you are.
Kò tí ì sanwó, kò sanwó mọ́, kò sanwó lẹ̀. Kò sanwó lẹ̀ tó bá ti sanwó.
He is not a coward.
I'm learning mi ò mọ nǹkan kan nípa Biafra wọ̀ so gbogbo tẹ́ ẹ̀ sọ mò ń gbọ́. But
Princess
Simba
ò tí ì sanwó
àgbàlagbà
lẹ̀.
ò kí ń purọ́ o.
A máa gbé Simba ní Saudi Arabia, a máa gbé wá sí Amẹ́ríkà. Àwa nà lẹ́gbàá.
Mi ní wá.
A máa lọ bọ́ńdù wọn ni. A ti mọ ibi tí wọ́n gbé Saudi, a máa lọ bọ́ńdù wọn. Ẹ mọ bí wọ́n ṣe sí Nnamdi Kanu, nǹkan tá a máa ṣe fún wọn náà nìyẹn.
But I think I don't know how we can actually unbundle this Biafra word of a thing, and how we can make it a thing of the past that we cannot even be refined to again.
The thing is
but
that
it's very, very difficult.
That the emotions can never be erased. It's just like
even people are talking. People are talking.
It's like what happened to the Jews. Can that ever be erased in the mind of the Jews? It can never be erased. So whatever is going on, even if it's 1,000,000 years, that emotion is still going to carry on. You get what I'm saying? I don't think it can ever be erased.
Because, for example, people are saying that we should adopt what they did in South Africa. Even the one in South Africa, is it real? Does it really work? It's not working because to me, even the appetite is still existing in South Africa up to today.
But Simba, in a nutshell, we've been talking. How can we heal?
Look,
That's my last question to you guys.
Thomas, look, the only way that we can heal, actually, to begin the healing process, is for people to say the truth and not continue to tell lies, passing lies from generation to generation. The truth should be said, and once the truth is said, then we shall be set free, right? But if the truth is not said, if we don't tell the truth and we are passing lies and fables from generation to generation, it's going to continue to be a wound that won't heal.
So, because healing process is very important, my sister. Healing process, because the bitterness I'm saying in people's
Thomas.
voice
Let me tell you, the so-called foundation leaders of our country, the likes of the Tafawa Balewa, the Sadano, the Zik, the Awolowo, they did not do well at all. They are, in fact, right from that time, there was no unity among the three of all of them. They never fought for the unity of this country, and that is what we are still battling with today.
Sorry, my brother Simba. I heard what Princess Rosie just said, which is what I've been saying. If we do not say the truth, and when you say the truth to an elderly person, you can't be you're being disrespectful by telling an elder that is lying. So what? This is a new generation. Our generation is not like in the old where they will tell you, Mama, you will see that this is green and they will be telling you it's white. If we cannot say the truth and all that, we can't move forward. Let's just forget it. You can't be passing on wrong narratives based on your tribal sentiments and all that. I went to the army. I don't like talking about it, but maybe I have to stress it. I know that I've seen a war in my young life for Nigeria, for bloody Nigeria. So what are we talking about here? Somebody will come and be telling me something, and I know quite right. One of the men that flew that plane into Lagos was my mom's cousin. You be telling me one narrative and all that. I mean, making narratives to make some certain people look bad because he belongs to your tribe. Then we can't move forward. Thank you.
Thomas,
Thank
are you
you.
there?
Thank you very much. My point is that the people have opportunity to do it, and the people like Zeke, and that is where I'm coming from. They really have that opportunity to make that country very well. As the history said, the opportunity was given to him to reposition this
Ekene, you are
nation.
right. Oh. You are right.
So what
You are
are
right.
what are we what are what are we saying? No, let me
Ekene,
finish.
what you are
Let
saying
me
is that
finish. Let me finish. The issue is that those leaders, people like Zeke, they deny that they don't know our diversity. That diversity is there. So how can those things be given to you for you to reposition this nation, and you say one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one Nigeria? We can still be one, but he would have created that regionality and all that, make it very strong. He's writing it on the constitution.
We're not gonna meet
why are
ourselves.
you
So what are you
blaming
telling
why
me?
are you blaming Zeke?
Are you
Ekene, just hold
we
on,
cannot deny
hold
the
on,
fact.
hold on,
The
hold on.
opportunity was
Why
given
are
to
you
him. He had the
why are
opportunity
you
as the
blaming
first
why are you
ceremonial president of this country, even before independence.
let's wait now, wait. This was
Simba,
shouting,
why are you hold on, Simba? Why are you castigating Ekene? We can't sleep
I'm
and
not
stay in the same place. That is
you
his
know
own
what I'm
opinion.
saying. Ekene is just being fair to Zeke. You cannot be blaming Zeke alone, and Zeke is not the one responsible for the dissolution of the regional government. That's what I'm
I
trying to tell
blame him
him.
because I know his position in Nigerian government. Do you know Zeke is one
What
of
is
the
his
most.
position?
I know how he started as a politician, like, according to history.
To be honest, Okene is right.
What did
What are
he
you
do?
telling me?
Let me tell you, because what we are talking
But
about.
just what am I telling
greatest
you?
politician.
Tell me what you know. Tell me what you know about Zeke.
If this Azikiwe don't run away, right? We continue.
It's not running away. That is not running away. You are just Kumi. He didn't run away. He didn't run away. He didn't run away. You understand? You the same thing that Awolowo did by pitting tent with Gowon, who removed him from the prison so that he would not be killed in the eastern region. That was the same thing that happened to Zeke that made him to run away because of the coup.
There is nothing.
So it's just right.
See, let me say this. In terms of governance, we always say it here. In terms of governance, the interest of your people is the first thing. Whether we want it or not, Awolowo work for the interest of his people, and that is why I continue to ask that question. Whether
The issue,
Awolowo work for the
let me
finish, Timber. Let me finish. Whether Awolowo work for the interest of his own people, then we the Southeasterners, where was Zeke? Zeke, we were supposed to be on that table when Awolowo was also working for the interest of his own people. It's a fact.
What did Awolowo did for the people, his own people that you are talking about now? What did he do? Tell me, what did he do?
So Yoruba people, everything they have to do, everything Yoruba in terms of education.
Just hold on.
You cannot take Awolowo away from me.
Just hold on. What Awolowo did, was it before the war or after the war?
You can answer that now. You both before the war and after the war.
He did nothing. He was not in position of authority after the war. The only thing he had was when he was the minister. After that, nothing else.
But even whether you want to agree to that or not, he still contributed to the end of the war to make sure that the war ended. What are you telling me?
No, let me tell you. Let me finish.
But my point is this: when all those things were going on, where was Zeke? It was after everything that happened. It was after everything that happened that Zeke came back to give that.
Let me explain to you.
I cannot understand.
Yes, Madam Zita in this discussion now because she's very knowledgeable in this area.
Ekene, you are not ready to listen. Ojukwu was not in good time with Zeke. So he couldn't have come back and pitted with somebody that doesn't like him.
But for the interest of his own people,
Ojukwu was selfish.
We are talking about the interest of his own people, not Ojukwu.
So what do you want him to come and do during the civil war?
In the statement that he read, he was not telling us I was not happy seeing the knowledge of the Igbo brothers, all that and all. It was that enough.
So you're expecting
We're not talking
to have
about
come
Ojukwu.
and be negotiating with Nigerian government?
Let me finish. Ojukwu was just an individual. We are talking about the Southeast. And I know his position. So what do you expect him
to come and do? Just tell me. What do you want him to come and do?
What Awolowo was doing then? What Awolowo was doing then?
What was Awolowo doing?
No, Oga Okene, hello. You should know that everybody is different now. Everybody is different, right? Zik is different. Ojukwu is different. Awolowo is different. People are different, right?
And Awolowo is different too.
I know. These are different people. So you can
what people don't understand that all of them, they were just fighting for their own aspiration. All of them. Go and look at their children, even on board. They can never suffer in that country again. Well, for what they have amassed. Do you think that there was no corruption during their own time?
Look at Awolowo with Coca-Cola. I think that company has.
That's what I'm saying now. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If you are Kintola, go and look at the house. Who's meeting me now? Every time I'm talking, you'll be meeting me, Thomas.
Is that your Dubai network? Nobody's meeting you.
It's not Dubai. Somebody is either Thomas or the host himself.
No, Simba, I don't meet you. I'm here. I didn't meet you. Why would I meet you? I didn't. Maybe.
So what I'm saying, if you go to Bomasho now, go and look at the house that Akitola built in the 50s. You think that house was built yesterday. So all these people that we are just saying as if they are the one that fought for us, they are the best. They are human beings also, and they have done their best. But the way we see them like angels or they are the best that we have, to me, I don't agree with all that narrative. And you cannot be blaming Zik for the predicament of the Southeasterners.
We see all of them as heroes, but they are all selfish in their own way.
Exactly. Ojukwu was carried away by his own ambition. And all of them, they had their own ambition. Ojukwu wanted to rule Nigeria. As Zik wanted to rule Nigeria. Awolowo wanted to rule Nigeria. So all of them, they have the same aspiration. So for you to not come back and say one is the one that did this, the other one was the one that did this. To me, I don't agree with that. All of them, they have their own fault. They all contributed to that civil war. And we should condemn them when we're supposed to condemn them, and we should praise them when we're supposed to praise them. But for you to exonerate somebody and say Zik that is the main problem of the Southeasterner, that is not true. I don't know who told you that story. And even I asked you now, tell me what he has done. He said he's a coward. He's a coward. What do you mean by being coward? He should allow himself to be killed.
If Ekene is saying Zik is the main problem of the Eastern war, what of Ojukwu? So Ojukwu now is a hero. What Ojukwu did is the best that he did.
I'm not saying that Ojukwu is a hero or that. But I'm saying that the best brain that we consider in the Southeast then, not even in Nigerian politics, was Zik. And when all those things were going on, where was he? I'm not saying Ojukwu did it, but when I see the nonsense role Zik played in the history of this country, that is going against the
which nonsense role? We're asking you that which role did he play that you know? You are just saying nonsense role. Which role?
He never played any positive role for the betterment of
if his role was than Ojukwu, the role is he played, is he worse than Ojukwu?
He's a coward. He played a coward. I don't like people that play coward.
No, Ojukwu that ran away with all your money.
You know why most let me finish.
Somebody that wants him to walk and run away is not a coward.
He's a coward now. Somebody that cannot stand bold and make a very good statement. He will only twist his word. All his statement is all about twisting word. He's a coward. Whenever you read his speech, he never make anything straight.
Who?
Zeke.
Zeke? You are talking about
Yes.
Zeke? You are still
Yes, I'm talking about Zeke.
fixated. You are still fixated on this Zeke.
Yes, it's my problem. It's my problem. People might take him for anything good, but for me, Zeke is the problem of the country.
Princess, you know, Ojukwu is a hero to Ekene, people like Ekene. Somebody that is supposed to flog and go and destroy his lineage in Igbo land. He was there praising the man that
I didn't praise him. I didn't praise him, but I didn't praise him. But whenever I see a coward, I don't like a coward at all. And Zeke is the coward that I see.
Ojukwu is not a coward.
Zeke was a politician.
Is Ojukwu not a coward?
That's what
He was one Nigeria. He was talking about one Nigeria, one Nigeria.
Correct. Politicians talk
I know your problem. I think
it's
it's because they said he's fighting for one Nigeria. That's the hatred you have towards the man.
No, not only that he's fighting for one Nigeria. He had the opportunity. He has the opportunity to position this country, but he misused it.
Yeah. Hold on. You've been making that point over and over again. So take some interjection. All right. Now you have to understand that Zeke is Zeke of Africa. It's not even Zeke of Nigeria, right? There are people fight for different causes.
Pansat, just like you are Pansat of Africa, B.
Let me land.
Pansat of Africa.
Let me land on this. Now, it is quite shocking. Now, I know you want to be friends with Yorubas. You want people to like you as a one Nigerian. So for you to have the temerity,
who gave him Zeke of Africa? Who made him Zeke of Africa?
Let me land. Google it. Don't be lazy.
Self-acclaimed title.
So when you come here on this show and Simba for the first time is being the reasonable person here, and he's trying to hold you back. I know the point you're trying to make. Please hold on, please. Now I know the point you're trying to make because I've heard Nnamdi Kanu make that case on many occasions. We find fault with some of our people in the past.
Before you go on, please, is Nnamdi Kanu still alive?
Can somebody land here, please? Let me land on this.
God.
Now, I quite agree with Ekene 99% of the times here. And he tries to play that role. You know, you have different kinds of Igbos. You have Yoruba Igbos, people who live in Lagos Igbos, right? And they want things to be good in the country. They don't want us to be fighting.
So those Lagos people are they not the one they call a Fulevu?
They almost. Now I agree with Ekene 99% of the times here, except when he's doing what he's doing right now, which is to talk to get along. You don't want to be here. And
no, I'm not talking to get along. I'm talking based on the history I know because me, Pastor, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. You might experience the war, but given to history, what I read and the concerning Zeke position, and just like you said, he's Zeke of Africa. What Africa? We are talking about the interest of the. Let me finish. We're talking about the interest of the Igbos. I'm talking about the interest of the Igbos, and I'm telling you, the person that have the right, that got the opportunity to make things right for Igbos, and he never make use of it. And you're talking about the Zeke of Africa.
You have made that point.
Zeke is from Onitsha. It's my point. That is my point.
Can you hold on?
If Zeke has done things well, you will not be talking about marginalization today. It's a fact.
Okay, all right. Can you hold on? You've made that point frequently, right? You've made that point over and over again.
So I'm not trying to align with anybody. It's my point of view, and I still believe in it till tomorrow.
I know, but
going to history.
Would you just listen for a minute? I want to be serious.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay, please listen.
Yeah.
The point you're making, there is an angle to it that, so a reasonable person can say that, and that's okay. But I'm going above your head now to go to Nnamdi Kanu, who's made that case, and he's quite belligerent, and the way he talks about Zeke. Now, Zeke, when you think about Jomo Kenyatta, you think about other Pan-African leaders of his time. He wasn't looking at the clannishness. He wasn't looking at the tribalism, right? And it's there. the genesis of that we can deal with. That's why Africa is the way it is today. We have to be a bigger unit even to today to be able to compete in the world. We cannot be looking at tribes. We can't even be looking at nationalism. We should be looking at internationally. How does Africa become a unit? And that's where Zeke comes in. Zeke is not a good in everything. It goes with logic that if you're fighting for a bigger pie, then you're not really going to pay attention to the smaller piece, even though it's a core. So please stop. Don't ever say that again. It makes you look bad. Nnamdi Azikiwe is not a hawk. It's not somebody who's out
No,
there.
it can make me look bad. It can make me look bad, but that is my point, and that is my belief. Pastor, you know, I will not argue. I'm not speaking for anybody to like me.
Everybody's
I'm speaking of
entitled
my
to
own
their
understanding.
opinion now.
I know,
Yes.
you cannot hold that position without criticism. What you're trying to do is to say, "Here's my opinion," but you don't want
We are
any
not
criticism.
fighting war now.
You can have an.
Let your Kenya have your opinion now. Many times you and Kenya always be on the same position. Why are you forcing threatening the guy now? I beg. You
No.
know, this is democracy now.
Because Ekene is giving his opinion. He's entitled to his opinion.
But not without criticism. They say you're entitled to your opinion, but then you have to take the criticism that comes right after that. That's what you're dealing with now. I'm trying to criticize you, right?
Pastor, when it comes to human being, you know, my opinion in everything that I do is when it comes to human being. I like people that speak fast. I don't like people that dodge words. And that is why I am who I am. I can come to them and provoke you. I can come to you and provoke everybody here. You understand? That is my lifetime. You understand? So my point of view on Zeke still remains the same.
Me and you, we are on the same page. We always, I don't align with many things your own opinion. And it's not by force. Everybody can have their own opinion.
Everyone can have their own opinion, but not without criticism. That's the point I'm making to you. When you have that opinion and if it's wrong, then you should be able to take an interjection and take the correction. Zeke, you need to go and study Zeke.
Pansat, let me ask you a question. Pansat, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Pansat, let me ask you a question. Are you ready to answer that question?
Yes, I am.
Okay. If the leaders, I'm talking about Zeke and Azikiwe, Sadrana and Awolowo, if they have had it in our constitution back then, that anybody that wishes to succeed can do so at any time from the union. Do you think that we will have this problem that we are confronting today as a country if we have had it in that clause in that constitution back then?
Okay. Let me answer you that question. I want you to listen to me on it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be irresponsible to put something like that in our constitution at the time. Now, when you come to the indigenous people's rights, it emanates from the United Nations. It's not a national thing. Nobody's going to let you do anything like that.
What are you talking about?
Their rule.
What are you talking about? They were writing the constitution. They wanted to insert it in the constitution that, I would also suggested it that, oh, look, if at any time one of these unions wanted to leave, they can leave easily.
Right.
Azikiwe came up against it, and Sadrana was against it, and so it was not possible because we had two against one.
So you have to
Zeke from the south had an opportunity to support the Southern then for them to achieve that purpose. What are you telling me?
You asked me, so you have to hear what I'm saying. What I'm saying may not be gospel. You may not agree with it, but you have to hear me, right? Hear me out first. Now, what you have to understand that the Southerners, the Igbos, were not marginalized at that time. Therefore, he had no reason to insert anything like that. If he was, let's even say he's myopic and he wants to be tribal.
Then we are coward then now. We are coward then because you're enjoying everything then. You don't want those things to start. No, that's the truth. It's the truth.
Ekene, there is something I want you
just like when you see the Northerners today having everything in the nation today, you become angry. That time you want them to relinquish those positions now. Like that time you have everything, you have the armies, you have everything. Then they bring that constitution for you to put that clause in that constitution. You said no because they have the better opportunity in Nigeria then. It's a fact.
I know that you have to be able to let your interjections are quite forceful. You don't
Ekene, thank you. They don't want to listen to the truth. That was the truth. That's the truth. Igbo were in very strong position back then in the national politics. So Azikwe didn't want that on the basis that, look, no, we can't let this happen. We are in better position in this country. We can advance on our position on the way forward. So that is the reason why now a boomerang, and we are here. We are seeing what is happening to all of us today.
Okay,
Then number two, when Awolowo suggested to him to let us work together, you be the prime minister. Take this thing, Baba, brother. Take this prime ministership position. I will be second to you. Why did he not accept that? Why did he go and surrender? And his party is number one. No, his party came first in the election, but he went to surrender the prime ministership position. Who is the commander in chief of armed forces? Went to surrender to third position in their union, the union they constituted. What are you talking about, Pansat? What are you trying to defend?
That is why we say when we come, we tell ourselves the truth. Pansat, you see, you are my brother. Let me tell you the truth. I cannot say anything here to please you in any form. It's a fact. When you come to the position of power, that is like what is happening in Nigeria today. Just like you might say that the Yorubas have the most cabinet in Nigeria today now, just because Tinubu is the president. Yeah, that is how it's supposed to be. And you're not supposed to argue it. And you go to the man now and say, let us do this and do that. And he look at himself and see that he's holding a better position. Yorubas are holding a better position in Nigeria today. It will be very difficult for him to accept that. It only takes a selfless leader that thinks about the future to say, okay, let us align and amend some things. Zeke was not taken in that position then because he was enjoying a lot of privilege then in our country. So when you're talking about regional government, all that and all that, he's not aligning with you. He's telling you one Nigeria.
All right.
When you understand our diversities.
Can I respond to you?
Ekene, you know what he was doing, because the union between his party, the Igbo then and the North, he knew they had more competent, more people that have the capacity to be in the position of government than the Hausas. The Hausa doesn't have enough competent personnel to lead. So they were able to secure a lot of position, more than even the Hausa. He knew that if he should agree with Awolowo to work with Awolowo, definitely he cannot have more than Yoruba. Yoruba will not agree. He will say, okay, let us balance everything. We want to work together. You have got the prime ministership. Okay, let us take this. Because both of us are educated. We'll be able to argue it.
They are the most educated Nigeria then.
Yes, we are well educated. So he doesn't want us to have balancing share of power. So he believes he can have more.
Why do you say
more,
that?
More. That is why he went to strike deal with the North. And that is why he surrendered the position of authority, the number one position, which is the prime minister to the North, that came third in election, and so that they can have more position in power. And he worked for them. But that was how Zeke started the marginalization of the entire South. The entire South, not only the East, even the Yoruba, all of us in the South. It threw away the opportunity for us to lead and transform that country.
That is it.
Okay.
That is it. And today the country is backward. See, you see. This is my point of. This is my understanding of everything. Not even. This is the pure understanding of everything. The cowardness of. If I'm to say anything about, I will only say the cowardness of Zeke in putting Nigeria in the position we are today.
Can you
no matter how you want to.
Look,
yes.
Baba Jale Koko, they is just deceiving you.
He's not deceiving me. I spoke
Zeke
it
was
before. He
fighting
said
for
it.
the Easterners. He was fighting. If you look at what he just said now, he negotiated with the Northerners to get more seats for the Easterner. He was fighting for your
putting us
cause.
into more
So
problem
just
now.
listen to
Putting us into
yourself.
more problem.
Which problem? Which problem?
He
Which
put us in
problem
more
are you
problem.
talking about? You are not being smart this morning.
All right. Okay, but look, Ekene, you have been making that point.
Yeah, my senior brother.
Hold on now. Hold on. Cowardice and all that stuff. That is unnecessary language, right? All right. If you, what is cowardice to you? What is cowardice? Can you describe
Cowardice is somebody that is not straightforward, that cannot stand on his word, and that he doesn't know what his people want, and then he doesn't speak truth from the heart.
Okay, so that's cowardice to you.
Yeah, he's a coward. He's a cowardice. Yeah.
Okay. All right then. So let me address Ajan Lekoko, then I'm going to land with your point. What I'm saying is that in the context that we're having this discussion, Ajan Lekoko is looking at whatever Zeke did wrong. Let me even look at it in the light most favorable to your argument. Let's just say Zeke is a coward, and according to Simba, he was fighting for the Easterners. Okay? I'm going to take all that by stipulation and say, okay, it's true, right? Even though I am not indeed doing that, but for the sake of argument, what does that have to do with the Igbos? Nothing. That would be Zeke. All our forefathers and founding fathers made some kind of mistake because of the time they were living. The Europeans were able to
He
come
represented the Igbos' political interests. What do you mean? He's the leader. He was the leader of the Igbo.
That's what I'm saying. What
do you mean?
Even if we
from the center on Ichagogo, we need to go and see his house. So in the center of Igbo land, on Icha.
Okay. All right, but hold on now. Understand where I'm coming from. I'm looking at it, giving you all that, right? But Ajan Lekoko is looking at it that the Igbos then made a mistake. That the Igbos should be blamed for the regional.
I didn't say Igbos. I'm saying Zeke. Zeke.
Okay. All right.
Zeke.
So, okay, if Zeke did that, now we're now contemporary. When today's day, you cannot transfer all that and say, hey, what are you talking about now? Let's say an Igbo person, a reasonable Igbo person comes up and say, we want regionalization. We want people to be in charge of their resources. We want autonomy, right? You cannot say, hey, how can you want that when one of your people is the cause of why we don't have it? Now, that's where you begin to digress from that logic. That's why it's a very foolish discussion. That also goes in the coup of 1966. If Nigerian soldiers, these are Nigerian soldiers, and they go there and they whack the Sadawana of Sokoto, right? It has nothing to do with Igbos. These are Nigerian soldiers that did that. And it's not an isolation. Northerners have been doing coups ever since, including Buhari that just left now, Babangida. So many of them have been doing coups. In those days, it's not only in Africa, in Nigeria, it's an Africa phenomenon. It's in South America, in many countries that the British people used to colonize before they got independence. Then you have the tribal wars, and they know how to do that. And they did that, and they're still doing that. So the mistake ignorant Nigerians are doing is to say, hey, the Igbos, it was an Igbo coup. Then you start killing civilians. That's terrorism. After all that, the United Nations is able to describe what terrorism is. It's, killing civilians who have absolutely nothing to do with the military and what they're doing. Now, you're going to have to get that. What I just told you right now is very, very important. the activities of the Nigerian soldiers of 1966 has nothing to do with traders in Kaduna or Kano or in Lagos or in the north doing business, minding their own business. They're not in the military. These are military soldiers, but more particularly, the people who killed the Saduana of Sokoto are Nigerian soldiers, not Biafran soldiers, not Igbos, but the corporate, the coupists, the corporates in the army, unprofessional soldiers who may have a good reason to do so. After all, the Sadana was running his mouth. You saw the tape that was played, and he's condemning the entire Igbo as people who cannot be trusted. They come in, they want to take over. Ambitious. Somebody says, okay, ambition is not a crime. We do need people to be ambitious for Africa to emerge from where we are. So when we're having this discussion, which you raise all the time, Ajan Lekoko, you specialize in this Nigerian civil war. But the only way I think you get it wrong is to take what our people at the time did and put it on a region or a tribe. This people, it's just like right now, even up to today, whatever Obi does or Tinubu does or any of these people, Buhari does, we cannot transfer it to us, to the people themselves. Have there been any patriotic Nigerian from the north? No. There's been no patriots from there. We're not going to condemn the northerners because of what their northern leaders are doing. They haven't done anything. Have they secured our...
Yeah. Let me say this to you. You see, this is the problem we are having.
Yeah.
This is the problem we are having.
What is it?
You cannot leave what is in your own domain and begin to point at other people when you know you have the opportunity to do yourself good.
Such as?
Such as you are yes. Such as when you are first dedicated people in this country. First, you have the most brightest politician in this country. First, you have the most educated region in this country, Iwos and Yorubas. First, you have the knowledge to build a better country. First, then at the end of the day, those your first lose everything because of either cowardness or self-ambition.
Okay, let me address that.
Then let me finish. Instead of you to come hard on those of first, you are referring it to the people you refer as last, non-educated. That are the people holding you back today. But at the beginning, you are the first.
Hold on, Kenny. Hold on.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
I know, but look, the frequency modulation, right, and the amplitude modulation doesn't make you wrong or right. So you made your point. Everybody understand what you're saying. But the mistake you're making is that when you have a country that's not a democracy, you have people with the guns, junior soldiers, right? And you may have your first in this physicists, economists, chemists, whatever, in any discipline. That raw power, that gun, in every developing country, it's no different from Baby Doc of Haiti, Marcos in the Philippines, anywhere, including South Africa, for example, with the apartheid system over there, right? The majority doesn't mean anything because the raw power is Machiavellian, is the guns, right? So what they're doing in Nigeria, it's something that's been going on for a very, very long time. We cannot go forward until we confront it. That cowardice you talk about in the description, the way you understand cowardice to mean, persists up till now. You're a coward. I'm a coward. All Southerners, all Christians are cowards because you, for example, you had in the tradition of Nigeria, when you have a Muslim president, you have a vice that's Muslim, right? Or when a Muslim comes now, the next president will be Christian. All that has been thwarted out in front of you in your own generation right now. The last president was a Muslim, his vice was a Christian, but then that wasn't enough for them. So this time around, we have a Muslim, both president and vice president. These are provocations. You're supposed to
No,
throw away
they are not
your role.
provocations. The way, the person or how you understand it, it's not a provocation. To me, yes, you might even be surprised I'm saying that. It's not a provocation to me.
It's not. Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Why will it be a provocation to me?
Well, let me tell you why then. You asking me, right? I wanted you to answer that, but if you don't want to, I'll tell you why. Because it goes counter, it's taking away the things that belong to Democrats in the country. It's counter to our
Who do you consider Christian? Being a Christian, does it make you a Democrat? Or being a Muslim, does it make you a Democrat?
Let me tell you what I mean by that. In our constitution, it's embedded in that constitution in what they call the federal character doctrine, right? And that federal character is supposed to make everybody feel that the country belongs to them. That's what it means. Federal character. The Christians are supposed to believe that they are part of this country, and the Muslims are supposed to feel that they are part of this country. The Yoruba are supposed to feel like they're part of this country. The Igbos are supposed to, in essence, you cannot say Igbos cannot be president, period. Or Christians cannot be president. Now, if you go to the north, you have a lot of Christians over there, probably a majority. So it's provocation upon provocation. When the courts tell somebody, have somebody released.
Pastor, let me tell you this. You are talking about the problem that's being created by all this elite right from the beginning. They created
so you don't tackle
it.
it.
So you going down. Let me finish. Going down, trying to point it out doesn't make any. So people like me, it doesn't make any sense to me. The reason being
are you the barometer of what is? Are you the barometer of virtue? Whatever you think, or whatever you have in your head as your opinion, that doesn't mean that is the standard. That's you.
Yeah, it doesn't mean
to wait until you. Thomas, can you try and move the conversation around a bit? It's starting to loop around somewhat. So just try. Remy has not spoken. Dewale is there. Kumi is there.
I know them. They are ready. They will come in. Especially Remy.
It's just.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah.
What they're doing.
Yeah.
Who told you when they are ready, they will come in? Are they not in already?
But you will come in if you want to come in. I know you. With your daddy eating chicken, using toothpick.
You let Pansa continue with the rambling all day. You're just not making no.
Adewale, Obi is my president. Are you sure?
It's a parody. Don't worry about it.
Okay, Thomas, can I come in now?
We're looking for manhood, so don't worry about it.
I'm gonna good morning.
On this line, I'm gonna join the
Okay, good morning, everyone. Okay, good morning, everyone, and it's nice to be here. I've been listening to the conversation for a while now. The way I look at this are totally different from some of you guys' perception. I agree with some of the narrative from Baba about the war. One thing I want people to know is that the generation of Azikwe, Obafemi Awolowo, and the rest are quite different from my generation and the next generation. What really transpired to me generally is because when you look at the coup and the counter coup, that is the genesis of Nigerian problem. If those ones that planned the coup in the coup that took away the Saldana, the Akintolas, and the rest of them, were able to finish all the leaders entirely all over the country, we wouldn't have all this problem. But when you killed the other region and you left your regional leaders unkilled, then that brings a lot of animosity. I want to quickly juxtapose it to what is presently happening in the Nigerian today. instead of Obi to bring to, I'm sorry to use his name, I don't want to go to him, but instead of him to bring that harmony together, spread harms to the northern part of Nigeria, he used religion again. These people, they don't trust you for a long time because you killed their leaders and you did not kill your own leaders. So you can't tell them to vote for you when they know that you are coming in the position of being not distrust. Now, Simba, you have been making assertion about Obafemi Awolowo and Zik and Ekene. You have also been saying that they were like a coward. I don't totally agree with you on that basis. For Zik, they said a man, if you can live today, you can fight another day. If Zik knew or they have tipped him off that they are going to plan a coup, and if he does not leave, they are going to kill him because we do not have privilege to that. To the information at that particular moment, and he fled. Unfortunately for Awolowo, he was in prison that time. I think if they have tipped Awolowo to that they are going to kill him, what do you think he would have done? Do you think he will stay and die? I don't know. I know him to be a very courageous man and a bold man. I don't know whether he will stay or he will leave. But probably the first instinct will say, save your life first, and he will leave. But when you look at all these our founders, what they have done a wonderful job, and you have to look at it after the post-war. The post-war shows that Nigeria really loved one another. A lot of property that our Igbo brothers left in the western region and the northern region and their businesses, they all find them, most of it intact. They went back and continued to do their business peacefully in their wherever they want to reside in Nigeria. And Nigerian government also at that particular moment put a lot of people back into normal step by giving them financial support and so many other stuff. But the problem we have had since that time is that if you really look at it very well, when you guys always talk about marginalization, I think the three major tribes have had their own share of leadership in Nigeria. And I think when you talk about marginalization, we should be talking about those minority. Those are the people that have been marginalized. So from the southern part, I would say that maybe the South people are not marginalized anymore because at least Jonathan became president and was able to stay there for 6 years. But what about other minority groups in Nigeria? They are all scattered over Nigeria. So when we guys complain about ourselves, even if you look at the Southeast, they have their own share, whether they like it or not. The first president of Nigeria came from their region, whether it's ceremonial or no ceremonial. He is the president. He was the president at that time. And when you look at the political position, the Southeastern have held a lot of positional position. Senate president, vice president, House of Reps speaker. So they have a fair share of whatever they want. And they are all over Nigeria doing their businesses, making their money. So when some of you guys came here and then you continue to sell this idea of psychopathy or trying to say we are being marginalized, they didn't give us opportunity. I think Obi would have been a person that would prepare the ground for any Igbo man to become president in the nearest future. But the way he plays this game was totally wrong. And he's trying to even being selfish and jeopardize the chances of other Igbo. He's not the only Igbo. We all know that Abiola won election before Abiola won election, but the election was annulled. He didn't die, didn't crowd foul. Even the so-called Obasanjo that came in to be as president after the aftermath, he didn't recognize Abiola at all. He does not even care.
Buhari is only Buhari that recognized him later.
And he went, and we did not burn the country down. I think to me, we should all give due respect to this our founding father. They have tried their best. Look at when they were ruling Nigeria. Look at the competition. All the regions were thriving. Everything was quite positive. We were working together. One of my best friends in primary school was an Igbo man from Anambra State. He can even speak Yoruba better than me because he was born and bred in Ibadan. So, and I also have a lot of friends in Lagos that they are from the Eastern part, and we have been good friends since. So I think we should moderate. Sometimes we're supposed to bring that harmony together. But coming here, I know emotion will ride. Everybody will have their own narrative of the story about the war. The guy talk about his there's a one guy here, he talk about he's so close that his sister, husband, or whatever, or something like that, flew the plane or something like that. That is the narrative they will sell to you. And you will take that one as what happened. Another person can have another narrative. Everybody will have different narrative. When you put all the narrative together, what do you intend to get? Should we not move forward as a nation? Look at as a president today with the so-called election.
Remy,
Yeah.
two questions were hanging before you come in, and I wanted to answer it. Yes, please. I said, can we call Biafran war and Nigerian war two fighting? What do I mean by two fighting? You remember when we were young, when we beat ourselves, we go to our brother, they will say, you slap me, I slap you. Yeah, it's two fighting now. It's fair.
Well, when we say anything about war, it's more than two fighting. When we lost millions of lives, we cannot just attribute to just a simplicity way like that. It's just two fighting. Actually, I don't think Nigerian government want to go to war with their leaders. If they really want to go to, when I listen to what Ajanle Koko, Baba, all of them narrate the war story, so that our Eastern brother, they were near to, they were, Rehan in Shagamu. So that is when the government is that this thing is getting out of hand. And in terms of war, there is going to be a winner and there's going to be a loser. But when the war over, everybody should come together. After the war, after the civil war, Nigeria came together and we have prospered. Maybe not to the extent that you guys want, but look at today. We are celebrating a subway line in Lagos. Is it not something we should be very happy about?
Yeah, Remy, let me put in a word on that question that Thomas just posed to you, and of course your answer earlier on when I was talking to Ken, I was on a cell phone and the signal as I was going up the stairs was horrible. Now, when you reflect on what's happened since that war, you could tell now. For example, Gowon is from the Plateau area, and he was the head of state. If the faults are coming from the Biafrans, if that's what the problem is, then there shouldn't be any other problem with other tribes. The fact today is that where Gowon comes from is ground zero of that terrorism. They've already vanquished the North.
So, Pansat, I'm sorry to cut you short. I don't want to go to on that line with you today.
I understand, but hold on. I wanna go there because it's a fact.
Look,
I may not want it.
Can you let me finish? Because you just interject. Let me just.
I know, but let me just take 1 minute to finish my interjection. That you could continue.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm sorry about that. I'll try to make it fast. But the point is that you do want to know what is the immediate cause, and there was a remote cause. Even if you're gonna look at the Greek wars in the past when you went to school, you have to know what's the cause of this thing. What is the immediate cause and what is the remote cause? So for the fact that the hero of that Nigerian Biafran war, that his people are being decimated right now. I'm talking about hundreds, scores of lives but nobody cares. You want to sit here and talk about his valor as a Nigerian military leader. I saw the thing that one man played earlier, and you say, "Oh, Gowon is a hero." Sure, okay, clap for him. He's a hero. But go and look at the camps in this place.
Where is this place?
Okay, now let
Plateau
me
area,
okay.
Tip, and all those areas. So to borrow some time, I may not interject for a while. I want to say to Kene, I don't know if he's still here. I don't see him on the screen. But if he's
But
listening,
one of the easiest things doing in the East is worse than what's going on in Plateau now.
yeah, hold on. But we're not talking about you are crazy about the East, but right now there are other hotspots, okay? And that Gowon area is a shame. So
Go on strike.
Okay, let me
that
just.
place is peaceful.
Can you hold on,
my
please?
line of thought. Sorry, Franzat. I mean it is over.
Okay,
so,
okay, all right.
So what I'm trying to say, if you are just talking about people that lost their life, it's not only the Biafra that lost their life. A lot of Nigerians were also killed fighting on the Nigerian side. So these are they claim that over 1 million people died during the civil war. So we cannot just be pinpointing that, okay, we lost this, we lost that. Everybody lose life. So at the end of the day, we should all forget about that and just move ahead. So all of this fight you are just fighting over here, if you are in Obafemi generation or maybe sixth generation, their mindset is totally different. They worked together after the independence of Nigeria, and they did a wonderful job. All of them did a wonderful job. We were so proud at that particular moment that you can see the granite pyramid in the northern part of Nigeria. You can see the rubber plantation, the coal mining, and everything in the eastern part of Nigeria. Sorry, palm oil, and we can see the cocoa in the western part of Nigeria. We see a lot of development. We are so proud of the university that they were built during those times, and because of the mismanagement of this, the reason a lot of this we attribute to military coup. We go from this military junta to another military junta. Do you want to talk about Babangida or Abacha? How they all stole the money, they misrule. So a lot of stuff. But just opposed to today, we're supposed to have moved on. But the reason why we do not move on is because there are still some people who think the war they lost, they want to fight it again. And the only way they can fight it again is to destabilize the system.
The war is not over.
Hold on, hold on.
The war is not over, so don't forget that.
I will be done quick, and the next person can talk. So is to fight again, to burn down the country. If they cannot burn down the country, if they cannot allow them to be the president, then they will burn down the country. They don't think about your people have already integrated to every region in Nigeria. You are the only tribe in Nigeria that are well integrated to other regions of Nigeria. You can see, you can be so sure that every corner, every local government, every unit, every council in Nigeria, you will see your tribe there. That shows that Nigeria are magnanimous enough to accept that tribe, come and trade and live peacefully and harmony.
That's not what it shows. That's not what it shows. Well, that's conjecture on your part. It's our country. We got independence in that country. We can be anywhere we want to be in that country.
Another person can pick up. Thank you.
I know, but wait. Look, Remy, let me interject you. What you just concluded there is not true. It doesn't show the magnanimity of those other areas. The Constitution of Nigeria allows anybody to live in any part of that country. So you're not doing it out of the goodness of your heart. If you want one country, one Nigeria, that's what you're gonna get. People can move anywhere they want to move. So the point I made earlier to you, the war is not over, right? Germany, when they fought the First World War, they lost, but then they went back and they fought the Second World War. In that case, they want a more respectable peace, right? You're gonna have to have some respect for your fellow citizens. If you don't, you're gonna get the second war, which I'm an advocate of it. We have to have it. It's impossible to move forward without it, right? Because just from the chat here, you could tell
you want to lead your people into another senseless war, right?
No. This one is
genocide.
It's going to be a sensible war. Let me land. Let me land. Okay. What I was trying to tell.
I think you're addicted to genocide. Yeah?
I was telling Kene, I don't think he's listening. Nnamdi Azikiwe is not somebody he's gonna come out here and he's running his mouth and calling him a coward. Nnamdi Azikiwe got the independence for Nigeria. You should go and read his speech at Cambridge in England in 1961. Right? You're gonna see how in October 23rd, 1949, the speech that he made to these people. The British are not an easy people to wrest your independence from. He got that independence. A coward cannot do that. He would have sold out. Nnamdi Azikiwe is not a tribal warrior for you, right? A clannish guy. He's the Zeke of Africa, right? Hold on,
so he was the only one that unilaterally got that independence.
You could say that. You can say that because I can cite you the many places that he gave his speeches at.
What is the
Oxford?
Was he the only one that got that independence?
But hold on now. Is that question pertinent? Is that important? When you say that somebody got independence as a leader, now are there minions and soldiers from all across Nigeria that supported?
What do you mean that he was the leader? That he was a
Awolowo, for example,
they were together.
Hold on, Ajale Koko, don't interrupt me now. You can take permission to interject, but I got permission from Remy to interject.
Oh, okay.
So what I was saying is that these characters and our leaders in the past, we do know them. They're known phenomena, right? Awolowo was a Western politician. He loved his people and he fought hard for them, and that's good, right? He's a
So
myopic
Awolowo
Western.
was not part of those that fought for the independence of Nigeria.
Can you just let me understand what
No,
I'm
I'm
saying?
asking you a question.
Yeah, he did, right? But he wasn't the leader of that. In essence,
Who is the leader? Who is the leader?
He's Nnamdi Azikiwe. I'm citing to you the
Look
date
at you.
that he
Look
went and
at
made.
you. This what lie? Why are you? Why are
Can
you
you hold
spreading?
on? Can you
What
hold
are you
on?
spreading now?
Hold on.
Eh?
Let me finish. If you go and you, for example, Google colonies and
There
war.
wasn't any that or propaganda
I know,
that
but if
people were
you're
spreading online.
interrupting me for a
There
reason. You don't want to
wasn't
hear.
any
You don't want to hear.
leader.
You don't want to hear the
They
truth,
were
right?
all fighting together for the independence. They all went
Okay,
to the
all right.
negotiation in London for the independence
Yeah.
of. There wasn't one person particularly
But
as
you're
the
talking.
leader of them all.
Listen to this. Ajan Lokoko, you are talking about the negotiation, but prior to the negotiation, there's actually the fight for that independence, right? And there are many African.
Vice for what?
Hold on, please. Now you do have other Pan-Africanists, people who fought the Europeans. Okay, you have them in Ghana, you have them in Tanzania, and the Nigerians' contribution to that was Zik, right? So it's not Awolowo. No, they're not in the same league. Awolowo is a Western politician, right? So when Ene comes here, and I'm very proud of Simba. I'm hearing some noise. Where is that noise coming from? Please mute yourself. So what I want to correct Kene is that he shouldn't come here running his mouth about Nnamdi Azikiwe because he heard the IPOB leader talk carelessly about that, right? I like Kene. He's a gentleman, and his politics is on the money, but he must go back and research Nnamdi Azikiwe's contribution to African independence, Nigerian independence in particular, but Africa, period, and the Europeans. And he went to those congresses and he shamed them in many speeches.
Who moved the motion for the independent?
I know, but John Lokoko, I'm talking about the legwork before you start actually having
What do
the
you mean?
independence, right? So the
Azikiwe
second
was
annual
not the
conference.
No,
leader.
it was Fansa that moved the motion. Fansa moved the motion for independence.
Azikiwe was not the leader of that negotiation team.
Okay, but hold on. Let's not be argumentative, okay? If you
Yeah.
call
Don't
somebody in
spread.
Ghana, they will tell you
Which
about
Ghana? When he
Azikiwe.
was
You call somebody
a
in
police officer
Tanzania,
here.
you call somebody in South
Was he not
Africa,
a
they will
police
tell you
officer in
about
Ghana? What
Nnamdi
are you
Azikiwe.
talking about?
They don't know who Awolowo is, but all these countries they do know, right? They know about Nnamdi Azikiwe. He's not a Nigerian phenomenon. It's just like Fela, for example, right? Fela Ransom Kuti. You go to South Africa, they know about Fela. Do you have other musicians in Nigeria?
Don't let us rubbish our.
No, we're not. Wait, you're gonna have to hear the truth because I'm not somebody who's gonna try to do what you call I'm
what I'm telling you, don't tell anybody that Zeke was the leader
you are
of that
being disruptive
delegation
now.
team
Aja,
to
you're being
London. He wasn't.
You're being
There
disruptive now.
wasn't any particular leader. It was all of them were leaders
Okay, but that's
from each of their region.
Fine. That's not the major point I'm making, right?
It was the major point.
I'm not saying that he carried it by himself on his head. That I weren't supporters and people who were in league with him. That's not the issue. I'm getting feedback. I don't know if it's from Thomas. Thomas and Simba, your mics are not muted, so it has to be one of you. It's quite annoying. Please let me land by saying now to you. Okay, Thomas, your mic is making a lot of noise. So Ajanle Koko, you're gonna have to be playing the role of an elder here. Like they respect you as an elder, but I gotta tell you, I'm making my point earlier that if Nnamdi Azikiwe or Biafran, Nigerian soldiers from the southeast did something, it does not inure to southeasterners who are generally peace-loving busy people doing their work. It has nothing to do with Southeasterners, what these politicians did good or they did bad. It does not inure to the Southeasterner. And once you have that sense in your head, then you'll be looking at these historical events in their proper perspective. You cannot say Obi is not going to be president because Nigerian soldiers committed a coup in the 1960s. It doesn't make any sense. It's stupid. We can never move forward if that's the way you're going to be looking at things, because Hausas have been committing coups ever since. Even their allies, for example, the Yorubas, who were allied with them during that war, they've been killing these leaders. They won't let them emerge to be presidents, right? Thomas,
Gowon is not Hausa, you know that,
You
right?
call Yoruba their ally.
It
Who
was an
was
ally.
the
It's a
first
war between Nigerian
in the
Biafrans fought the allied. The ally means
in
you
the
were.
first republic? Who
Hold
was
on.
the ally with the North?
No, but
Second republic.
Aja, I'm not doing
Eh?
a tit for tat thing. I'm saying that the war, the Yorubas were allies of the northern Muslims to fight against the Southeasterners. That is a fact. But right after the war, though, they wouldn't let the Yorubas emerge to be president. They wouldn't let even the hero, the song hero of Gowon, right now they're decimating those people. They're killing them in scores every day. Right? So now what is now the common denominator? Who's the aggressor? If you Thomas, come on, is he doing this on purpose? Please mute yourself, Thomas. This is wickedness. So what I'm saying to you is that you have to then sit back and look at what is the common denominator. What is our problem? It's no longer the Easterner is not your problem, because if you remove the Easterner, the tribes are getting killed. If you go to the Southwest, their forests are being occupied. If you go to the South, they've taken their oil. So Nigerians should understand that the Southeasterner is not your problem. In order to resolve this thing, but I don't want to resolve that way. The way I want to resolve it is these Igbos have to get in their heads that what you have today is not part of your character. You're a valiant group, and you're a no-nonsense group. You're going to have to start teaching your kids how to handle weapons, train, get ready to emancipate yourself from that country. The Israelis, they did it. They have enemies north, south, east, and west, with 9 Arab states trying to do what they did to us in Egypt. See, they did it to Israelis, the Jews. What they did in Egypt, they did it in Israel. But those people came back and took their country back. But do you think these Egyptians that are occupying Egypt, where they have nothing to do with that culture, they decimated the Nubians and they took over Egypt the same way they did Israel? But Africans are so docile, they're never going to think, you know what? We're going to go take that place back from these people. They're right there opening those tombs and having visitors come and view our ancestors, where they have zero to do with that place. So what they did in Israel, they did it in Egypt, they're doing it in Nigeria now. So this Hausa Fulani, the Hausas, they've been decimated, emasculated, rendered effete, but they never think, so you know what, we're going to take our place back. They're never going to think that way. The only problem they have is the Igbos. If you go to Ilorin, do you think the Yorubas are going to say, you know what, we did that in Israel, and Israel came back and took their place back. They did it in Egypt. Egypt hasn't done it, but they're doing it in Ilorin. Now, Simba, who is from over there, more than likely, right? You think the Yorubas are going to say, the Igbos are not my problem. The people who are my problem are people who took this Ilorin from me, and they won't let me worship my ancestors. Their problem are the Igbos. Who doesn't occupy an inch of their land? So that's what I'm saying to you. Go on, or be ashamed of yourself, because what kind of hero are you? All right, so I will take Thomas's noise as a sign. So I will yield back my time to John Lego.
Thomas, can you mute your mic, please? It's getting a little bit. Thomas, what's cracking up in your hand, man?
I didn't check it. I didn't check it.
Looks like the aliens have taken over his channel or something like that. Good.
Is the Gremlins?
Good. Like I thought we have the invasions of aliens, just like the obedience, invaded our political space.
I think it stopped. So somebody should go ahead. Who is next?
After you've taken over the entire space and turned
Adewale, so make your submission. Adewale, make your submission.
I've been listening to. I started with the one man when he started bringing the Civil War. When it started with that, and everybody started perpetrating others, disjointed fake news, fake history. This was actually narrating the history of Civil War, and I was like, wait a minute, were you born then? Maybe a quarter of the time that it happens, all this, and none of the actor actually put the pen down and write their own side of the story, and that tells you about the entire war. The reason why someone like General Gowon would not actually write a memo concerning that, and Ojukwu himself, So they did Nigerian a disservice by not actually narrate their own side of the story because they know they are guilty as hell. I think it boils down to ego. Ego, actually, one of the main cause of that entire war. Because if they had put their ego in check, the entire war wouldn't have, take that long before everybody come back together. But depends on which of the stories you read or any of the side you take it. Because it seems now people from the South is actually trying to, paint themselves as the victim of the entire. They actually say some case in some quarters, they might be seen as a victim because if you listen to the interview granted by General Gowon when he was still in power, he was actually calling Ojukwu as being cowards, by running away and leaving his people in penury, to bear the after war.
But Adewale, is it not cowardness?
At that moment, I wouldn't have expected him to stay behind, to face the music because of what was, happening at that time. We were not living at that time. We were not, privy to some of those things that actually make the two of them become an enemy. But anyone would have done the same thing. You live to fight the other day. So by staying behind, probably the war probably wouldn't have ended. But what I found really
Adewale, I'm actually advocate of peace. I've said it countless of times on this platform. I said every war that has broken this war, at the end of the day, people come to a round table and dialogue. So why can't we dialogue before going to war? At the end of the day, we are going to still come on the round table and dialogue and cease the fire. So why can't we? No, war is not something good.
Let me help you on that question. Let me just say something for 1 minute.
You had your shining moment on this.
I know, just 1 minute.
Let Adewale talk, please.
I wanted
to
just 1 minute interjection.
I don't think there's anything you want to say now that will be top of what you've said all this while.
No. It's different. 1 minute.
Please.
Yeah.
Bassat, please. Let him land. Then you come after him.
He said 1 minute, so I can give him 1 minute.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Yeah, what you just said, Thomas, is true. Every war, just like in the case of the Biafran war. So you understand that France was siding with Ojukwu and the Biafrans, right? So what happened was that the Biafrans captured 6 Italian workers in the oil fields. So the Vatican sent representatives and so many people, and France says, look, you have to release those 6 oil workers, right? So that's the beginning when when he reconsidered, and the Italians were subsequently released. That was when they negotiated the peace between Nigeria. It's not like Biafrans were vanquished, right? So each one of these people that are sponsoring these wars, Britain sponsoring the Nigerians because of the oil, just like World Peace is saying, no, most of this war was fought in our region. It's because the oil is over there. So the war was a negotiated settlement because the French, they told Ojukwu, look, you have to release these 6 Italian oil workers or we're not going to support you anymore. And then the Vatican sent representatives and all kinds of things, and that peace was worked out. And Ojukwu was given a graceful exit from the country, and that's where the way wars end. So nobody should be carried away. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. If you look back, whose cause was just? If the hero of the war, a thief, or whatever the hell he is from Plateau, his people are being decimated, only us care about it. We don't say, oh, go on, you did this to us, you did this, you were the hero on the war. I'm right now, I'm complaining, I'm saying the massacre in Tiv should stop. That if we, who are the victims of this European orchestrated genocide on our people, if we're looking back, but measure it properly, stop looking at tribal lens. It's not a tribal thing. These are Europeans, Britain, and France fighting for resources, for that oil. So if you look the hodgepodge of what War Peace was telling you here is that most of that war was in his region. Why? Because that's where the oil is. So we cannot make the same mistake that our forefathers made by looking at the micro history instead of looking at the elephant in the room. Why are the thieves getting killed by scores? The Benue governor, he come out and he tell you, hey, look, they've taken over our place and they're killing our people in scores. Nigerians don't care. Yorubas don't care. Igbos don't care. Hausas don't care. Fulanis, they're not going to care because anthropologically they came down there to conquer. And they're dividing and conquering us. And we're here arguing about little stupid things about what Ojukwu did or what Nnamdi Azikiwe or Awolowo did, which means we're never going to rise up from this thing. We have to rise up from this thing. Thank you.
Yeah, finally he led the state. Anyway, uh, uh, Thomas, I don't think it's there. So, uh, war at the time the Civil War happened, um, a lot of things comes to play at that time. Or like now that we have a lot of awareness, uh, most of the meetings, most of the decisions were shrouded in secrecy. As at that time, it takes days or weeks or months before information, ended up disseminating to the public. And also, we had a military power to suppress news and information at that time. So, a lot of things that happened, you know, without the public actually having the first knowledge. Unlike now that we have a breaking news on our hand that we can easily know what is happening across the globe. So those things that also contributed to, some instances where the elders or the leaders would have waited in and talked to each parties and all that. So it festered, and that also affected that. But by and large, I heard on this show that today that. The Civil War actually caused because of oil. Hmm. Well, if that is the case, then I don't know. I can't actually speak to it because I've never really keen about knowing what happens. The fact that at that moment It was a young nation trying to find its own foundation and build, and we've had coup over coup, and most of the coup are actually bitter coup. So it is hard to actually blame uh, certain side of what was done or what decision was made and all that. But by and large, I think we've made progress. We're now, you know, in retrospect, we look at
Adewale,
those things to actually, yeah,
you think if the our so respected lizard then are not selfish and they are not regional in nature, you think we have this problem?
you mean all the leaders being regional or being, um, uh, well,
Yes,
it was,
Awolowo was more of a regional,
yeah,
even
but
Zeke, all of them.
that
Zeke
was a
Zeke
system, but
really partners with the Northerners
yeah, but that was
because
what was being practiced at that
he
time.
felt that they have an advantage.
Yeah, but Simba, that
What
was
I'm
what.
saying is this. You know, Baba Jayoko earlier on was blaming Zeke
Mm,
for aligning with the Northern
but,
Party
but,
then
mhm.
as a betrayer of the Southern.
But
But
you also
he was
understand
not
that
looking it. He was not.
he
He was not looking it that way. He was looking for the best option for his people,
I wouldn't think
thinking
so
that
because
if we align with the Northerners,
he was more of a nationalist.
he will gain more. He will gain more. He will gain more.
But,
Do you understand what I'm saying? The same
here,
thing. The same thing is happening now. Adewale,
yeah, but
the
he had no
Quarrants.
choice. You know why? Because he was
They
one of the
believe.
founding
They
fathers.
believe. They want to align. No, the Quarrants now, the same thing is happening to the Quarrants now. They believe that aligning with the Northerners will give them a better advantage than coming to join the Southwest because they know that the Southwesterners are more educated, they have more robust people than them.
You're from
So
Ilorin now.
aligning
You're
with
from Kwara.
Northerners will give them. I'm from Oshun. I'm an Oshun man.
Oh, really? I thought you were Kwara. Kwara have misroad. They've misroad completely. They have no direction. They have no sense of identity at all. So they're struggling.
So
That's why.
Adewale and Simba, I want to ask a question. When you look at the state of Kwara, I think it's predominantly dominated by Yoruba people. Because when you look at Ose Ekiti, all these, are the Yoruba not more than the other
You
tribe?
know, okay, what are the cities and villages in Kwara?
In
Oyan,
Kwara,
Yes, we have Ilorin,
Oro.
Osi, and the rest. Oro, they are all
Osi,
Yorubas. And
Osi is
this,
not Osi is not Kwara.
no.
Osi is
Just hold on. Oh,
this, Ose speak Yoruba.
no, there's Oshi in Kwara also.
okay, Osi, okay.
Ose Ekiti,
That
they
you know
speak
we have the Ekitis in Kwara. We have the Ekiti. We have Ekiti in Kwara.
Yeah, Ose Ekiti. They are
I hope you
all
know
speaking
that.
Yoruba. They're speaking
Which of
Yoruba.
the in
We have
there's
the
an
Ekitis. We have the Ekitis and the what they call this. What is this
That's the one that this side Mohammed
dialect of
came from.
Ilarogun?
Not
Ilarogun. They call them.
Ilarogun.
those
They have a name.
are what they call them
The
They have a
land
name.
Mohammed came from. This is a
they
very
call them
famous.
ah not Ikiron
So
they call them one
you
name.
know that in Edo we have Akoko Edo, and they also speak Yoruba. They are Yoruba speaking side of Edo, but their Yoruba is not very good. But in Kwara, more than 70 or
We
80%
have
of
of
them speak Yoruba.
Oro, Onion, and all those. I
All
think
of
there's
them
some
speak
other.
Yoruba now. They all speak
You know,
Yoruba.
Onyen is not. Onyen is Oshun. No.
It's Ocean State, sorry.
No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
but
Kwara.
they are more of Ilan
I
Ogun and
think the reason why they
of
align with the North is that at the end of the day,
they are called
when they demarcate the region.
No, you know, let me tell you, they are not the one doing. No, they are not the one doing that.
Yes.
Ilorin is the major problem.
Hmm.
They are not the one doing that. You know, there were so many. If you look at Kwara now, the Ilorin people, they are basically Yoruba. But
Yes,
when you
what
talk
do
to
you
them, they will
physically?
say
So
no, they are not
100% Yoruba.
Yoruba.
It's 100% Yoruba in Ilorin. No any other language.
That's what there is no other language. There's no other language in Ilorin apart from Yoruba. But by the time we talk to them, they don't want to align with the Yoruba of the Southwest, especially the core Ilorin people. You know, Ilorin, they have the Emirates, the Emirates, they have five local government. We have Ilorin West, Ilorin East, Ilorin South, and we have Asa, and what's the name of this other one? They have five local governments, and they have the population. So the other people, the Kwara North, they are the Barubas and the Nopis.
Yes.
So by the time they align, the core Yorubas are not that, there are many, but they don't match them in population, and that's why they have that dominance. The Emirates, which constituted about 5 local governments, they can easily align with the Nopes and the Barubas, the Barutins. So by the time they form an alliance with them, they can easily subdue the core Yoruba, which is in the Kwara South.
So are you
Do you understand what I'm
saying?
saying?
The Kwara North people, their population is more than the whole Ilorin?
If they combine with the Kwara Central,
Kwara
Central.
Are they not the Ekiti people, the OC and the rest?
No, the OC and the Kwara South.
Okay, Ilorin is
including Ofa.
Well, majority.
Ilorin is the central.
I want to mention Ofa before, but at the end of the day,
No,
you can see that
Ofa is Kwara South.
You can see that Yoruba speaking side is more than 70% in the whole.
It's not because of Kwara State has 16 local government.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So the Yoruba speaking part, they are not more than 5 or 6.
So the other ones, what do the other ones speak? But I'm sure they do not speak Hausa. They have their own language.
You say how many local government that are controlled predominantly Yoruba in Kwara?
He said 5. I think
if we remove,
not 5.
if we remove,
5. What do you mean by 5?
Just hold on, Baba Adeleko, hold on. If you remove the Kwara Central, which is the core, the Emirates, they speak Yoruba, but they don't see themselves as Yoruba. That's what I'm telling you. That's the five local government.
I have been to
Yeah, they control 5 local government, but the rest, I think is it not 16 local government we have there?
Yes.
Or how many are 18?
Yes.
The rest are Yoruba speaking.
16.
Yes.
The rest now are not Yoruba.
Are predominantly Yoruba.
They are not Yoruba speaking. Edu, Barutin, all those one. They are not.
Yoruba.
That's what I'm saying. Baba Adeleko, listen to me. They are not. They are not.
The rest are predominantly
I'm
Yoruba
telling you what
speaking.
is on ground.
The one alone, some way Ofa. You said Ofa is not Yoruba.
No,
is that not what you said now?
I'm not saying Ofa is Yoruba. I said Kwara South. No, I didn't say Ofa is not Yoruba. Kwara is divided into 3 major districts. We have Kwara South, Kwara Central, and Kwara North. Kwara North are not Yoruba. Kwara Central, they are the one that we are debating now. The core Ilorin Yorubas, but the way they talk, the way they behave, they don't see themselves as, they don't want to align with the Southwesterners. The ones that are ready are the Kwara South, the Ofa, the Felodun, the Repodun, the Ekiti. Those are the major local government. Yoruba, Ekiti local government, the Repodun local government, Felodun local government, Ofa, they have the local government of their own. Then they are the one they call the Oyun. Those are the 5 major you call Yoruba. But if you want to combine the Ilorin Central, which they also speak Yoruba predominantly, then they will be having like 10. So that's when you can say the Yoruba dominant. But if you have the 5 of the Ilorin Central, that they are the problem. That's what I'm telling you.
I agree with you, but those, yes, yeah, I agree. It's the religion now, and some of them have been mixed historically with Fulani people. So, and the Emirate is what they subjected themselves to the Emir. So so religion is what is killing them. That
we better when we align to
If you look at it this way, and then that's what I'm saying. The way we got to this stage is when we are talking about what Zik did when in align with the Northerners. They also, the Lorry people, they see it as an advantage to align with the Northerners because they know that by the time they come to the Southwestern, they will look marginalized. So they prefer to align with.
Are they even not marginalized by the North? Do they even recognize the?
But they still prefer. They still prefer that one to be with the Southwest. That's the problem.
But the North,
and that is why you see them when they want to. Exactly. By the time you see them, they will be hiding and removing their names. Be hiding and removing their name when it favors them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Politically, when it comes to politics, they will remove Yoruba name. You will see Abdulkadir. Abdulkadir Salam.
So, but generally, to me, what the so-called founding father, if they are truly nationalistic, the problem of that civil war wouldn't have occurred. Believe me. But it's a thing of the past now.
Simba, I totally disagree with you because this
but Remy and Simba, no equivocation. That war could have been avoided. It could be avoided.
How? Tell me how it can be avoided when they are already devastated. Because you can look at the tendency that is going in Africa at that time. Just like recently that we have coup in Niger, Gabon, all this West African country. So sometimes it's like, and I think that was that time that there was also
in fact, that is what I want to remind Baba Jale Kuku. Remy?
Yes, there was a coup in Ghana.
Hello?
I can hear you, Simba. I can hear you.
The same period that we had a coup in Nigeria, that was a coup. That was when they removed Kwame.
Yeah. Something is wrong with you.
Mates of the Nigeria, the Kotoka, the Afri Fast. So, they are cosmates in Britain that time with Agirosi of Nigerians and the in military then. So there was a lot of things that was going on in Africa around that period also. Yes. And that was why the Ghana also supported Biafra.
Yes.
Against Nigeria. That was why they organized that meeting, that Aburi meeting, because and that was when, if you look at it, that same period, that was when they sent majority of Nigerians back from Ghana. And the majority of Nigerians in Ghana at that time were Yorubas, but they see them as Nigerians, they sent everybody back. And that was when the Igbos actually replaces Nigerians in Ghana. Go to Ghana today. They are majorly Igbos. Ghana and Gabon. That is where the Igbos moved that time.
Yeah, you can still see some part of Ogbomosho people in Ghana still doing their trading, just like their brother from the east also in Ghana. So, but the point at the end of the day, you can see that the tendency at that time, everybody was planning a coup, just like what is happening now. But you can see now that Nigeria become the bride of a nation now because we still stick to our democracy. And the only reason we prefer the democracy is that we had experience of military coup from the independence, and we have seen that it does not pay Nigeria. At the end of the day, everybody just siphon money. Let's assume that Abacha died, Babangida died, Absalam died. Do you know how much we will recover from the looted money stashed all over the world? Look at where Babangida is living now. Look at the house they built for Obasanjo. They use the politics for them to build that library for him. Look at all of them. Let's all of them die at the same time. Do you think we are still going to be collecting Abibi loot, Obasanjo loot, all of them loot? They all loot the country. And I think in politics, I want people to get this right. I want people to understand that everybody use their position one way or the other to influence their interests. Most of these people, although they fought for our independence, because you also mentioned that the interest that Awolowo has on Coca-Cola or something like that. No matter what, you cannot say a saint. Anybody that is in politics is not totally a saint. One way or the other, they will, I don't know, maybe gain on the system one way or the other. It's not only in Nigeria, it's all over the world.
Yeah, Remy, I posted something on the private chat, especially for Aja's benefit. That's from Wikipedia. and it's talking about the decolonization of Africa. And I believe Kene would have benefited also from this. And I could read I also posted a paragraph from there that says, although independence was not encouraged, arrangements between these leaders and colonial powers developed, and such figures as Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya, Kwame Nkrumah of Gold Coast, which is Ghana now, Julius Nyerere, Tanganyika, now Tanzania, Leopold
Tanzania, yeah.
Senegal, and then Nnamdi Azikiwe, Nigeria, Patrice Lumumba, DRC, that be Congo, and Felix and a few others there. That is Nnamdi Azikiwe is Zik of Africa. He's in the league.
But even Pansat,
yeah.
Even those ones, they were not even united, the so-called Pan-Africa, because you remember that time they have two groups. We have the Casablanca group and we have the Monrovia group. Ghana and the Nkrumah and Zik, they were not in the same group, and their plan for Africa is actually totally different. Mm-hmm. And that was why they could not form a unity that period.
But they tried and they won. See, that the thing is that people cannot all think alike, right? There should be partisanship and all kinds of things, but at least they had a common purpose, which is to decolonize Africa, and it worked. And they won. And 1 year after the other, you're having African independence left and right.
But if you look at it, whatever they achieved was short-lived. Do you understand what I'm saying?
It
was short-lived. It was short-lived because within 5, 6, 7 years, when they gained this independence, that was when the military coup started taking over all over the place. You remember what happened in the DRC Congo, the one of Patrice Lumumba, the one of Ghana, the one of Nigeria, the one of Libya. There's so many things that went wrong immediately. Exactly. So that means this thing was not, the foundation was not solid. The foundation was not solid.
Look at Congo and Nigeria and look at the resources. You have to look at cause and effect.
That's what I'm saying.
It's cause and effect. The mineral resources in Nigeria is the cause of the Nigerian Civil War.
It's not only Nigeria now. It's not only Nigeria. What happened in Ghana? What happened in Ghana?
Congo is the worst. Congo is even worse than Nigeria. Congo has so many mineral resources.
Congo is the richest country in Africa now.
Right, but look at
by resources.
You know how many people get wiped out there daily? These people, they're killing our people daily. But we're here fighting tribal wars, right? So somebody who's gonna look at Nnamdi Azikiwe, you're not gonna find him in tribal politics. He's not that kind of a guy. But that's not cowardice. He's had his own contribution. Now the baton has been passed on.
No, Pansat, don't listen to Ekene. Ekene is a young guy, doesn't know anything. He was just blabbing.
It was maddening what he was saying, but I appreciate
it. Was blabbing. It was blabbing.
So now you have to take it a step further, Simba. That step you have to take further now.
Simba, you also have to understand that those coups that were taking place after independence in Africa, those were remote controlled coup, by the Europeans.
By the colonizer.
The colonizer. Because as at that time they knew they were still young, they're still trying to, like you said, build a foundation and grow. But even up to the 90s, there was most of the coup who are being sponsored. Even the one taking place happening in Nigeria and all these francophone countries, they are still remote controlled coup. Because they knew that there's no way they can carry out coup without the support of the foreign countries, because acceptance is very key, in taking over power. And if there's no acceptance, they will suffer. Economically, they will suffer. So they need acceptance. And sometimes our people here in the West, in America, CIA and the rest, you may call this conspiracy, but I strongly believe that some of the coup that happens, the gun proliferations in Africa are being done by the CIA or the security agencies remotely, and they knew us more than we know ourselves. So, and our leaders recognized that they knew. I remember a story narrated by one of the I'm not so sure is it a journalist or on the television when in the 90s during Abacha era. This man was, I think it was on the Chinese television news, and he said he was being accosted by one of the Americans, and he spoke to him, and he said he needed him to deliver a parcel for him. There was a journalist called Bagauda Kaito then, and this man, after like two meetings with this white man, refused to carry that same assignment, deliver the parcel. I never, as a matter of fact, I was surprised when he was narrating the story. So he then, after the last meeting with this same white guy, he was on his way out of from the hotel. I believe it was an Iconoga hotel then, and he saw another engineer that was called, to that meeting, but he wasn't sure if actually obliged that white man. Eventually, it happens that the bomb went off, and this journalist, losing his life. So immediately after that happened, uh, he contacted the presidential brother, and he was called in. Now, why was it telling this story? Was because of the jealousy, that usually comes from the security officers or security officers, because they believe they should have access to some of the intelligence beforehand. So for the fact that he reported to the higher authority before notifying the the defense uh, intelligence, so they actually hated him for that. So and what happened was that he said after that bomb went off, that same man, happens to be one of the embassy staff, according to the story that he narrated. That as soon as that bomb went off, and he found out that he had visited Asoro, then that same day he went, he left Nigeria and never came back again. So yes, all these things are happening remotely. Uh, Somebody needs to tell us, Remy. You see, I don't know
This,
why people.
okay, Remy, can you mute yourself, please?
Mm, he's fond of doing that. So,
Ṣé bá ti ń gbọ́ nǹkan tó yẹ ká gbọ́ báyìí?
well,
Thomas, can you mute Remy?
I've muted him. I've muted him.
good.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yes, and all those, like I said, now we have more awareness. Those things we're not like francophone country. Those
Etí
people
ya
are.
gbọ́re látọ̀dọ̀ rẹ̀ mi o.
So they are not as advanced as some of the anglophone countries in Africa, in West Africa. So there's likelihood that they also suffer the same fate like we did. But someone's I've heard in so many places that um, the civilian invited coup, or the coup happened because of what was happening in the land. See, some of us talk out of ignorance. Even when there's no trouble, these foreign countries, they will foment trouble, they will cause trouble. Look at what happened in Libya. They succeeded in turning Gaddafi's hardened supporter against them. I mean, they didn't put boot on the ground in Libya. They did not put boot down in Egypt, but they succeeded in ensuring that region is on fire. They did that. How did they do that? Because they enticed those people, and some of those gullible ones went with it. Some of the prominent citizens also bought into it. I mean, at the end of the day, they become the agent of destruction. So yes, at the end of the day, they're going through it. But now we have more awareness. No matter how good a system, a government is, if they want to destabilize, if they want to paint you blue black because you decided not to toe their line or listen to them, they will make you become an enemy. Your own people will even hate you for it. They will hate you because it will never they lie, it will never come out. Even if it comes out, people will not believe it because they're good in propaganda. So what happens then? We can say that it was an era of, you know, it wasn't primitive, but it was more or less like an era where people are ignorant. Can you imagine a young officer probably spent 20 years or 15 years in service, being appointed minister, being appointed head of state? It's a bachelor who had not even seen life. So
But
it's a lot of
Adwale,
errors that
do
happen.
you think, wouldn't you think that because of our selfishness, generally as Africans, that is why they were able to penetrate us and be using us against ourselves?
Of course, no doubt. Of course, no doubt. It's like I said, they know us more than we know ourselves. I mean, come on. The colonialists, they left power. You think they are stupid, they are dumb to no, because they knew that the future is in Africa. So they want to make sure they, their survival depends on us, and that is why they won't let go. Not that we are, they knew what they are getting from us, so they try as much as possible to be with us. They will entice us. Sometimes ago, the new deputy High Commission from deputy British High Commission that was newly posted to Lagos. They called journalists, they called some prominent Nigerians, including governor. I saw that Eleke there dancing his life away. They were all there, they were all laughing and drinking and all that. Maybe I watched too many movies, I don't know. But in my mind, I was like, look at these idiots. They have no idea what these people are doing. The number two spy person, this number two spy man in Nigeria from Britain is this man that is being welcomed. So the entire embassy is being bugged. I know that for a fact. All their telephone and their text messages have been tapped. They can eavesdrop. They can listen to every single person. I'm not even sure if our Aso Rock is not even, bugged. But this is how strong and powerful these people are. So at the end of it all, the equipment that we're using for our telecommunication, where did they import it from? We didn't manufacture a damn thing. So I want to believe they have access to all these things so they can eavesdrop on anybody. All right, the same way they can, make incursion to a space, through satellite, remote satellite. What do you call it? You know, they can spy on anybody. And I look at it like, look at these ignorant people. When was the last time the Nigerian embassy at the Washington D.C. invited white people and are we even capable? Can we even bug offices? Can we even tap? We don't. All those things are not part because we are not economically developed to the point that we start, spying on others. We're probably there to beg and canvass for, funds and all that. So it was an era where people were ignorant. The people leading us at that time, or those people that decided to, take over to plan coup, they are more of a blind man leading a blind people. The founder fathers were trying to find their food by trying to experiment with this idea of coming together despite of our differences and trying to integrate. And they were still struggling to do that. Of course, we have our cultural way, impeding all this growth at that time. Because corruption too was also, you know, prevalent at that time as well. So the military people came over because they saw that their counterpart also took over from other West African countries. So they felt there shouldn't be any stoppage or any hindrances for them to take over the power, and they did. That's why we have the coup and the counter coup, taking place. And, certain ethnic are being wiped off, and other people retaliating, and so forth and so on. So at the end of the day, the country was destabilized. We were trying to find every pieces to mold it back together. Till today, we're still finding, and we still can't, find everything to glue it together. We're just struggling. So
Yeah,
yes, it
look,
was a time where those folks were just ignorant. They have no idea of being a good administrator. Talk about being a good leaders. It's about ego. It's about personality clash, and so on and so forth.
yeah,
So now
let
that
me
we've
interject
gone
you a little
beyond, hold on,
let me
so
interject you
hold
one
on.
second.
This is my time. This
I
is
know,
my
but
time.
hold on now. You've been talking for almost 20 minutes, which is okay with me. We have to
You
have some
can,
interjection.
what, you can take over the stage because
No,
you now
Pansat,
want to interject.
Pansat, give him 2 minutes to land. Give him 2 minutes to land.
You
He will
found, if
talk.
you disagree with me with
The
everything,
the
wait for your
platform
time.
is free now. We are not
I
many talking.
I
Just
am
hold on,
not the type
Pansat.
of I'm not the type of speaker that hog the microphone. I want to listen to my own voice because I fall in love with. No, I speak what I need to say, and I'll back out so other people can, come on and have a rejoinder. By the way, so I would say that we're still having that issue because most of the crops of the leaders coming up are being selected by this same group of people that actually put those military personnel in charge of our affair. They were still controlling them. You selected them. I want to believe that. Well, you may see that as a conspiracy, and at the end of it all, we still haven't gained that sovereignty, independence that we needed because we've not been able to hand over, or hands off, from the affair of our nation or any other nation in Africa. So,
That is what you still see now, that if anybody is aggrieved among us now, instead of settling the problem among ourselves, we quickly run to them and say, come and save me, or come and see what is happening to me.
Exactly.
Are we not the one calling them?
Exactly. Of course, we are. We are. We are the one calling them. And until we're able to find a system that actually work for us. But it's going to take a long time, and I think it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be gradual before they realize it, because we have to be solvent first. We have to be economically self-sufficient to the point that our dependency on the West will be very minimal. We'll be able to have we'll be able to have a voice, and also able to contribute to the growth of the global issues without depending on or relying on. Can you imagine? No country except South Africa is still having an issue being admitted into G20, or what they call them now. So all this thing matters and all that, and then it's a systemic problem, but I want to believe, I want to be optimistic that gradually we are finding our way, because we are being aided by technology, and not just the technology. We are everything being equal. So with time, at least to some extent, we'll be able to gain control. Maybe not fully, but to some extent, we'll be in charge of our own affair, and we'll be better off. But by and large, I blame every parties that are involved in the civil war, whether Ojuk, whether Gowon, Obasanjo is there. That man is a one-sided. I can't even believe him for anything for a second in my life. I may be young when he was a military officer, but as head of state, it was just like
Adewale Abajale Koko is there. Is one of those people that Abajale Koko used to
Obasanjo is too egoistic, and he believes that whatever he do is the best. He doesn't listen to anybody. I've never seen such a person in my life.
You wonder why Abacha wanted to kill this man.
Yes, because he will never keep short. He always think he can remote control everybody anyhow.
This is a man that.
You see, Adewale, you are talking about that we are making it. Can you believe that our so-called Nigeria declare 60,000 backlog of passports under 2 weeks? That means they are deliberately holding this.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so you don't know? It was artificial scarcity now that they are creating. Artificial scarcity is a racketeering.
They should fire all of them without. In fact, I don't know. How many people do you want to fire? The people mindset is
terrible. That's to tell you that we gradually will get it right. It's just a matter of having.
And you know what Tinubu did immediately? He moved Nigeria.
Oh, so you mean him?
I mean, Tinubu already moved this government and Nigeria Identity Commission. They move it under Interior Ministry because that guy is young and he's fire. He said, "I will fire you," and before you know, it's 60,000 bad luck. 2 weeks. He even said that now, as from next month, you apply for a passport, you will get it in 2 weeks.
That is where it should be. I think.
No, it's not even 2 weeks. Before we used to get it. We used to get it in a day before. That's what we used to get
Yeah,
it. You apply the same day, you get it.
That is true. That is true.
I got it in a day now.
I just hope that they will be able to sustain it because those immigration officers, they've made money from this thing. Recently, I have to part away with 200K to correct the names on my children passport. Just to change the names on my children passport, they collected 200K from me.
You see?
Wow.
Which is not supposed to just a minor.
You know,
When you do your
my sister-in-law, sometimes ago, that was a few years ago. That child at that time is now a big girl. She gave birth here and she wanted to go back to Nigeria, and they had to do emergency, what do you call it, expedited passport, and someone helped her from a Nigerian embassy in Washington D.C. It was because somebody knows somebody too, Man, Nigeria, we don't suffer, man. We
Yeah.
suffer.
Thank you, Adewale. I think most of the things you said were correct. I think somewhere along the line, your gradualist approach is not going to get us anywhere. They are not stupid, and you know that from your analysis that you've done.
If we said it, let's go and kill Obasanjo, our problem will be solved.
No, we say we should go and buy weapon now.
Obasanjo is one of the best.
To increase our military. That's the only solution.
Obasanjo is one of the best Nigerians we have. As a matter of fact, probably the best. The reason why I say that, at least it's nationalistic. The others tend to be sectionalist, religious supremacists.
He's not. He's a pretender.
Okay, he's not. Okay, he's a pretender, but still, the others are not even bothering to pretend. So, hence, you have to hand it to him. He took a risk with his own life. He put himself at risk. A lot of people died in the process. So,
which risk? Where did he put himself at risk?
The Yaradua that went into prison with him under Abacha died in prison. He took it. He went to civil war. He took bullets. So let's not pretend here. This guy, no matter with all his failings, which he has completely failed at that. See, I don't care about rewards. The point is that what he did.
Why don't you let him land? Why don't you let him talk? Let him make his point.
What he represents is what matters. So he's a nationalist. He put his life on the line several times and did what needs to be done. But that said, it doesn't mean that if he succeeds, clearly look at where our nation is. From what Lagos said or Adewale said, that you can blame everybody for these things. And I think somebody mentioned earlier on that I would fought the war without borrowing money. Clearly, you won't borrow money now when you are fighting a third of the country, when you are not spending on governing that part, you are fighting it. You can save money to fight the war, and that's just another aspect that sometimes we are giving credit where it should be obvious where the source of the resources is coming from. Regarding the gradualist approach, where you say it's going to take time, that is the kind of stuff our forefathers did, and look at where it got us. Somewhere along the line, we think that they're going to drop dead. If you expect your enemy to drop dead, you are mistaken. They will not. These people are smart people. They've proven it for hundreds of years now. You have the only you see, this is why I always say, whenever you say something, give example where somebody did it like that in the world. Give an example so that people can say, okay, these people did it, it worked for them. Where do you see any gradualist approach ever work in this world? It doesn't work because those people are smart. They are not stupid. They are watching you. Like you said, they are bugging us everywhere. What makes you think they are stupid? They're waiting for us to wait for them to die before we rise. That one is just what empires do is that they bleed the people that are beneath them until those people die or they die first. But given the history of these people, they don't tend to die first. So the Red Indians can testify to that. The Australian Aboriginals can testify to that. The only people that broke away from them are the ones that abruptly broke away from them. You can't just do it gradually in a gradual manner. Like the Chinese had to do it that way. Even the Indians that are their friends have to do it that way. The Israelis had to do it that way. The Israelis that are their friends today had to do it that way. There is no gradualist approach. These people are not going to let you, because why would they let you? You said it yourself. They're getting from us. So that is the only part I think you are wrong.
Sunaja, how are you?
Hey, hi.
Yeah. Do you still have access to the StreamYard?
Yeah, I'm at the back end, but I'm not going to be here for long because I have to do some stuff.
Yeah. I think I want to bail out for maybe 30 minutes. I think we should take over.
Okay, I can hold for 30 minutes. I can hold for 30
yes,
minutes.
30 minutes. Yeah, go on, brother. Yeah.
So the gradualist
It's
approach
my
is the only
turn now.
issue I have.
Tonight
Yeah,
was my
go
turn
ahead,
before you
go ahead.
come. But because I didn't disagree with what you're saying, so it was redundant. I wanted you to go on and continue. I also found a little bit of area to interject with. I believe it was Remy that was speaking, or was it Simba? That what you term to be a gradualist approach, and even in the United States, what the Brits did in Nigeria and many African countries is what they did here in the United States, right? They're trying to colonize the United States. And then the United States had to emancipate itself from that colonization, and they did what they had to do. So it's not like we don't know or our forefathers don't know. But the reason why we cannot keep going back blaming our forefathers is that we're making the same mistake right now. Or as a matter of fact, they were better at it than we were. So we dwell on the Civil War. The United States fought a Civil War. There's nothing wrong with fighting a Civil War if that's what the colonialists engineered and that's what you're bequeathed with. Then you fight the Civil War, but you try to use it to then bring the entity together. The problem we have is that the people of this generation and prior are still divided, even after the Civil War. Now that we can look back and see what the Brits and other colonizing powers did and modern colonialism, we know what they did in Ghana, even come all the way to Egypt, what they call the Suez Canal Zone, Egypt. In 1922, they probably got their independence. To Gambia, to Sierra Leone, who got their own in 61, I believe. Ghana, that was called Gold Coast, got theirs in 57. I think Ghana was the first in the sub-Saharan Africa to gain their independence. But look at Ghana is making progress. So the problem we have in our country is quite unique, but we have to try to identify
Which progress is Ghana making, Pensat?
They don't have religious divide, right? They don't have the kind of the tribal divide. They may have natural problems like African countries have.
Religious divide was made up by politicians. There's never a religious divide in Nigeria.
Right, but
our politicians set that up to divide us.
Right.
So we have to play that down. It's a pattern.
We have to play it back. But what I'm saying is that you have to identify how are these these political leaders able to divide us? Because we're here now on this platform. And if you're somebody who follows, why do I come to this platform? I come to this platform because you have a very vicious divide in the country. What they call the Southeasterners and then Nigeria. So it emanates from the Civil War, right? So I've come here today and I've been harping on it's a resource war. It's a resource war. Now, earlier in the program, one man played a video of the actual hero. He called him a hero. He says the hero's welcome according to Gowon, who's gone and apparently conquered the Biafrans and he returned home as a hero. But guess what? One man didn't point out his predicament today. His people are being decimated. People over there in the plateau area, Thieves, Benue. You should, nobody cares about that. Okay, me, I'm a Biafran. If I am to be like other Nigerians, I'll be saying, aha, told you so. You deserve it. I will help them decimate you. But I'm not saying that. I'm saying that we should stop these people from being massacred because of what I said earlier, about 2 hours ago, maybe an hour ago. I said what these political leaders did should not inure to the entire tribe of subsequent generations. They're human, they made a lot of mistakes, a lot of them are ignorant, but they were being played from outside. So you can't go holding what Gowon did during the war with the thieves, for example, people in Benue or people in the Jos Plateau area. We cannot let these people get killed and be put in camps. At some point, we have to get out of this thing because civil wars are fought all the time by countries who later on make progress. So it's no longer a forefather issue. Those people made a lot of mistakes. They were outgunned, outclassed. That's for sure. They had no technology. This great small country manipulating all these big African countries and others, right? So we concentrate on Africa. So that's the language here. But if you look at the history when it's being told here today, they're talking about minutia. They're talking about what this Adekule said this or that. Is that really what we should be studying about that civil war? We should be studying what caused that civil war, who did it, and how do we make them pay for it? Right? That's what we should be talking about. The big issues involved. So that's what I was saying. Up till now, you cannot make progress unless we stop all this nonsense. Right? Starting with the thieves. Those people are getting killed in scores. Say, Biafran, I should want that, but I don't. I don't. So when we tell the history, we have to go all the way to the end. Now, if you look at everybody who's been mentioned as a hero here, or at least a participant in the Biafran War, there's been comeuppance for every single one of those people because they're wrong. It should not be hard for any reasonable African, I don't even care if you're from Nigeria, to say that the Igbos were right. It's not going to kill you to admit that their cause was just. It's a defensive war. It's a defensive war. They were killed. They didn't kill any civilians. They did go for strategic interests. For example, the Sadoana was talking a lot of nonsense about the Igbos, how he's going to hold us down. We can't get anywhere in the country around his area.
Pastor, I think, sorry to cut you in, I think the battle for the Nigerian civil war was just a battle for survival. Either be the southwestern or the northern part of the country. It was just a battle for survival. The guys that won, for me,
no,
it was never a winner or a vanquish.
No.
It was just.
No, but listen, top man, the point is that you are right there trying to give equal moral thing there. It's not. Now, the northerners, the northern conquerors, okay, you have to look at the anthropology. How did they, why are they here? How did they get to Nigeria? The anthropology shows that they are conquerors. They came
but
to
have we learned from history? Have we learned from history?
But that's what I'm saying now. The people with the southeast didn't want to let that happen. We stopped them cold from doing that.
No,
they did it to the house. Let me land. Let me land. Okay, since we disagree, let me land because since we disagree, then I would like to hear your version of it. The way I look at the anthropology is that the Fulanese are not indigenous to Nigeria. They came in as conquerors and they conquered the Hausas, right? And they use religion and other things to conquer them. The Hausas are indigenous to Nigeria. They are our people. So when they colonized them and conquered them, effeminated them, completely just took their brains away from them. Then they went to recruit the thieves and other minorities in the name of that religion, and they wanted to conquer us in the southeast, right? And then we refused that. So since the war ended, you then could see the trajectory still going on because now the thieves are the enemy and they're taking their lands and they're killing them and they're raping their women. It's there for you to see. If you go to...
Okay, can I interject?
So you cannot have a moral equivalent to people who are defending themselves.
Do you really know what's the cause of the battle in Tibo, in Jos, that we call it? The same cause of problem in Jos is the same happening in Zamfara State. They are fighting for the battle for minerals.
No, but you cannot come to somebody's land. You cannot come to somebody's indigenous land, right? And they say you say, hey, look, I want to feed my cattle here, and they place a law, and they make a law. Can Thomas please mute himself, please? Thomas, please. So, top man, the Benue Plateau, Benue people enacted a law that doesn't want grazing of cattle in public common areas, right? And then these people are saying you cannot make such a law, and they're trying to kill even the governor, right? So that is a defensive position that you cannot have a moral equivalence there. I don't care where else they're doing it.
What about Zamfara? Is that the same law they made in Zamfara State?
No, because it's a totally different thing over there. Now, they must have discovered gold or discovered something
Do
in
you know,
Zamfara.
when I was
Did you hear what I
as a
just
youth
said?
copper,
Did you
yes,
hear what I just said?
I know,
Okay.
I heard
So
you
if they
clearly.
discovered gold there, then it's like discovering oil in River State. It's the same thing.
Can I just add something? I think you look at that CBN on the screen. I think one thing that we found recently was that the Fulanis are more related to us than even the Hausas. And that's something that, the Fulani speak a Niger Congo language, while the Hausa speak an Afro-Asiatic language. Genetically, too, they are more of an E1, B1, A group, which we are, than the Hausas. And we describe them as alien, while they are more like us than even the Hausas.
They are
But
not
we
more like us.
all
I
have
heard you making that argument over the weekend, right?
no, it's based on the data, and they are the only maternal line is where we are all related generally. So the idea
Okay,
we keep calling
Top
people
man, I'll go
foreigners
after
is
you.
not helping.
Top man, I think you want to come in. Let me wait for you to finish. Top man, go ahead.
Okay, my point really is this. You see, the situation in Plateau is like you're in a flat plain that's very good for grazing, and that very land has got a lot of minerals in it. So, like I said before, it's a battle for survival. The battle is more of a battle of people trying to take out minerals from that land beyond the grazing. It's an intentional battle being set up to wipe out a particular race because of their intentions to get out minerals from that very land. In Zamfara State, I served in Zamfara as a youth copper. I was specifically in Dansadao that links it linked Niger State, Katsina, KB, all those states together. You see, in Mali local government, they can virtually pick gold on the floor. As a youth copper, when I went for what we call rural rugged as a copper, we went to what we call Shinkafi. That place at that time was a very poor rural community, but now that's where the highest number of bandit fight takes place. They pick gold on the floor. So those guys intentionally now set up themselves. The guys that come pick minerals now equip bandits to fight the locals. So when there's trouble in the land, what do? They can take advantage and mine minerals for themselves for free. So what are they doing for themselves? Among themselves there now, they are equipping bandits so that they can take advantage of chaos in the land to make money for themselves. So even the
Exactly.
rich in the land, those who you don't know are involved in it. The big and mighty are all involved. So now, anytime there's a rainfall, you see you can pick gold on the floor from the top soil. You can pick gold on the floor. So naturally, just like there's no peace in Zaire, that's in Zaire, Congo, Kinshasa, there will never be peace
Right.
in that land until the government makes a law and they make sure those guys they are resettled. They take them all away, take care of them, and they give that land to and government take over that land. Until they do that, there will be peace in that land.
Why didn't you just say until the government secures the country? Why is it so hard for
It's
us?
the
Are we
same thing,
conditioned
but
not to say it?
because just being who we are lackadaisical about things. We don't take actions when we need to take action. We
But it's
let
by
things slide.
design.
It's
Yeah.
by design, yeah.
The only reason why I raised the issue is because you have case after case of the same thing. Like you have the Boko
Yeah,
Haram that fighting it up there, right? In the
because we
northeast.
take everything to be too much politics. Everything we do is
Right.
politics. My
It's the
brother is
mineral
involved.
resources
My
in
mind
the
is
ground.
involved. What is it? What's the politics behind everything? So it's our bureaucrats, it's our politicians, our leaders that use all this to separate us, to divide us as a people. And that narrative is still playing among us as youth. You see, those of us that came alive in the 70s and 80s, we think different from those that came to life in the 90s and 2000s. You see, the way they treat us then is not the same way they treat those kids. The Gen Z kids are not the same people. You see, some of us that came in, if you look at the way trends are going, we have to be very, very careful as a nation. Because you see, the Gen Zs are quite more explosive. They don't want to take, they will not take corrections, so they just do whatever they want to do. They won't say much, they'll just take actions. That's why they are quite a lot of radicals. That's if you look at TikTok today, everything you see, look at social media today. The younger ones are all there, expressing themselves. They don't want to follow protocol. So listen, I'm not a prophet of doom, all right? But a lot of things will happen in Nigeria that we will not expect to happen because of the Gen Z. And unless the country stands up and say, look, how do we make provision for the youth coming up? It is not because of anybody or propaganda from somewhere, but until we as a country we begin to sit down and look at the way to take care of our youth, make way to cater for them, and sit down and study, take special effort to see how do these people reason like this. See, the solutions that work for people that was giving birth in the 80s and 70s and 60s will not work for kids that were giving birth in the 20s and 1900s. You have to find solutions, better solutions. Because as a country, we have not learned from our history. Sometimes even history does not make us take action because we are afraid we have failed before. We don't want to make mistakes again. So we have to sit down and be ingenious with our solutions. We have to make research, spend time to do research to find solutions to our problems. See, sometimes you cannot just borrow a solution from somewhere to come and use in Nigeria. As a country, I expect us to sit down together and find solutions. Nigeria is beyond where you just call somebody from the southeast, somebody from the southwest, somebody from the north central, or middle belt, or from the northeast or northwest, and say, look, somebody propose, look, what's it called? Former government could propose a ruling class. Say, look, the winner should not take call in every election. I support that. That is why there's so much at stake in this election that just passed. I'm not an obedient. Neither am I an Asuwaju or Bola Tinubu or anything. But I believe we should evolve how we rule our country so that there will be peace.
See, the problem with our people is that many of these our leaders, remember, they are the ones that sold our fellow Africans as slaves to Europeans, and then the Europeans came and colonized, and then after they got rid of all the leaders that are actually governing the space, they now went on to raise their children, because when they exile their kings, they keep the children and raise them and culture them to be like them. So many of our leaders think like as if they are the pinnacle of the society is not in Nigeria, it's in London or it's in Paris. So their mindset, this our elite's mindset, is to condition us to believe other people are responsible for us. Instead of in reality, they should be taking care of us. They should be the one in charge of the country. Like even every one of us, many of us now, I wouldn't say every one of us now, many of us in Nigeria now, maybe 80-90% of us actually think like that. We think the West is benign, that they mean us well, and we should be looking up to them for so many things. And that's where we are missing the mark. We are supposed to be responsible for ourselves. They are not responsible for us. We are grown people. That's not how it works. You are supposed to be responsible for ourselves. And if our
Even in
leaders
the
want to take
West,
charge, and they
even in
know
the
it,
West,
let me give you an example to let you know that they know. Every single one of them that ran for this election, what did they say they were going to do for security? All of them said they are going to recruit up to 1 million these soldiers to secure the country. All of them said they were going to increase the size of. In short, they were going to change. Basically, they are going to change the security policy posture of Nigeria. What have the Tinubu done since he got into office regarding that? Zero. What has Buhari done since he got into office? Zero. They don't. What they are doing is keeping us strong enough so we don't completely die and collapse, so that at least they can still able to withdraw, extract their natural resources, and then they keep us definitely weak enough so we never actually become independent, sovereign, or industrialized. This is the game they are playing. All this stuff Tinubu is running around doing right now is just papering over the cracks. It's not really making any change. If you go back in time, you might even think that actually now our situation is even more precarious than it was 700 years ago. Our situation right now is more precarious.
Yeah,
So this
Tunaja,
is the problem with this support.
Let me stop you right there, Tunaja. Let me stop you right there. I don't know. Public governance is very hard. Okay. That's why they
It's
say
not.
you
Why are you
hold on.
complicating it? It's
Listen.
not at all.
Hold on. You've never held any apart from elective position. You've never held any public office
I
before.
don't have to hold
See,
to know. Other people did it.
hold on. If it is that easy, people will be running public office like a private enterprises. But I'll tell you this: that's why they said politician campaign in poet and governing pros. You
Are
see,
you telling me King Jong-un is
hold
smarter
on,
than Bola Tinubu?
We are not running. You see, Kun Jong Un
I'm
is
not
not a
serious.
democratic. It's not a democratic society. Okay, when you are governing as an autocrat, it's different from when you have a democratic and you have interest group that you have to consider when you're taking decisions or implementing policy. You know, at times you have a mindset of what you intend to do when you get there. But by the time you attain that position, you start seeing different interests coming left and right at you. And these interests have a powerful, powerful backing. And they come at you
Aha.
and they'll tell you, look, let me tell you, even in advanced country, even in the Western world, it's like that. Politics is like that. And when you get to the office and you want to implement some of these things, you have to be cautious. Sometimes it requires time. It's not just about, oh, I want this thing done
Oh
today
my
and put my
God.
foot down and it
You
has to
see,
be done.
that's the
And
problem with
look,
your
see,
analysis. You are
I
the kind
don't
of
want,
person that
see,
hold on.
I
See,
don't want
when
us to
nations
delude
are see
ourselves.
when hold on now, it's not about deluding yourself. People have done it. What are you talking about deluding yourself?
People that have
When
done it, tell me
you are the
in a
one,
democratic,
that is proposing a path that doesn't lead anywhere. You are just basically repeating the mistakes of
Tunaja,
the past.
You know,
Hold
to
on now.
Niger, I have never
Tunaja,
seen Adewale try to be rational. I've
He's
watched
always
everybody.
advocating
Look,
gradualist
you,
approach
you
that never
saw
gets us anywhere.
see,
you saw how Simba tonight,
let
at
me
least
give
he
you
was. Let
one
me
good
land, okay?
example.
Please hold on. Let me land.
You know,
Okay,
I know
good.
it's obedient. I know it's
I was.
obedient platform
No,
now,
hold
but
on. No,
I tell you this.
I was trying to talk, and you overshadowed me, and I left
No,
you
I
alone.
want to have
So let me land. Let me make a
Answered. He
point.
says he wants to give us a good an example. You say you want to give an example
example.
that did the
Let me
gradualist
give you an example.
Okay. All right.
gradualist
You
approach.
know,
Let's hear it.
in 2008, when Obama was campaigning, he said a lot of things
Oh
that
my God.
even a political novice would tell you this is the best that could ever happen to America. And for more than 40 years, nobody has ever done changing that healthcare landscape in America. But this man realized, because of course,
Oh
America is a
my God.
capitalist
Are you literally
state.
comparing a superpower nation, the most powerful country's
Would you let me finish with my analysis?
internal modification to what a nation needs to do to become
It,
sovereign? Are you
You
comparing
have to
both?
know that
Seriously?
you
Adewale
guys,
is so clever
That
that
is a
all he
such a
wants
wrong
to do is to
mindset.
prevent me from talking. That's what he wants to do. That he could do anything
to
so
Niger,
that he
I
cannot
know
hear
you
my
We are
have your
talking
own
about a
opinion.
mindset.
nation. We are talking
You
about
have your.
all you are just
I
trying to tell us is
promise.
about vested interests.
I
We are talking about
promise.
emergence of a nation. We are not talking about
Listen,
Right.
internal
I promise.
departments of a
You see,
nation.
I
Okay,
promise I will not interject
Adewale,
when you have
the
that
kind of thing
moment.
I was
But
talking
I
about
want to
is that
give you an
if you want a
example of
one
how
Nigeria, for
Give me an
public.
example,
example of a nation that
no, hold on.
emerged
He's not
based
gonna do
on
that.
gradualist approach.
He's not gonna do that, right? So the point I'm making is that if
Okay.
you come to Nigeria right now, you take a state such as Zamfara, who's been living off of oil from the River State and the South region. They've been feeding on it the whole time. So now they discover gold in the region, and you have all kinds of illegal mining going up there. The governor applying for license so they can mine it so it doesn't benefit the entire country. They want to keep it, right? How are you going to have a union, a country? Aside from the fact that these Southerners, all they know is Igbos, Southeasterners. That's they have been their mind and their eyes are set on the Igbos. That's when they're belligerent. That's when they talk nonsense. That's when they're abusive. It's only when it comes to. But you cannot see them rise up and say, "Hey, look, Zamfara, you coming out here, they're taking our oil, it's nationalized. As a matter of fact, at least 80% of these oil wells are owned by Northern Muslims, right? Are you going to discover gold and they're mining those gold in the hundreds of millions of dollars? Are you going to keep it? How are you going to have a country? They have no shame. If I'm from Zamfara, I'll be ashamed of myself. If I'm a Northern Muslim, I'll be ashamed of myself. I'm going to say, hey, look, wait a minute. We're one country. If we're going to take this oil from Southerners, all the mineral resources that belongs to the government has to be nationalized. You can't keep it and be dipping your dirty hands in the oil in the South. So you have to be fairness. It has to be justice before you get to want peace. That's why they're killing themselves. Every time they discover anything, let's say in Bono, you see this Boko Haram, right? It's Takia. They're not firing a religious thing there. It's the resources that they're fighting for. When they drive their cattle and they come milling around your neighborhood, your villages, your farms, they're looking for mineral, oil, mineral, all kinds of things. And then once they find it with their British handlers. They cause unrest over there and terrorism in that area so that people can leave. So at some point, the Yorubas, they're gonna have to use their head.
Pansat, can you give me 1 sec?
Yeah.
Tunaja, when you Tunaja, please, I
Yes.
have to catch up with a meeting, please. When you are ready to go, just shut it down. Thank you.
Okay. All right then.
Yeah.
We should
Yeah.
be rounding up in about 15 or so minutes then.
Okay, great. So let me make mine fast. Within 2 minutes, I should
Thomas,
be done.
they've taken over with the propaganda.
Yeah,
And I'm
because
trying to
he's
You
more
have had 8 hours now. Come on.
Who
he's more
told you that?
comfortable
Who told you that?
if somebody is a
Pansat
Yoruba
had like
moderator. Let me land. You're more comfortable in
and I'm trying to
clannish moderation or something. Your strength is in somebody
Yeah,
being
Pastor,
denied.
try to round up so that
Yeah,
he
so
can speak
to
before he
round
starts
up,
thinking
what
we
I
are
was saying.
marginalizing him.
Yeah, what I'm
I've
saying
been
is that
marginalized already.
what's wrong with if you want one Nigeria, why don't you listen to the things that I'm saying to you? Because that's the only thing that really matters. You have to. The country can do very well. Divided, it can do very well as one. So, but you gotta be fair in each one. You know, you have to have a pure sense of history, knowing what we've been through. But anyway, it's a big topic, so I go ahead and yield back right here. But I'm very disappointed. Adewale, when you come on a platform, at least try to be sensible once in a while. Try to say the right thing. Don't defend Tinubu, who you know is right now
Come
making
on, let's leave Tinubu out of this for in the meantime.
His certificate, right now.
But Pansat, 98 to 99% of what Adewale said in his analysis earlier on, I consider it to be spot on. And actually, more this thing has more information.
Give me one example.
No, regarding how our
I have never heard it.
our officials. No, he was talking about how our officials are compromised and how some of them go and have parties with all these foreigners and how they are basically the way he analyzed it was actually correct. It's his conclusion that I have an issue with. His conclusion is let's wait. Let's wait. It's going to take a long time. You think you have time? You don't have time.
I've never seen a single premise of his that I agree with.
What are you going to
do? I think he was quite articulate beyond most people's way of describing what is happening.
If you are going to ask for your right in a situation where we find ourselves, you have to be patient, because if you are trying to no, I'm telling you the fact. When
patient
you
while
don't
your children's future are being compromised, the others are not being patient. They are hustling.
You don't have any leverage.
Of course you do.
You don't. See, tell me that
because you didn't build it. You're not intending to build leverage. That's the problem. If you don't build leverage, why would they consider you to have leverage
in Africa that is self-sufficient? That can
but that's what you need to do, though. That's what I'm saying. You need to do.
How do you intend to get there? And it's not going to be sudden.
I've told you, I've given you the solution that other people have done. It's not like when you say, "How do you get there?" You ask as if it doesn't exist.
That is applicable in Africa.
Remember,
okay. What about South Africa? Lagos. What about South Africa?
Was built by white people. If
they had to take
the white
power
people
back
that
from apartheid system of government,
and it applies everywhere.
Don't do anything.
It has applied in Asia. It has applied in Asia. It has applied in the Middle East. It has applied in South America.
Because it succeeded in Asia does not mean it's going to succeed in Africa.
But it succeeded in the Middle East.
It succeeded in South Africa. I just said they're in charge of their country.
South Africa. Talking about because the white people built. If white people had not made that incursion into South Africa, we would be talking about.
Don't be bringing South Africa into this. He's trying to say
South Africa is owned.
He's trying to say that
white people.
Nobody has been able to get out of the control of the Europeans because it's only in
That's
Asia.
Why I said it has to be
I'm trying to think that it has happened in other places.
ANC did.
It's like somebody in captivity.
The apartheid.
ANC is not a good example, Pansat. It's a European country. 80% of country is controlled by Europeans today.
What I'm saying is that they had a system of an oppressive system. Wait a minute. that where the majority of that
Pastor,
country,
listen.
25 million were blacks. Okay, 5
See,
million
Man,
South
were.
Africa is not even close to being anything like any modern nation in terms of sovereignty. So
No,
we
but
can't. The
look,
only reason why South Africa is quite powerful right now is
they are
partly
better
because
than
of their membership of
Nigeria. They are
BRICS.
10 times better than Nigeria, and it's not
No,
because
they are, in terms of exerting their sovereignty, they are better than Nigeria exerting it.
right.
That
They
is true.
got out of an apartheid system that was so brutal. Okay, now we helped them. Don't forget.
Yeah, but that's not the
Nigerians.
same thing.
have
Now,
you
what
seen the
Adewale
life
is
of
saying, what Adewale is saying is
black
that
South
Asians were lucky
Africans?
somehow, and he
What
applied
has
in
really
Asia, but he
changed in
cannot
the life?
apply it anywhere else.
What has
No, no,
really
no,
changed?
no. No, a lot of Africa, for example,
Pansa,
Ghana is doing very well.
Tunaja,
We have an
Ghana is not
Islamic.
doing very well.
look
Why
at
do we keep
North
saying this
Korea.
thing? Ghana is not doing
Let
very
me tell
well.
you.
All these countries are not doing well.
Okay, let me tell you what I mean. Listen to
Tunaja,
me. Okay. No,
Tunaja,
listen
look
to what I'm
at
saying.
North
Pansa,
Korea today.
let me take this guy on because
Okay.
his argument
Okay.
because I
I'll sit
believe
back and
that
listen.
he is very close. Yeah, he is very, very close
You know,
to
look at North
because his
Korea.
analysis is quite good.
Also, let in Top Man and Simba to Remy to get in the
Yeah.
word in here. All right. And Princess Rosie.
Look at North Korea. North Korea has been ostracized in the community of nations, right? And they are trying to grow and develop, but they have a limitation. And today, apart from Russia that is trying to befriend it, and the neighboring even South Korea, they're having issue because of the closing of South Korea to the Western world. Even to China. China is kind of like in between. But what I'm trying to say is that any country in Africa that is trying and striving to be, economically independent to the point that they also will be more developed has to apply this methodological like someone who is in captivity.
Why did you use North Korea? North Korea is doing better than us. So why are you using it?
Please cut me that break. They are not doing better. Forget about all those things.
What matrix? What matrix are you
propagation.
using? What matrix are you using?
Sorry,
Now-
House. But I think, sorry to cut you in, everybody. But I think as a nation, we should have a strategy for development. Look, we should all be on the watch out for the country called Estonia. In a couple of years, Estonia is going to break into the world and do very big for everybody to see. You know why? Their strategy was to make sure software application and coding is compulsory for every child in Estonia. In a very short while, they will dominate every part of cybersecurity, coding, and app generation because they have a strategy. It's a small country, but they have a strategy. As a country, what is our strategy to dominate the world? What do we want to do? Okay, we have so much mineral, but which of them can we mine by ourselves? Which of them we spend so much energy or finances on to be an authority on? None. So we must have a plan. There should be a strategy for everything we do as a country. We should not just be about everything. You can't be a master of all trade. You'll be a jack of none.
No.
Look, in Nigeria today, can we manufacture drones that can help us fight our wars? Can we manufacture weapons that can help us? Have we stated that, look, let this region be a region to take care of so thing. Let this particular region take care of first this. So even look, for example, if you want to do in technology, you want to do tech, there's anything tech in Nigeria, you go to southeast, south, or southwest, go and do tech. Everything development or engineering, go to social region. We will invest so much money in that region. Every child that wants to do that, go and study in that part of the country. So that country, that part of the develops on this. We put industrial area, there should be a strategy. There should be a way for us to face it. Otherwise, we will just be saying this till tomorrow. The other time somebody mentioned when Tinubu came into government, before we go forward, Nigeria as we speak is broke, do not have any money. We are on negative account. If he tries to employ 100 people into government, we will go into more debt. Until we rise up, until we have money, something to show for it, we cannot take any action. And I concur with Ritu Nigeria or Itao that said that, look, as a nation, we must do, there's no slow path. You must take an action. You don't slow drive it. You take it and let us fight it. Look, one of the reasons why we like Trump in the US, you know why? He took a lot of executive decisions, executive actions. He stamped his foot on the ground. This is how I'm going. This is how I want to achieve it. And everybody will fall in line. For us as a country to move forward, Some steps we have to take a step. This is what I want to do. Everybody fall in line with me. Then you do what you play politics. Listen, look at Nigeria today. Something it's not like Tinubu is not perfect. Even if Obi comes into government today, he will have his own problems too, and he will still have his own things to fight. But as a country, we must allow ourselves, we must fight for our country, not for any tribe. Look, if we push anybody down, the whole country will suffer. Right now, we are suffering. The Yorubas are suffering. The Igbos are suffering. The Hausas are suffering. You know why? Because we turned everything in Nigeria into tribal and religious war. We shouldn't be like that. We are youth. We are younger people. We should not even see religion in everything we say. We should not bring religion to everything we discuss or talk about. But because of our politics, they've used that very thing to divide us. When they share money, there's no religion when they share money. When they give themselves appointment, they don't think of religion. But as myself, you see myself, I'm a 40-something-year-old man. I'm a 50-something-year-old man. And if I see anything, I will say, you're not a Muslim. Why should that be a reason for me to take a decision that concerns you? Until we see beyond all these lines, all these things they set down to divide us, to separate us. We as youth, we as people cannot do anything in our country. We must have a plan, and we must stick to that plan to succeed. Until we stick to that plan, we'll be going in circles.
That's what I mean. Now you can't do wait for your enemy to drop dead. You have to decide that, you know what, I have to work for my people. I have to put my people first. We can't have a country with IDP camps everywhere. Tinubu, they knows it. They all know this. But when they get into office, they start doing something else. And this is what our people should be questioning them and asking them, where is your security policy that you say you're going to do? You are the one that you say you're going to increase the size of all our security establishment, but you're not doing it. And now people are getting this thing attacked in the Midwest. That's this in the plateau areas in the Zamfara. They have IDP camps, and our resources are being stolen. In everywhere in Nigeria, there's always an issue. And even if there is no, like in some areas that are even safe, there's also that fear of crime. The fear of possible harm in Nigeria is so high that whenever people are going to somewhere they don't feel safe, they have to check with their family members. They have to check all the time, because can you imagine if you're coming from overseas to invest in such a country? You don't feel safe. And our GDP is being depressed by it. We are losing at least $50 billion of worth of GDP value, this in economic activity, just because of insecurity alone. So fixing security is an economic investment. But yet these leaders will pretend as they mean to do something, and they start running around the world asking for money, asking for loans, pretending as if they are doing something. You recruit teachers here. They are peppering over the cracks, because in reality, the truth is that nothing has changed from 400 years ago. If you know how to look at things over time, you are going to realize that our situation now is actually worse than it was 400 years ago, because at least 400 years ago we could push back and it's going to affect other people. But
We
now
are worse
we have
than
granted
where
so
we
much
were
power
last
to
year.
them.
This
Yeah.
time last year, we are worse off. But you and I know that to build a nation, you must first step back to find a solution going forward. Look, the government in power,
I keep saying
we
it,
must
they
give
know
them
the
the opportunity.
solution. They refuse to do
You
it. And until
cannot
we force
put
them to do it, they are not going to do it.
the current government only took two decisions, and there's a fight back already. One decision was no more subsidy. The second decision was there will be a single exchange rate, no more double exchange rate. There's kickbacks from the country. There's a lot of fight right now. People fighting great front and back.
And in
The police,
addition to add to just what you just said, now sorry to cut in, you can see that the minister are back in action. Can you believe that Nigerian immigration can clear 60,000 backlog of passports in just only 1 week?
Oh,
So
they
when I
cleared that.
renewed when I renewed my
you have to
passport
To
put
make
in
it in
New York
passport,
perspective.
2 years
to make
ago,
passport here in
it
the UK
took
is 5 months.
Immigration
me
student is not for
it
2
took
or
when I
3
renewed
months.
my passport in New York 2 years ago, it took me about 3 to 4. I went there October, I got it back in February. Do you
So you
know
can
that since I took my pictures for like I went to take my picture in October, they did not input my picture to generate the passport until a week before my passport got to me. That means they kept the passport there. They just kept my information there at the backup for over 3 months. And some people will go from where we are here. Within a week, they will get their passport.
Let me say this way, your Adeoyo. Let me just say something to your Adeoyo. You see what he's saying that I'm using North Korea. Where's that noise coming from? Please stop, man. I think your audio, something is going on in your background. See, this thing that we do where we think you have to compare yourself with a country that is shining on the top of a mountain is the wrong idea. You have to do the hard work. You always have to start from the bottom and rise. In the case of Nigeria, we don't even have to start from the bottom. What you see in North Korea today, you might think is not good. They are like, it doesn't look good. They are better than us. Their literacy rate is 100%. Hold on now. Oh, stop it. Their literacy rate is 100%. Let me finish my point.
Why not get a visa and go over there?
Their literacy rate is 100%.
Which literacy rate?
Hold on
go,
now.
Go
Can I
over
finish
there.
talking? Can I finish talking? Their literacy rate is 100%. Let me finish my point so you understand what I'm saying. Their literacy rate is 100%. Their crime rate is almost non-existent. Their life expectancy is way higher than ours. Just name in short, in terms of health, they are better than us. What are you talking about?
So
Then
if that is
hold
the
on
case,
now,
why are they trying to escape to
Let me
South
make my
Africa,
point. Let me
South
finish my
Korea?
point. Let me finish my point. The point I'm making is that when you see some women or some families, they will sell their property to send their children to
Can I
school.
ask a question about North Korea? Where are you getting all this information from? Because it's a
Because it's readily available. It's readily available online.
That is
Life
all
expectancy.
propaganda.
Hold on now.
That
It
is
is. Oh my
propaganda.
God.
That is
Oh my God.
propaganda.
Escape that
Okay.
That is
country.
Oh my.
North Korea is in famine. There's no money.
This is crazy. Who is being propagandized here? You guys are the ones that have been propagandized because you are not even. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. Look at how triggered you all are. Let me finish my point. You look at how triggered you all are from information that is already available
Because
online,
what
and
you
it's
are
not.
saying
Hold
is
on,
not
hold
correct.
on. It's not North Korea that generates the information. This is measurement by international statisticians that do this, that know how to do these things. Most of this data is coming from the West, not even from North Korea.
I will give you two my personal experience.
Why are people trying to escape North Korea?
I wonder why.
Sorry.
There are people escaping the UK. There are people that are escaping America. What are you talking about?
Tonight, let me give you a personal experience. Jilin province is the northeast of China. It's very, very close to North Korea. There is one city they call Dandong. I've been to that city. And from that city, it's like you are in Obalinde and you are looking Victoria Island, just a borderline. From where I stand, the old North Korea is as dark as nothing, no electricity. There are people always sneak, listen carefully. There are people find a way to sneak into China. There is no human right, there is a lot of human right violation there. It's from great-grandfather to grandfather to son and the rest. Do you know that in South Korea, you cannot speak evil? You cannot say anything against the monarch there, against the leadership there. They don't come and see poverty. I'm telling you.
Oh my God, this guy, man. You guys are so brainwashed. It's not even funny.
Not brainwashed.
Tell me.
You're so brainwashed. It's not even funny. Do you know how much power North Korea generates? Let me look at the data that they have here. North Korea.
Forget about this data. The reason why I will tell you to forget the data, I will tell you the reason.
They generate more data than us. This is energy than us. That are not even under sanctions.
To North Korea. You need to go in there.
Oh, I should go in there.
Information.
Let me finish.
Go get a visa. Go and do
data.
vacation there.
There is no.
These are data from Western internet, not from North Korea.
Just allow him to land. Please let Tunaja land this point. Then you can come in, Remy, so we can also learn. Don't. Please. Yeah.
So the way we are conditioned to think, just because a nation is not within the Western hemisphere of this influence, that the nation is a backwater and it's almost as if they've fallen from heaven. And this is the problem. This is the problem. And this is what I was saying earlier on, that we too are conditioned, not only the leaders. This is the problem. How can we just look at data and ignore it? This is a nation that has been under sanction and their life expectancy is higher than ours. Their technological advancement is way ahead of us. Their education level is way better than us. Their power generation is higher than ours. What else do you want? Do you know how long it took? Hold on. Do you know how long it took North Koreans to build their underground We are here bragging about overground and this in a train station that is barely up to standard in this in Lagos. Do you know how long it took North Koreans to build that? How many decades ago? It took them 4 years to build it, and they built it. Hold on now, hold on. Let me finish my point. It took them 4 years to build it, and they built it 100 meters on the ground. These are they were about 10 million then, and you want to compare yourself to them? Come on.
You can't have the whole day. Let me come in.
Go ahead.
Let me come in. First and foremost, Nigeria should not emulate and copy the North Korean model. It's
of course, you don't want to be free.
Now
you all see our problem that I was highlighting before.
I give you opportunity.
We are all conditioned.
I give you opportunity to talk. Let me also say something. It's not a country you should copy anything from in this world, because I have seen them. I have lived in China, and I know what is going on in North Korea, even up to today.
Oh my God.
It's not a model to copy at all. When you talk about the data you receive or you check online, tell me which United Nations go there and check. They don't give opportunity to people to check their country.
Oh my God.
They don't give.
So what are you fighting for? To remain a slave? Is that what you're fighting for?
Let me finish my thought. There is no opportunity to check all this data you are talking about, because they don't allow you to go to their country. And when you are talking about the people have literacy level or something like that,
then if there's no data, why do you believe anything then that anybody tells you?
I'm talking from personal experience. You are talking from the data you are.
You've not lived there. You just saw something from afar. You've not lived in North Korea. You don't know.
For me, I would rather think that we should copy successful countries.
Which country do you want to copy? Which country?
Of course, China, America, and all these.
North Korea is China's model.
What I'm trying to tell you, my notion is that we can copy and then mix it with our own we use our own culture and tradition, because we cannot copy 100%.
You see, your problem is that you're looking at shiny objects.
Wait, I want to ask a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Remy.
Yeah.
Take for example, for any reason, Americans said nobody should buy Nigeria crude oil. Do you think we will near North Korea in terms of anything?
I want to bust your brain. For the last 10 years, America have not been buying a Nigerian crude oil. The largest.
No. Wait, get my question right. Right. I mean, when American, for example, sanction Nigeria, because when he sanction the country, whether he's buying or not, the rest people will not buy from that country. So that's what I mean. How do you picture your country if that happens?
Totally wrong. You got totally wrong. When America sanction you, there's always a back door. You cannot. America is not everything they do.
I mean, the question is, if Nigeria is not able to sell its crude oil,
so
what's
I'm
going
trying
to happen to us?
If we are not selling crude oil to America or to all of these
to anybody,
and I sell to other people.
To anybody. Let's say we are blocked from selling to anybody. In other words, he's saying regarding the sanctions.
Nigeria was sanctioned
on North Korea
during the Abacha regime, and we suffered.
Yes.
But at the same time, we also sell our crude oil. One word.
Then why are you afraid of when somebody says North Korea is able to take action
because I've seen how the North Koreans live, and I've seen the lack of no freedom. Everything is taken away from them.
No, I'm not arguing. You are missing the argument that I'm making. I'm not making argument in terms of political. Hold on, listen closely. I'm not making argument regarding political systems. I'm making argument based on actions that you need to take to free your country. It doesn't matter whether you are democracy, dictatorship, or monarchy.
You are talking about the literacy level. You are talking about the technology. You are talking about everything. I want to tell you the truth today that North Korea is the same thing as in electricity consumption. It's all blackout most of the time.
Oh my God!
Add that one into your brain.
That's why they are nuclear powers. You are not.
They don't have. I'm telling you the truth. You okay?
Oh my God! You are telling me the truth. You are just telling me as if you are.
Okay, let me also put my own contribution, if you are permitted.
Okay. Get your passport. Get a visa.
I think what you are doing is that you are. I'm not talking about the political system. Do you understand what it means? I'm talking about the action you need to take. You can't wait to please the West before you take action.
You go to North
The moment you came, I knew there will be propaganda. You see a lot of people coming in now because your propaganda kind of brought everybody.
That's nothing to do. You see, let me tell you something. Like I said, don't make me repeat myself because it's going to be looking like some people don't know how to listen. I
He's
never
not
said
listening.
anything
You are
about
living in
political
a bubble.
system.
You're not facing
I
facts.
never said anything about political system. Let me repeat that again. I never said anything about political system. I'm talking about the act that you need to take to
It's
develop
not
your country.
development in the country, it's the propaganda. Once you
Oh,
live
there's no. Oh my God, there's
upon
no
yam,
development in
that's
the
it.
country.
There's
That is why
none.
Russia is meeting them. That's why
I
Russia is
mean,
meeting them. Who
you
is meeting
see,
Nigeria?
who is Russia not meeting? Any
Who is
country
meeting
that is
Nigeria to come and
against the
rescue
war.
them?
You
Can we
see,
please talk, please?
Please.
This type of thinking, you see, it's not only our leaders that are compromised. Many
To,
of
Ni-
us are just as
to,
compromised as our leaders.
to Niger, a lot of us have been here waiting to talk. Please.
Go ahead.
Let's
Go ahead. Sorry. Go
let's
ahead.
pass it around. What I'm trying to say is, I'm not interested in the Korea and the Nigerian comparison. For me, Korea is not a good model to compare Nigeria to. I don't care what the parameter is. You can't divulge a country's development away from their political status quo. You cannot. You can't
Wrong
change it.
again. Wrong
You
again. I don't understand how we think. You know, the whole
Can we
world has
land?
different political system, and many of them are also developed.
Can we
Jesus
land?
Christ, why do we reason
Let,
like
let
this?
him land. Let him
I'm
land.
just exhausted. This is exhausting. We have to be rational here.
To Niger,
I
let
know
him
the
land.
propaganda has come since the moment you step in.
No, but you have to be rational. How can you
Come
say it
on,
doesn't
man.
matter
You
when
have no
clearly
idea
True
what you're
Niger,
there are
talking
let other
about.
different
people
systems?
talk.
See,
Can
I
you
don't
let others
understand.
talk?
We have to elevate our critical thinking
Give
here.
him the
You
opportunity
can't
to talk.
say that
You've been
all
Okay.
talking since.
based on political
Let
system.
others
No,
talk.
no, no. We
Elijah,
have to get certain. See, my own kind of
you
discussion
can't
is
Jide
impose your
cannot even
idea
get
on
his
people.
own words out.
Let
I'm
others
not
talk.
imposing. Hold on.
Let
I agree
others
with you.
talk for
Let
goodness
me just say
sake.
something. Let me say something. Let me
You've
say
just
something
been
so we
talking, talking,
understand where I
talking.
stand. Let
Let
me say
this
something
new
so we
guy
understand
talk.
where I stand. Hold on, you're interrupting me now. Let me say where I stand.
Good
We
night,
have to
everybody.
elevate
Good
ourselves
night.
because I don't have the energy. My brain cells are going to keep dying if we cannot think critically. If there are different type of systems in the world and you have development happening in different all of them, that tells you that it's independent of the system. You have to look at any other actions that the people are doing to develop their country. So don't keep going on about the model. Worry about what they
Why are you
did.
using North Korea as a model? Why not South Korea?
No, I'm
Why not
saying
any
North
other
Korea.
country?
What is consistent
Get
about all
your
these
visa
countries
and
is
go
that
live there.
what is consistent about these countries is that they decided to do what they need to do to develop their countries. They do whatever it takes. Whether they need to be friends with the West or against the West, they do it. They don't compromise and they're ambitious for their people. That
So
is what is common to all of them.
can I talk now, please? Tonight?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I would appreciate it if for the few minutes I'll be talking, I'm not intimidated by you because I don't really want to go into an argument. What I'm trying to say is this: the truth is, Nigeria is a blessed nation, and we really don't have this technological advancement, as it were. And if you want to catch up in terms of technological advancement, you want to start building your own from scratch, it might take you a long time to get there. So the best thing is to partner with nations that can actually help you out. We look at India, it's not as if India is the El Dorado of the world, but India is there. And they are using their capacity, their human resources to the best of their ability. Japan is Japan, but technologically Japan had to copy from Germany, this technological transfer from Siemens and Co. So what I'm, what I'm trying to say is that Nigeria should start looking at some other nations that Nigeria can copy that are closer to us. If I would say it, I say, okay, we might we might start looking at countries that are diversified as us, divided as us um, cultural and number of the cultural groups and everything, because we want to say it that it's not part of our problem. But on this platform alone, we cannot seem to agree to what will lift our nation forward. There's this sentiment, tribal sentiment, divide in terms of political camps and things like that. Until we come together as one, until we can speak with one voice, until we are on one front. That's when it is even possible to charter a developmental plan for a nation. You don't say you want to. Tinubu is there now. There are a lot of people that are against Tinubu. We're talking about security. We're talking about security now. Tinubu is there. We are already having IPOB that can never like Tinubu. We have IPOB already that doesn't like Tinubu at all.
Okay, thank you. Princess Rosie, I know
So
you have a
Naija,
lot
let
to
me
say.
come in. I want to say something.
Who is that? Who is that? Sorry, I don't know. I can't hear you.
It's Midwest people.
Okay, go ahead. So Princess Rosie can go. We are supposed
Yes,
to be
my brother.
rounding up soon, you know. You guys just started jumping in because I just opened my mouth. Eh?
Yeah,
We are going to be rounding up.
good morning. The thing is this.
No,
Every
I want
country,
you through Nigeria to go live in North Korea, since that's your model country.
If you are so keen, you are going to go together. Eh?
through Naija, the thing is this.
Yeah, where did the hairstyle you?
I used to appreciate sometimes when you like to question the sovereignty of Africa countries. What African people don't know is this. The first thing that guarantees life for people is sovereignty. But most of all love to point to poverty. Is there any country that doesn't have record of poverty in this world? Despite the model they have practiced. Some countries are under democracy, they don't have food, they don't even have that light. But the first thing that matters a lot is that you have to question yourself whether you can protect your sovereignty. Because somebody else can take it from you. Do you know where we are laid down, dog? Since we got our independence, we hardly have external crisis. Ghana is not threatening Togo to wipe them out. Cameroon is not threatening Nigeria to seize half of the country with force. That's why we're laid down, dog. Then you look at India. Why would India crack their brain when they discover their neighbor is a nuclear power? When North Korea look at the bitter fight between them and the South, they have to do something. So the thing is this: North Korea's sovereignty is far guaranteed than any country in Africa. That's just the fact. Nobody can argue that. They can stand up for themselves. They might be poor.
Exactly.
Africans are poor. Africans are very poor as well. I don't know whether we have it. Nigeria is breathing today because of, you do know the reason why Nigeria is still alive? Diaspora's money. Those money we send for our families is what is keeping the economy going as we speak today. You may not know it. Somebody is working any 30,000 or 40,000 naira. I cannot even feed anybody. We have gone too far. The truth is that for me, those who are talking from hatred against Tinubu, I don't support Tinubu, but when I look at platform, I just look at these people. What exactly were they having in their mind? If, for example, Obi is not the president, miracle, how is it going to happen? A country that has already used their own almost 80 or 90% of their reserve to stand for loan. What if those people ask for it? Then we will be left with nothing. The second chance that we have is that we are blessed abundantly with natural resources. So the president have to look for a way to tap into those things and see how he can generate money. We're already in a total mess. So for me, my contribution is this. There are things we can still take from North Korea. Ability to stand for yourself, whether you're a democracy, whether you're under dictatorship. So look for a way to achieve it. We don't have catapult industry as we speak today. Niger was telling France, leave our country. We understand we are not in support of that junta, but these are Niger people. They own their country. And the other country, no, you are not legitimate. It's so funny. And today, I don't know, they are still there. And they are looking for a way to topple those governments. Who knows whether if they topple that government, everything will escalate that Libya form. And if it happens, can Nigeria handle it? Will it not spill over to our country? So let African people ask themselves, because when it comes to war stage, inability to defend ourselves, our sovereignty, has relegated us. That's why they don't count on us. Isn't a powerful country like Russia is happy to meet North Korea today? Whether good or bad, they are discussing deal. They are taking up their own stand. It's left for those leaders of the world to change their policy, whether they will work with them or not. But they are able to defend themselves. They don't care. And that's the most important thing. On our own, economically, we cannot defend ourselves. Military, we cannot defend ourselves. Nothing. So, and we say, oh, we don't want to be like these people. We don't want to be like that. Let's use our democracy to build our power. Let's see it. If it can work. If it cannot work, let somebody else take it and build it for us. May God forbid today people just decide to say, okay, we are tired of this map of these people, these black people. We want to reshape it. We only make noise. Only 1,500 French troops is already holding the countries to hostage. They tell you they are not going.
Oh my God! What are 500 troops? Only the nation of 20. How many million to hostage?
Just imagine, and they are not that they are being deployed outside. They're just in one place now, and any order given to them, they can do any shit, and nobody can stop them.
And
we
they are
need to
deploying
crack
into
our brain.
Niger
A lot
Republic.
is
They are
going
beginning
on.
to surround our country and Niger. They are deploying to Benin Republic. They are deploying to Cote d'Ivoire. They are French troops moving into all those areas. This is our problem. We leave ourselves fallow.
I'm worried about our country because France is not going to leave that country. Burkina Faso or this Mali, they will do everything. Either they destabilize that government.
Exactly.
That's
why I'm against this gradualist approach, because they will keep undermining it. They are right around us.
Let us use our surroundings as an example. When Gaddafi was alive, we all hate that dictatorship, the way they use propaganda against him. But you hardly see Libya citizens outside. They were okay. Many doctors from Bulgaria, Poland, they were working for them in Africa for many years. They were working there, doctors and nurses. They have been working for these Libya people. And he's also helping his neighbor. Now they remove him. Look at the democracy by force. What is he yielding for the people suffering? And now he has destabilized, that action has destabilized the entire Sahel. That is why you have all these bad guys occupying that places. Now those bad guys have split into Mali, Burkina Faso, Nigeria, and the rest Niger. And they are growing momentum. And these guys that pretend to be guardians to us, like France, they are not there for the interest of the people. And tomorrow, if they destabilize all this government, the more they destabilize it, the more this thing is spilling over to our country. And if that happens, what measures have we put in place? Eternally, we are already having displaced people, and we are not able to return them back to their places. Even more territory have been taken, and more people are even more displaced every day. So what are we talking about? We can't stand up for ourselves. Whether they gave us democracy, whether we are in monarchies are doing well. Is UK not monarchy? Is Sweden not monarchy? I don't know what they're talking about. Monarchy. Is Norway not a monarchy country? Are they not okay? Though the monarchy don't rule direct, but they still use that democracy, mix it together where people vote and hold their leaders accountable, and they are able to protect their cultural heritage, and that's all. It depends on the model you want to design for yourself. There was a time those monarchy were fully in charge of everything, but they have to give chance to democracy. Let us ask ourselves, what do we want? But currently, as that my brother said, we are divided politically. It is always like that in everywhere. It is left for the government to provide solution. Once you have government, they will see that problem. That problem cannot die. We can't come together just for mouth. That is lie. It can never work. The government have to see that we are divided. We have tribes. We have everything, and they will now provide solution. Once they start providing solution to these divisions, that is when we start coming to unite. So, but as far as they are exploiting that division among us, we are going to be heading to whatever direction they want to put us. I think I've also it takes a lot of time, so you can also come in there. Thank you.
Yeah, this one said Nigeria must move to North Korea. Must is a strong term. I don't get why he thinks so, but it's all right. Princess, please, go ahead. I know you want me to move to North Korea. It's all good. Go ahead, Princess.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I know North Korea is a sovereign country and they can defend themselves, but they have a lot of issues. So most of the information you are getting, I don't think it's correct information. They are just, presenting those information, but that might not be exactly what's happening there. So you using it as a model, I'm like, you've not been there. It's better for you to go in there. Somebody that said has been there close to the place, have seen samples of what was happening. You are still arguing with the person that no, they have this and they have that. So that's my take. So sometimes they said experience is the best teacher. You go in there, when you go in and you come out, and you can come and be telling us all these statistics and your data. Thank you.
Yeah, that guy that said he has gone there, this same person, Simba, that talks about Nigeria that I know of, you can't, you see, the way it works is that when you go to and see a doctor, it's not because they know your body more than you do, but you do listen to their
instructions because they are educated enough to understand the subject matter. So who is next? I can't. Ayo has, he's the one that said I should go to North Korea. Please go ahead, Ayo. You can have your say, please.
I said also that you should go to North Korea. I said that also.
Can I come in, please?
We can go together now.
No. I'm not. North Korea is not my mother country. I don't want to go there.
Nobody says it's a model nation in terms of their style of government, but in terms of their sovereignty, their ability to determine their destiny, yes, they were able to do it, and how they did it is what I'm saying. Nigerians should learn. Nigeria should learn. It doesn't have anything to do with their type of government. Their government is different from that of China, but yet they have similar models in terms of development. They put their security first before they moved on to other things. Ayo, is that Ayo?
This is the progressive. Can I come in to Niger?
All right, go ahead. You are here first.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I actually came in because I was listening to you trying to make comparison between North Korea and maybe Nigeria or other Western nations. And I think the level of hypocrisy among Nigerians, some Nigerians in the social media space is becoming something. If you have you seen a millionaire or a billionaire that is in prison, right? It's almost like the money he has is just useless, because at the end of the day, you don't have this freedom to determine how you spend that money on yourself. So if you are in North Korea, the way a lot of people come to social media spaces to criticize, to say all sorts of things about Nigeria and Nigerian government, do you think you can even try half of it if you were to be a North Korea, or even a Chinese, or even a Russian? The leader of the Wagner group last time, who tried to do some level of insurrection against Putin, what happened to him recently? He was killed. He was sorry. He was taken out recently. So when you want to make comparison and you live in in these Western nations, and you come around as if the West has done some is doing some significant damage to our nations, right? Whereas we have leaders that we elected, or in some cases that overthrow power and make themselves governments, like what you have in Niger and Mali and other places. This is our own decisions that we make as people. This
like you are saying, true Nigeria is enjoying all the benefits of the Western society.
Yeah, no, I'm still coming there. I'm still coming there now. So when people who live in the Western society, who enjoy the fundamental freedoms of humans, that goes with being a Western, that goes with your Western ideas, and then you turn around and then you're supporting a country whereby for sure, 100% that if you live in that country, there's no way on earth that you have those rights. How do you do that? I don't understand, Tunanja. How do you come up with such
Thank you very
level of
much.
mindset?
Thank
How
you.
do you come up with such level of mindset?
Let me answer you then, because I think
The
this
whole
concept
thing,
is something that is
hold
critical
on.
to.
When you live in the UK or America or Germany, or you come on social media, you don't even have to change your VPN, and you make all sorts of comments. Whatever you want to say, you are allowed to say it. I just want to indulge you to try it in China. I'm not even saying Russia now. In China, or in that, even North Korea, they will not even allow you to enter in the first place. Or maybe in those other countries that you are saying, oh, we should copy their model. Why would you want to copy such thing?
Let me say this. One, model. I don't care about model in terms of types of government. When people use model, you use it loosely. When you are using model, I didn't say anything about types of government. I don't care about politics. I don't care about economic systems. I don't care whether it's capitalist, socialist,
You
whatever.
can't divert.
I
I mean,
don't
you
care.
cannot divorce that
Can
from.
No. See, that's your mistake.
You don't care about freedom.
That is
too,
your
right?
mistake. That is.
You don't care
that
about
is your
freedom.
mistake. See, when the survival of your entire race is at stake, you shouldn't worry too much about that, because death is worse than this thing. This is the ability of suffering. So our problem is that we think that this in the systems of government, and that is the problem, isn't it? We think that why are you worried about the systems of government when you are because you don't understand.
I've not
Hold
said
on, let me finish
anything.
my
I've
point
not
now.
said anything about system of government
Because
tonight. I'm talking about
because you
rights.
said
I'm talking
model.
about
When you
fundamental
use
rights.
model, you said model. When you say model,
Yeah.
you mixed it up. When if you are being, you were saying the model that they use to free themselves from the influence of the West, that you don't want that, then that's what you are being specific about. If you say that, is that what you are disputing? That you are against the way they free themselves from the control of the West? Is that what you're against?
What do they free themselves from? Who were holding them from that
the
they free
control
themselves
of
from?
the West. Do you know?
Would you
the West?
Nigeria, would you want to be in North Korea, or would you want to be in South Korea?
Oh, you see, your problem is
No,
I'm
I'm
asking a
asking you
simple
two questions
question.
now.
No,
Would you like to
because
be in South Korea or in North Korea?
First, you answer the question I asked. Are you against the way they free themselves from the control of the West?
I don't understand the word freedom that you're talking about. In what context are you
In
using the
other
word
words, the
freedom?
West cannot tell
Naija
them
what?
what to do. In other words, the West cannot tell them what to do.
You ask him the way they were able to
He
guarantee
said he
their own
doesn't understand the
sovereignty.
question exactly. The way
Because
he's asking me.
they are able to guarantee their own sovereignty. We don't have
Okay,
sovereignty in our place.
how did they guarantee their sovereignty? That's the question. In what way did they guarantee sovereignty? Can you just expatiate on it and let me know what form of sovereignty are you talking about?
Because they were willing to.
As a country, the many countries and powers in the world are hostile to them, and we always see them as propagandists, whereas the true propagandists are also the same power to be that we are praising here. You go and look at the European news.
Yeah, hold on.
When you want to see true propaganda, listen to news that have to do Niger from all these European media.
Hold on,
and you see what they are saying.
Midwest, hold on 1 second now. Okay, this is very good. I like this. You have two countries side by side. Are you telling me that South Korea is not a free country?
It's a free country. It's a model. It's a good model that we want to have.
Thank you very much. In South Korea, they manufacture Samsung. They manufacture Hyundai. They manufacture Kia. The citizens live a freedom, a free life, right? They have everything. They can speak the same thing the way they have all the fundamental rights.
Yeah.
Who is taking their land? Has anyone gone there to take their land or take their sovereignty? I don't understand. These are two countries side by side.
Well, I don't want to dwell on that, but I think
Midwest. Let me just say this: what you don't understand is the reason why South Korea is doing well today is because of China that is right there. The reason why Japan is doing well today
is because of the United States.
Let me finish my point. Is because of China right there. The reason why North Korea is doing relatively well today is also because of the existence of China right there. See, the reason why America is supporting South Korea to develop and support Japan to develop, because they need those allies in that region to be able to check China. The same way America went and Nixon went to China and signed that deal with China, not because they love China, but because they want to check Soviet Union. Today, hold on. You have to understand geopolitics.
I'm asking you, which of the two countries would you like to live in? Would you like to live in North Korea or South Korea?
Of course, you would like to live in South Korea.
So what is your point?
That is a no-brainer. But what you don't understand is that South Korea is even more sovereign than us. Because they can just choose. Hold on. Let me explain. Hold on. Now, what you don't understand is you don't understand freedom. I think maybe because we have been captured so long.
You don't understand freedom.
True, Nigeria,
you don't understand freedom.
You are really confusing us. We that were listening, you are causing a lot of
for you to think
confusion.
that a North Korean, let me explain. For you to think that a North Korean who only have access to a government television channel, right, would have no access to internet or other form of social media, just like you have access to, who could not come on social media to say anything against government and not get deleted. For you to think that is freedom, then you don't understand what freedom is.
Okay, good.
Maybe your own definition of freedom is different.
Your own freedom is what got the way you understand freedom is what got us into the mess we are in today. Because you understand freedom from the point of view that comfort is freedom. You understand freedom from the point of view that if you can talk too much for the sake of it, is freedom. You don't understand freedom. It's
Have you
of lifestyle.
as a man,
Hold on.
have you as a man ever been oppressed before? Like being oppressed?
I know what oppression
No, I just
looks
answer the question. As a man, have you ever been oppressed before? Do you know what it is for? Do you know what it is for you to for you not to have for you to lack self-esteem as a human being?
Nigeria
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is for you not to be able to challenge?
Too many questions. See, you're asking too many questions without allowing somebody to reply. When you talk about freedom, Lee Kuan Yew that built this in not Singapore today, he was called the worst dictator of all time. That he was doing all kinds of. They thought he was like the devil incarnate. This is a country of about 5.something million people. They went on down. Do you know how much their debt is? 1.something trillion. Nigeria cannot even be able. We will collapse on that. But yet they are striving. Why? Because these people chose, and North Korea chose, and Singapore also did. They are a democracy today, but they also chose that we have to take charge. This has nothing to do with it, because when they mention North Korea, people are all triggered and say, "Oh, North Korea is a backwater because of the propaganda you have heard." But in reality, how about Singapore? How about Singapore? The leader was a dictator too. They called him the most evil guy ever. But what they have in common is that these people went on to develop their country. That even Russia is seeking the help of North Korea. Who is seeking our help to save them?
How many Singaporeans were executed or were deleted by the leader that you're talking about? How many of them?
They are still doing it. They are still. If you mess up in Singapore today, you get death penalty. They are still
doing it today. If you commit a crime that carries that penalty, that's the.
So you think other leaders just go about? You see, your problem is that you just think other people just go around just start killing people randomly.
If you commit a crime that carries that penalty, then you go through the process, and then that penalty is then.
Wait, Naija, let me put this one, please. I want to put this one for my brother. Akim.
Even in America,
Akim, please let us.
You commit a crime that deserves death sentence, you go.
Hold on.
Naija, what? To Naija, please let me put this one. For example, let us not just dwell on these far away people. Let's come back to our continent. I think we Africans, we don't really know our problem as a country, because there are many players to play that are already there and their hands are strong upon these countries. Tinubu campaign, Obi campaign. Once you get into that office, at least every country have what is called top national secret that me and you cannot see. President and those who handle those powers, who swear strong oath. So, and when you come across this fire, you now understand what is really around your country, how entangled it is by these powers. Let's look at French colony, for example. Will you call any of these countries sovereign countries, whereby another person is to print your money for you? Sometimes they just take these resources when they don't have money to pay for it. You don't even see euro or dollar in your face. They will price it in euro. They will print your local currency and pack it to you and take these resources away. Now, your reserve, you don't even see it with your eyes. You are not the one to sign those documents. Someone else have to keep it. And not only that, most of your military structures, there must be a French citizen on top of all of them. So you look at all these countries, do we really, let's ask ourselves as an African, if today, this structure that America is strongly to hold, that guarantee us like some levels of freedom, if it collapses, we can't even stand up for ourselves. The powers we just came here, I own here, this one I take here, this one I take here, that's all. We need to be worried. Sometimes when we refer to these countries, we shouldn't bring freedom. Everybody understands that they don't have freedom. Everybody understands that they are suffering. But one thing is very sure, as we speak today, somebody can't go there and say, I grab here from them. No way. Look at Niger. We condemn dictators. We condemn military juntas. But when
Midwest,
Akim, when the people of the country,
North Korea is an exporter of power.
One of the leaders.
Hold on, let me tell you something. You see, North Korea don't have. There's no value to North Korea as a country.
I did not say value. Please don't use.
So what is anybody going to go and take in North Korea? What is anybody going to go and take there?
See, See,
But wait now,
if North
wait.
Korea could share their technology with
Wait.
you
See,
would take
what
it.
I'm trying to point to you is this. Look at our neighboring country. You analyze Niger's situation very well. When the junta, who is already in charge of the country, whether good or bad, country can be ruled by monarchy. People can take it by force as a military general. They taught us, they once experienced it as a European. And those generals will say, please leave my place. Someone is having 1,500 men. He said, I'm not going. And the country can't do anything. Imagine if those things now, all these things are just imagine them very well. You will discover that they are just there for the interest of France only, not for the people. We should talk about our own self. We can't continue like this. We jack back left,
Okay.
we jack back right, we
Listen,
run away from our country, come back home now. People don't want to stay in that country.
Midwest.
Everybody wants to jack back. Yeah.
Midwest. You see, this is the problem. Like, this is the problem I have with a lot of Nigerians. You know, the people, a lot of these countries that you see today, like, there were times whereby they had their own challenges. There were difficult times. But what you always have is that you have critics, but then you have people who were problem solvers, people who had ideas, people who came forward with solutions, right?
Yeah, what if the
hold
power
on,
to
let
be
me
wait,
finish.
Akim, please let me quickly put it down. The people that have solution, once they come out with the idea, they are being eliminated. What will happen to the people?
No, this
Here's
is
the
the
problem
problem.
we have.
This is the problem. Look, let me explain something to you. So you see, when you want to create a problem-solving a movement, right? You come up with set of rules, set of ideas, and you create followership behind that ideas. That is why if you look at most of the country you see today, you have political ideas. Some people are of the left leaning, some people are of the right leanings. Both sides have political. They have policies that this side don't agree with or the other side don't agree with. But overall, the idea is that my policy is better than yours, your policy is better than mine. That drives the country forward. So what you have, like the country where Nigeria live, you have the NHS, right? That idea came from a political movement, from a political party. Then you have the right to own home, which also comes from the other side of the government, a political idea from a political party. So what you do is not just to come and tell us that we should go to be like a country that is isolated. Rather, you should be talking about how to come up with ideas that you will continue to push. It doesn't have to. Look, when Martin Luther King was fighting for all he was fighting for, he didn't fight so that he can benefit. No, you fight for tomorrow. You fight for your future, for your grandchildren's future. If you are fighting for a change, don't just expect that change to come within your own time. You are doing it because you want a better future for the others who are to come before you, who are to come after you. That is how it works. Some good things happen during your time, fine, you take it. But overall, is to make sure that in the next 30, 40, 50 years, that Nigeria get to a place, a destination where it will be recognized as one of the countries that one of the countries of the world. So every time people come, Nigeria is finished.
Speaker, what you
Nigeria
are
is dead.
saying, what you are saying really makes sense. It really makes
Calm down.
sense. Thank you.
Hold on. Yeah, of course it will. You see what North Koreans from what CIA is saying. Just we have to be careful with CIA. Listen, he says many households are restricted to 2 hours power supply. A day due to priority given to manufacturing plants. So the idea is for industrialization, and they are willing to make the sacrifices, even if, which the statement is a little bit senseless because they said North Korea is a net exporter of energy. So it doesn't add up because their energy generation, they are talking about terawatts of energy, not gigawatts, terawatts that they generate. So compared to
Energy
Nigeria,
is not just electricity, though. It depends on what
they are talking about
what type of energy.
Electricity is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about electricity now. Come on, I just told you now. It's right there on the screen. I don't know.
I know, but
Whether
you
you can see.
said
Are you seeing it?
you said it's a net exporter of energy, but then you
Yes.
say that they're
But
restricted
when they
on.
say that, they are talking about this thing. That is about electricity mainly. That's what they are talking about. As you can see, electricity.
So Niger, if you want to, I
electricity
want
is
to
different
advise
from
you,
energy.
better we move away from North Korea because the way
It's just
people will
one.
come in,
Yeah, let me. By the
you're
way,
going to confuse us more. You're going to confuse the whole situation.
Electricity
But
is
I
what
took
is
one
showing
thing.
Electricity is
Niger,
what
I
is showing
took
in
one thing. Let's
terawatts.
move from it. The
Hold
people
on.
will be
Niger,
coming in there. We
we
know
haven't
it's not
heard
good.
from
Yeah.
Top Man, Patoski, and a few others. But so let me go ahead and be an arbiter. I've heard both sides of the argument, the debate, and I think that the mistake you're making, I think Nigeria is right in part and wrong in part, and of course, what's his name? The last guy with an H, and his name I can't remember the name unless you show everybody's name right now. He's right. They got you when you juxtapose North Korea with South Korea, right? So there's no comparison. Political system and economic system, we're using them interchangeably. So to make a long story short, you're both right, and then you're both wrong as well. Nigeria is right in the sense that nobody can go to take anything from North Korea. China did the same thing after 1949. They were able to secure their place from outside influence and were able to develop themselves to what they are today. North Korea is along the same path. It's not easy to go against these people. They're doing the same thing, but you cannot live there. They have their political system, like you say, is wrong. It's not good. There's no freedom. So let's move on from that. I believe that both sides have points. So you both defended your positions very well on that. So I yield back. So let's hear
Imagine
from top man
how
others.
how much power they are generating, well beyond Nigeria, and this is a small country compared to Nigeria. And what they are willing to do, if CIA is correct, that they sacrifice power for manufacturing. That is a people. Do you know the Chinese were living on rations? They were living on rations. The way some of our Nigerians think, they think life owes us a living. We went through slavery. We went through colonization, and you literally think you have to enjoy your way through to success. Yes, I'm in the West. I was one of those people that was brainwashed. I
Yes,
was in the
it's
West.
called
I was brainwashed
consumerism.
to come here.
That's what we have in
So
Nigeria. It's
who brainwashed
consumerism.
you? Who brainwashed you?
Yeah, but
Just like
Nigeria,
you are
move to
brainwashed,
other
I was
people so
brainwashed
that we
from
can conclude
Nigeria.
this thing.
I was
Move to other
brainwashed from
people.
hold on now, Pansat. I was brainwashed from Nigeria to think that the solution is in the West. This is not a personal matter. This is a people matter. It's a macro level thinking here. That's what we are talking about. Individuals can make their own decisions, but when individuals are being shown some of the facts and they still hack on to this thing, the basic this thing conditioning, it means that you are buying into the propaganda more
Okay,
than you are
hold on
looking
1 second.
at reason.
Hold on 1 second. There. I want to I want to quickly ask you a question, right? I'll give you 2 minutes now. Okay, prefer solutions to Nigerian problem.
Easy. Security, transparency, and technological revolution. Those are the key areas we lost out on. And in short, I can take transparency out of it. Technological revolution and security. That's the area we lost out on gravely. You can
So
also
that
go
is
into
so
yes.
you think
That's how
the
it corrupts.
leaders that are there now didn't know, they don't know that.
They don't know. They know that, but they have sold out. They've chosen to
So it
to
is
believe in the
when
West
I say
guaranteeing our security.
prefer
Akim,
solution,
the,
I'm
the
talking about
leaders
what
know, but they don't know how to reach there.
exactly. That is why I was asking
Okay,
to Nigeria. That is why I
okay.
was
Let me.
asking to Nigeria. You
If
want
I'm to
security?
do it
How do
now,
you get there? What do you
if I'm
do?
to do it, you rapidly recruit into the military, rapidly move into manufacturing, rapidly create the accountability system. Even if you have to build prisons to ensure people answer for what they have done wrong, if you create a country that is secure, one, our economy is going to grow rapidly because the country is secure. IDP comes close. No more kidnapping, no more of that nonsense. If you tell business people to come into your country, they will come knowing that the environment is secure. They will come knowing that the future of the country is also secure, because if you have security, generally that nation is stable. Then they also know that because you follow the rule of law, that you are going to follow rule of law when it comes to them too. Now you're going to invite this investment, if only from Nigerians alone that are in the diaspora, not to mention other groups that will start coming to the country.
Can I answer that question? Can I proffer solution for the country?
Yeah, can I prefer solution, please?
Okay, let me proffer my solution. And now you know that sometimes some things are not politically correct, but you need the answer, so I have to give it to you straight. See, there are a few things that plague any country's development. All through history, we know what they are for every single country. In our country, our problem is fundamental
Proper
Islamism.
solution, please.
I'm going to give you a solution. I first have to identify the problem, which is Islamic problem. That's what we have in Nigeria, nothing else. That's it. If you tackle that, we're going to progress. that we need a massive education in the north.
Wow.
What
Massive.
of what of IPOB? What of IPOB is not a problem?
Let me answer that because it's you
God
have
help
IPOB.
us.
Listen to me. You have
The South is doing
IPOB.
very well, right?
Please,
That
please,
is your solution.
please let me
Oh
land
my
now.
God.
At least give me 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you can interrupt me. Okay.
God help us.
IPOB is a problem because of the same thing. It's this Islamic problem, right? If you don't have Islamic problem in Nigeria, you won't have IPOB. So what you have to do, you have to look at our genesis when we first started. First of all, with our what do they call that when you have a baby and you want to win it and all that.
Pastor,
Our teething
is
problem.
that
I haven't landed
Pastor,
now.
hold
2
on 1
minutes.
second.
2 minutes.
I want you will continue. Is that what you are doing? Is that not religious bigotry?
In a way, it is, except that the truth has bigotry in it, right? The truth, you see, the truth is nothing. It's not even-handed. Do you follow what I'm saying? The truth, there are bias in the truth. Now, do I take delight in saying this? No, but this is something that we have to first identify. You want to accuse
Also,
me?
how do you
Let me land
explain
now. Let me
DRC? How do you
land.
explain all the other African countries that are not doing well without one Muslim in them?
Okay, like what? Start one example.
DRC.
What is
Rwanda?
DRC? Hold on.
Democratic Republic of Congo.
Okay,
Democratic Republic of Congo.
I'm
All
gonna,
the other African
I'm
countries that
gonna
are
answer
you went too
Uganda.
far.
Hold on, I'm gonna
What
answer
about
that.
Southern Nigeria?
I'm gonna let me first answer. Let me
Oh
first
my
answer
God.
the pending question. Then I'm going to answer how it relates to that. Right? You have to know there's a sphere of influence for every country. Say in the United States here, the sphere of influence for this region is the United States. So you have Mexico,
Answer,
you have
excuse me,
Canada.
sir.
Please.
Excuse me, sir. Please,
Let
I
me
have a
land.
question before you continue. Please,
Yeah.
please, for a second, please, sir.
Sure.
You were saying the IPOB is Islamic problem that caused.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
I mean, I just okay.
Okay, if
You
you want
might
me to
need to
answer that
explain
first, I
that
can do
later.
that. Okay, let me explain that very first. First of all, what do the IPOB want? They want an independent. What does IPOB stand for? Independent indigenous people of Biafra. That's what I mean. The Biafran issue is an Islamic issue. Without it, who doesn't want to be in Nigeria, a bigger country and all that? But you can be there and have people come and kill you, exterminate your people. So if you talk to Nnamdi Kanu, he's going to tell you that his problem is from northern Muslims.
Who is
That's it.
exterminating
Let me
anybody? How can we just be
finish.
using terms
Look,
like that?
okay, whether he's wrong or right, that's his opinion, right? So I'm a Biafran, so I'm telling you what the problem is for us, right? We went
But
through
what if you are diagnosing
let
the
me
wrong problem?
land.
You are diagnosing it wrongly.
Let me land. Okay, please. Let me land. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you the truth. So now you can find a way to ameliorate the problem. It's a simple problem to ameliorate if you at least admit that's what it is. I just stood here and told you that even Gowon, that fought as a hero for the Nigerian side, he has an Islamic problem right now. And nobody here wants to even help him out.
He doesn't have an
Let
Islamic
me
problem.
land.
He
He
has a
does.
Nigerian problem.
No, he does not.
He
Now,
has
please.
a black man problem.
To Niger, you have been beaten to death here on the first
Niger,
Let me
to
tell you
Niger,
something.
let him
and I
just land.
saved you.
Just give him time. To
Let me
Niger,
land.
just let him land,
Use
please.
30 seconds to
I
land.
saved you.
Otherwise, he's not going to finish today.
I saved your ass from the progressive. They had you in a chokehold, but I came in
I
there and I saved
answered
you.
my question
So now
straight.
hold on.
Answer your own question. Nobody had me
I'm
in the
answering
chokehold.
it,
Stop
but
being
listen to me.
funny about it.
True Niger, nobody had cancer. Nobody had True Niger in a chokehold. I don't know why you're saying that.
All right.
For goodness sake, now that you started, you're not going to
Please.
finish.
Look,
You're
progressive
going to
asked
be
him
for
a
the
very
next
good
1 hour. You're still going to be saying
No, just
Islamization.
give him time like 2 minutes. More than give her time like 2 minutes. He will tell
2
us say
minutes is
don't
a
give
long
up.
time, man. He's been talking for how long? I
So,
just used 1 minute to answer.
Hold on. He asked you a very good question, and you skirted it. And I asked him, "Can I answer that?" He gave it to me to answer. You could have hit it out of the park, but you didn't. He asked you, proffer some solutions for Nigeria. Now I'm telling you, my own solution to Nigerian problem is that if we could, now preferably through education, if we can have the Northerners educated for them to understand that we're a country and we have external enemies, but at least we're one country. There's no need to keep killing the thieves, or you go to the Yoruba land and you occupy their forests, you come to the southeast and you do this and you do that. When it comes to sharing power, we just had a Islamic president. Now we have Islamic president and vice president, right? And you keep just dumbing the country down. You have to respect that doctrine that we have in our constitution that wants to make everybody to be one country. You cannot look. It's not easy to handle. By the way, the Indians had that problem. Okay, they had to eventually divide from the Pakistanis, and they ran to the races since they removed their yoke from their neck. They're gone, right? You have the same problem in Israel. They have the same problem over there. Now, Israelis, all these people are developed, and they're doing their thing. In every country, it's not a Christian dichotomy because the Indians, they're Hindus, right? So now, what I am proposing for Nigeria. Hey, why are we getting muted here? I'm getting muted here. So we need to massively educate the North to become a cohesive country. Without it, we cannot go anywhere. Once you solve that problem, Nigeria is going to be developed overnight because many regions have many areas that they can contribute to the country. The Southeasterners are traders, but they also are technologically minded and advanced. They can manufacture vehicles. The only reason why innocent motors is not being sold all over the place because
Hansat, you're going to go on and on. Please,
okay.
Can you conclude? Let other people talk, please.
Okay, very good. So you catch my drift, though, right? So that is the problem. The Northern Muslims are the purveyors of violence. They're very violent in the country. So I yield back.
So IPOB is not violent, right? They are very peaceful.
They're defensively violent in a way. They have to defend themselves. They're not going to let you come in there and kill them off.
Oh, good. I accept that.
We're not going to let you kill us. We have to fight you if you try to kill us.
Pansa, let me also come in. You see, the problem is this. If we want to have a solution, I think our leaders should put their heads together. I don't see Northerners as my problem, neither do I see Igbo as my problem. Me, I'm from Midwest region, the only region democratically created as far as Nigeria history is concerned. So I still hold on to it. And when people is talking about that Biafra you just said, or IPOB, it's not Nigeria that is actually holding Biafra. The question that is holding Biafra is, where is Biafra?
See,
and how do you explain it?
Midwest, don't fall for
And I
that.
want,
Just give us a solution for Nigeria.
So the
especially
solution
on a
for
macro level.
Nigeria is that we all have to come together because one fundamental thing is missing, and that is called the right of the minority. Nigeria is not serious to give right to people. Everybody is just ruling from top. Why they don't even know what is going on at the bottom? So the minority can no longer voice their voice. Everybody is having that pain. If we're able to solve that, I think we will start from there. Talking of industry and talking
How
of
do we get
industry.
out of, sorry, let me ask you a specific question because it's part of the solution for Nigeria. How do we get out of the control of the West? How do we industrialize? Please go ahead.
The control we have to do out that, as I said, if we are able, take for example, if you want to get out of the control of the West, it's simple. When you recognize the right of the minority, you are almost 50% out of the control of the West over your resources. How does it happen? I will use Sweden as an example. The federal government will go out for the federal, that is the top government, will go out for a deal, how to attract investors into their maybe natural resources, because we have reliance on our natural, they have few. But when that natural resources is come, the contractors are coming, because the right of the minority is recognized, the region will not come in with their power. Okay, we accepted this. Then it will not go back to the community, who we also now said, sorry, this thing, we don't need it. It's going to destroy our water. There come a very fundamental issue. It means one person cannot adjust the top and succeed. The way it is, we put everything in the hands of president. So president also have his own issue. Sometimes people can manipulate him. Once he say yes, even when the rest people talk, it doesn't hold. That country cannot move forward. We have to take power to the people and let it be effective.
Agreed.
And that
No, nobody's arguing with that. Is anybody? There's nobody against that here.
50% of this stronghold will be cut off totally. Imagine if your king, your chief have autonomy to even say, okay, this area that you want to do, what is your plan about the pollution if it happens? Or maybe your local government have that power constitutionally to say, look, if there's anything pollution, the federal government must pay so amount. for compensation. Then those companies coming must be liable. Then the regional government also said, look, this area is sacred to us. We don't need these things here. It's better we farm there. It's okay. Because farming can produce enough also. Than you spoil the soil, you are taking gold. Just imagine somebody in China will corner your president with different promises, and they start telling you they want to take gold in your land. Because president has agreed. You see bulldozers coming.
But it's not responsive to the question. That's not one of Nigeria's. That's not what's going to make
No,
us
I
develop.
cannot buy your own
Okay,
idea.
but I agree with you, though.
Your idea is to champion your own people. Is to champion your own people as the best, who doesn't create problem, and the rest people are bad. I don't support those kind of ideas.
Yeah, thank you, Midwest. Thank you, Midwest. I'm very, very eager to hear from Princess Rosie because she thinks I should go to China, this in North Korea. All right, Princess, please. What is your solution for Nigeria?
Midwest, I agree with you. You're still attacking me.
Come
Pansat, can other people talk, for goodness sake? Okay, my solution to Nigeria, we need good leadership. Once we have good leadership, then the problems will be solved. Number one problem is security. If that one is solved, then there'll be room for economic development.
Wow. You know, oh my God, I can't believe we disagreed. She basically spoke my language. How did we manage to disagree now?
That's all you want to hear, right? And she knows it too. She did that on purpose to brush your ego.
No, I'm not going to North Korea with to Nigeria. I'm not going, but that's my solution to Nigeria. The suffering is too much.
You have to protect your women and children. You have to protect your land.
That my own security is the number one problem. Once that is solved, then there'll be room for economic development.
Okay, Rosie, can I ask you a question on that? Just
it's Ayo's turn. We are going to be rounding up soon. Ayo,
can I ask Rosie a question on that?
Not yet. Let other people have their say because they are waiting. Right, we don't pay them to be here.
That's fair. Go ahead.
Ayo, please go ahead. You know, you two want me to go to North Korea. So, I don't know why suddenly everybody wants me to visit them. Go ahead, Ayo. What is our solution? How do we create a nation that is not, governing it at the whims of Western interests?
Yeah, thank you to Niger. It's a pity we've moved on from the where I wanted to come in, but let me I don't want to draw us back. Otherwise, I really want you to go to North Korea. I really want you to live there so you can understand how life is over there. But from my own perspective, I don't think. I think we are too fixated on the West as the problem of Africa in general and Nigeria, which I don't agree with that ideology. I don't agree with Tunaja on that. As a matter of fact, I believe we need the West, okay, to develop because they are the big boys. They have the money. Okay? So even if you look at countries like China that Tunaja constantly keep talking about, how did China develop? It's because they opened the door to the West. Okay? When the West started coming in and started,
Okay, now let me let you know something. I get where you're coming from. See, I'm not disagreeing totally with what you're saying, but the Chinese, before the West went there, they secured themselves first. They built their nuclear technology, they built their military,
my brother.
and the West went there.
They built their nuclear technology, but is that what they're eating now?
Yeah, but my point is that we have not done that. We have not even gone through that stage.
That is the problem. Look, I agree with you about internal security, not nuclear weapon. You're going, it's like it's an extreme. Okay? You're going, I agree with internal security.
The reason why I say that, Ayo, we are a people of 1-point-something billion around the world, including Africa, over 1 billion. Our racial group, we're around the world, and there is no other racial group that is this vulnerable that doesn't have any nuclear umbrella. So you can see, and Nigeria is one of the foremost countries within this group. And if we consider nuclear weapons too extreme, then we are selling our people cheap. Our people, 1-point-something billion people, need protection. Indians have it, the Asians have it, the Europeans have it. Why, out of the great races in the world, we are the only ones that don't have it?
Don't get me wrong. Okay, that's like that's like second step. Okay, What we're talking about now is how to get the economy together. That's the main thing to do. Okay? I understand that maybe China had nuclear weapons before going for the economy, but no, it's not always like that. There are many countries that had the economy before going for the nuclear weapon. Okay?
Which one?
So,
Which one? Which one?
what about India? Even the China we're talking
India
about
got their nuclear
is
weapons
an
first.
even how are you so sure? These are ancient
I am
cities.
sure
These are
because
ancient countries.
history is there to show you. India got their nuclear technology before they became relatively more successful. When you start seeing them,
I'm not talking about the economic status of India now. Of course, they've improved, but the economy of India is not totally bad. You know, these are ancient countries. China, Russia, India. You can't compare them. It's not like they are totally bad when it comes to economy. Okay? Because how are you even going to? We're talking about military, for example. How are you going to fund it? We are poor as a nation. Okay?
let me say this. Let me answer that question. You know, Nigeria's economy is depressed by about $50 billion. So it's not even about funding. We're already spending the money for. If you fund it, you're going to save money. And we are already spending the money in burglary proof, iron gate, security guard. You know, most of all these things, you don't have it in the West because the nation is safe.
To Nigeria, let's take North Korea as an example. Okay, in fact, let's even use the Soviet Union as an example. Okay, yeah, Soviet Union they were able to build the nuclear weapon, but what broke the Soviet Union? Is it not the same economy we're talking about today? Look, the idea I understand.
Let me get what you are. See, I think we are mixing two things. I am interested in our survival. This is not economy. This is survival. This is life and death. So when I think sometimes we diminish the argument when we go into economy.
Ayo, let me help.
And that is something
Let me help you.
It's about survival.
Ayo, let me help you on that point.
You people should let Ayo to talk. Make it loud now. Yeah.
The Soviet Union, even if they failed due to economy,
in Nigeria, let Ayo land. Ayo is going somewhere as well.
Okay,
yeah, I
let's
know
hear from
he's
him.
going somewhere. The point I just made before he carries on 10 seconds, the Soviet Union failed because of economy, but they will survive because of their strength. That is the difference. We are not like that.
To Nigeria, you're wrong. If Soviet Union is going to survive, okay, they won't break up, and they will just be another country like
Who is
North
going to
Korea.
go and destroy this thing, Russia now? Good luck. Go and destroy
Soviet
Russia.
Union broke up without America firing a shot.
But the people
Okay?
are still there.
Without being invaded. Okay.
Hold on.
Look at all the. Well, all right.
Hold on. You are missing what I'm saying here.
Okay.
What I'm saying, I think you are missing it. They can literally come here and kick us out of the continent. That is what you don't understand.
Why are you getting this?
See, let me tell you something.
Yeah, but
Hold on. You don't understand.
You're using
They
your
can
moderation
literally come to
button.
the continent. No, because when you don't
Hold on
understand
now.
what
Hold
power
on.
does, when you don't
Hold
understand
on,
what power
please.
does,
Let me
They
chip in
can't
economic
here.
do that.
argument.
Let me.
UN recognize every nation as a sovereign nation.
The US.
They're not just
let
going to
me
let me
Africa
ask you a
and
question.
what are you talking about?
The UN is
Let
created
me
by
ask you a
them.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever lived in China, North Korea, and Russia before? I mean, have you
No, I
lived there
haven't.
or been there?
No.
Okay, so where are you getting this idea, or the people are brainwashed or by propaganda? And okay, let me break it down. I lived in Russia. Okay, in fact, I was a teenager when I lived in Russia, so I know what I'm talking about. And as a matter of fact, I'm a marine engineer and power plant. So I've been in and out of so many places. I've been to places, to secret places I shouldn't even have. I mean, the foreigners were not even allowed to, and I'm married to a Russian. Okay? So I know what I'm talking about. When I hear you, sometimes I'm just like I can't even know where you're getting
When
all
we
this
do this
idea from.
thing, I told you I came to the West too because I was brainwashed. Just because you are there doesn't mean you are an expert in the subject matter. Like I said, if you are disputing that, then tell the doctor not to tell you what to do with your body.
Even
the Russia you're talking about.
you're living and enjoying the West, but you are propagating for some other stuff. You really
Even the Russia you're talking about now. Even the Russia you're talking about, an average Russian doesn't even want to live in Russia. They all want to go to the West. Look at even the politicians. Look at Putin's children.
Oh my
Okay,
God.
they all live in the West. Wait, that's why I'm
That is
wait,
not
wait,
survival.
wait.
Their
Tonight, I'm
survival is
going
not
somewhere.
threatened.
Okay,
Wait,
but
wait, I'm
Naja,
going
why don't
somewhere.
you want
Let me
somebody
land.
else to
Let me
chime
land.
in? Let me chime in.
So,
Just hold on
what?
1 minute. I want to chime in on that. Just 1 minute. By the way, welcome, Dr. Gomez. No,
But
now,
to Nigeria, for you
Which
not allowing him to
Gomez is
land,
it?
you are shitting him. Let him continue and land his
Yeah.
point.
Let him land.
yeah,
Let him land. Okay,
What is
it's
it?
only fair.
yeah.
Okay, land
Midwest,
now. Land
your
in
whole
1 minute
thing
so
is
that we
that
can move
you
it
don't
on.
want to hear from me, and
Pansat, you've
that's
already
why
spoken for 30
every
minutes.
time I'm
Pansat,
chiming
hold
in,
on now. See, Ayo, please land. Then we'll
no,
go
I
to.
want to
I
chime
think.
in. Tonight, I want to
Pansat,
Come
chime in
on,
on
please
man.
give
your.
other
Allow me
people
to talk
opportunity
now.
to talk. You're not the only
I don't
one in the
know.
platform.
What?
For goodness sake.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
Rosie,
that
Rosie.
Alexander Gomez or just Alexander? I don't know the difference.
Yeah, that was Dr. Gomez. But Rosie, it
Which
looks
one
like
is Dr. Gomez? Or
you,
okay, there's
you,
difference.
you,
Okay.
you always like to tell me to do this,
No,
do that.
Pansat, you are
So let
my
me
friend,
chime in
but
for 1 minute.
sometimes you
Pansat,
want to
let
listen
Ayo
to other
finish it.
people,
Ah,
Pansat, please.
No, but
I don't
Ayo,
have
please
anything
finish.
against you,
I got
but
permission.
let other people talk
Ayo,
too.
please finish. Ayo, please
Yeah.
finish.
Thank you. Yeah, so to Niger, economy is number one. And even if you realize, I mean, if you understand what is going on in Russian sphere, we realize that most of the Soviet Union countries, they don't care about nuclear weapons. They don't care about what you're talking about, okay? Why are they trying to join European Union, trying to develop their economy? Mention one country, okay? One country that is an economic ally of Russia. I'm saying total. I don't mention China because China's biggest market is even with the West. Okay? Mention
Thank you.
one country, one developed country, okay, that is an economic ally with Russia, and they're very
Okay,
close.
one developed country that is what?
There is like the deal with Russia economically, like their business
That
partner,
has
like
a deal with
the
Russia.
main
That
markets.
one
I'm
developed
talking
country
about
that
the
has a deal with
markets.
Russia.
Yeah, that depend on Russia economically, that they only trade with Russia, because we want to eliminate the West. Okay?
China
So
trades with
now we're talking
Russia.
about
North Korea trades with Russia.
China's
India
biggest
trades with Russia.
economy is the West. I repeat, China's biggest.
But
Go and check.
but they trade with
China's biggest
Russia.
economy.
Russia is not the
They
biggest
trade.
economy, of course. What is your
I'm
problem?
saying.
I don't understand.
I'm
No,
I'm trying to let you understand why the West is still important. Okay, even China
no.
shouldn't
I'm
get
not
rid of
saying the
the
West is
West.
not important. Oh, don't make the mistake of saying that. The West is by far the most powerful country, this in the region in the world. But my point is that if a people have enslaved you and colonized you, do you think those people and made sure you are underdeveloped? Do you think those people will ever rise up to consider you an equal partner without you doing anything significant to make yourself come to that position? All the countries that they ally themselves with, the West allies itself with, they earned it. China earned it. The Indians earned it. The Israelis earned it. The this thing, even the Koreans, they earned it. But what have we done to say, okay,
Chimaja, I don't know where
yeah,
we're
go
going
ahead.
with this mentality. Look, I think we should stop this victim mentality. The West is not our problem. Okay, the problem we are facing is an internal problem. Okay, we
You
need
see what you are doing
economical
now. You see what you are
transformation.
doing. You see what you are doing is what people keep doing all the time. The West is
So
not our
Niger,
problem.
let him land now. You want to give a point, you want to stop him. No, let him land.
I'm
At
not
least.
stopping him from
I'm
giving the
exhausted.
point.
He said
I'm
is the
exhausted
eternal.
already.
So don't let him give that eternal. I think you understand. Let him point, that
Okay,
eternal problem first.
let him
Yeah,
go. He just made a mistake. That's all. Go ahead.
yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm exhausted already. Anyway, yeah. I believe what we're facing is an internal issue. Okay. The problem with Nigeria. Let me use Nigeria as an example. I mean, as a perfect example. We are facing internal problem. We need to stop blaming and feeling like a victim, okay? Because this same West you're talking about, okay, they are the ones that contributed a lot of development to China, and they are the same people trading with the Middle East. In fact, as a matter of fact, countries like Dubai, Saudi Arabia, it is the same West, okay, that is securing them. Is the West that are protecting them. I mean, America is protecting Dubai, and they're enjoying. So it's just like we transferring our blame and trying to look for someone, trying to move around, trying to ignore in a circle. The problem, Nigeria's development needs to start with Nigerians. Okay, we need economical and technological transformation. Okay, and all this problem of blaming the West, even if you remove the West from Nigeria, it's still gonna end up, in fact, we end up worse because we cannot isolate ourselves.
Okay, I think when are you going to land? Because it looks like you are becoming a pansat now.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because see, this thing that we do, I think I'm almost fed up of hearing it, where the West is not our problem, it's internal problem. Both can be true. Is that mind blowing to anybody? Both can be true. You can be irresponsible and leave your doors open, then the criminal can still come and steal. Both is the judge going to say, because you left your door open, the guy is right to come and steal your property? Come on, we should stop. This is what sometimes drives me crazy.
Okay, let me put this one.
Seems to be lacking.
That word, we should open up, is very dangerous. I don't understand where they are driving it from, that China open. The truth of the matter is that China were able to do their own work properly. So when they opened the door, they were able to control what was coming. Now, in our system, as we speak today, if we talk about the economy, I will ask Nigeria economists, can they give record of our daily transaction as people? Our entire business form model is e-format. There is no single bureaucratic process for the government to know what is going on. They don't have statistics about employment because we don't report our employment to the Ministry of Labor. It's just individual. They don't know anything about taxation. The tax office belongs to, I can say, it's just like we don't even have tax. We have task. This is a company, you must pay because the company is functioning. In China, when your company doesn't make profit, you pay nothing. That's how it works. So our business model is informal. We must develop it to a formal system so we can open the door. The door is already open. The people can see it. But because of the nature of things inside, they don't want to come in. Are we a lock-up country? The answer is no. So, our door is 24-hour open. But when they peek into that room, what they see is rubbish. And they go back with their money. So we must work that eternal system. We shouldn't compare ourselves because of a country is suffering and we'll be thinking that we are on the same level. When you go there, you see bureaucratic procedure that function properly. That's why they are suffering.
Exactly. Patoski, thank you for your patience and, especially if you are still there just listening and you are being patient. So I will, call on you to, provide a solution for Nigeria to become sovereign and be able to, develop and achieve the dreams most Nigerians want for the country. Do you have solutions for us? Patoski. It's like a Russian name. All right. So it appears it's not there. So point is, both can be true at the same time. And the idea that just because America is working with Saudi Arabia and a few other countries, why are they not working with us like that? That's what you should be asking yourself.
Even the Saudi Arabia they mentioned is a monarchy country. Dubai is a monarchy. Why they don't say you must elect a leader the way it is everywhere? You must elect someone. It must change. Why are they not campaigning?
And even Saudi Arabians are complaining.